Chapter 1. Year 1522 of the Sea Round Calendar. The port of island number 53 in the Shambadi archipelago. A large group of workers, varying in height and build, skillfully manipulated the vast blobs of resin in their hands nearby. The surface of the harbor was dotted with an array of pirate ships, each adorned with various flags, patiently awaiting their coating process. Once the coating was complete, these vessels, under the command of captains harboring dreams of great treasure, would set sail directly towards Fishman Island, situated directly beneath the Red Earth continent. After a brief period of preparation, they would venture into the New World, embarking on adventures in the latter half of the Grand Line. As for the workers toiling with the resin, they were renowned as the skilled coaters of the Grand Line. Among this robust group of craftsmen, there was a slender young man, slightly over 6 feet tall, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, who was laboriously stretching out a portion of resin with great effort, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Just as he completed the stretching of this blob and was about to move on to another coating site, a burly middle-aged man, towering over him by a significant margin, approached with a lively demeanor. He patted the young man on the shoulder cheerfully. "Lin Hao, the coder scheduled for a day off today has had a last-minute issue, so we swapped your day off to tomorrow since tomorrow is your turn. That fellow has taken over your shift today. If it's not a problem, you may take the day off." "Sure, no problem. However, I have already worked for over an hour today, so you'll need to work an extra hour tomorrow night," Lin Hao replied, a warm smile gracing his face upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. Having received the green light, Lin Hao took a specialized towel from his side, wiped his resin-stained hands clean, and stretched languidly. He then ambled towards island number 44, where the specialty shop was located. "It's already been 2 years since I arrived here. Why is it that among so many traversers, I'm the only one without a system?" Reflecting on the past 2 years, which had been both mundane and exhilarating, a hint of bitter amusement tugged at the corners of Lin Hao's lips. He was a traverser, mysteriously transported to the world of pirates 2 years ago. In the year 1520 of the Sea Round Calendar, his arrival point was the Shambadi archipelago, a hub in the first half of the Grand Line. Unlike other traversers, Lin Hao had not awakened system, which left him in a perilous state during the initial period, nearly falling victim to the island's human trafficking pirate crew on several occasions. Fortunately, he encountered a kind-hearted coding master who took him in and imparted some of the coding skills to him. It was only after becoming a coder that Lin Hao managed to settle down in the pirate-infested Shambadi archipelago. Over the past 2 years, Lin Hao had kept himself informed about significant events in the pirate world through newspapers and news reports. He learned about the downfall of the warlord Crocodile, who was stripped of his title for certain reasons and imprisoned and impelled down, as well as the rapid rise of the Straw Hat crew. He even witnessed the shocking Marineford War through the live broadcast by the Clown Buggy. If it had been any other traverser, they would likely have made a name for themselves in this world. However, Lin Hao found himself unable to do so, lacking any combat ability due to the absence of a system. Thus, he could only remain an ordinary individual in the world of pirates. Yet, in the next moment, just as Lin Hao was about to purchase some daily necessities at the specialty shop on island number 44, an ethereal electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! The Holy Grail War supervisor system has been activated. Binding in progress. Binding successful host. Please initiate the Holy Grail War at your earliest convenience." What the heck? The system has finally arrived, but what on earth is this Holy Grail War supervisor? Does it expect me to host a Holy Grail War in the pirate world? By the way, I should be able to gain some benefits from this, right? Upon hearing the celestial electronic voice in his mind, Lin Hao's face lit up with excitement. After cautiously scanning his surroundings, he hastened towards a secluded spot on the island. As he walked, he pondered, somewhat perplexed, and inquired of the newly awakened system. Lin Hao had been a devoted fan of the second dimension even before his traversal, so he was well aware of what the Holy Grail War entailed. 7 masters summon heroic spirits to engage in a life-and-death battle for the omnipotent wishing machine known as the Holy Grail, with the victorious group being granted their wish. However, from Lin Hao's recollection, the Holy Grail War had been conducted numerous times, yet the number of individuals who successfully made wishes with the Holy Grail was exceedingly few. During the Holy Grail War, The host will temporarily possess concept-level abilities that surpass this world each time a pair enters the war. The host can permanently acquire one ability from the Master and Heroic Spirit upon the conclusion of the Holy Grail War. The host will also receive a rewards package. Note: the host's concept-level combat power can only be utilized within the Holy Grail War's domain, however. The abilities gained from the participating Masters and Heroic Spirits are not subject to such restrictions. Non-combat concept-level abilities are also exempt from venue limitations, but can only be used during the Holy Grail War. After contemplating the system's explanation, Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully. Upon reaching an area sparse of people, he turned to the system again and asked, "System, what if the people in this world don't believe in the Holy Grail War and refuse to participate? And where do the heroic spirits in the Holy Grail War come from? Are they from the Throne of Heroes in the Type Moon world?" The system is active for 3 days, serving as preparation time for the Holy Grail War. During this period, the host will still possess concept-level abilities if participants are not gathered within 3 days. This Holy Grail War will be deemed void, and the system will enter a dormant state, with the time of reactivation being unknown. The heroic spirits in this Holy Grail War will descend from myriad realms. Adhering to the conventional 7 classes of the Holy Grail War, the host may choose the battlefield for the Holy Grail War. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Hao sighed with relief, since he could gain concept-level abilities while waiting for the participants to assemble, albeit with a time limitation. Lin Hao had ample room to maneuver otherwise. Attempting to convince others to join the Holy Grail War would likely put his life at risk. After contemplating for a moment, stroking his chin, a slight smile began to curve on Lin Hao's lips. In the next instant, with a thought, a magnificent manor swiftly rose from the ground, akin to the construction of buildings in the game Red Alert. Simultaneously, thunderous roars echoed through the heavens above. At this very moment, a fierce battle erupted on island number 46 of the Shambadi archipelago. Under the call of Pirate King Luffy, pirates eager to join the Straw Hat crew clashed violently with the encroaching navy. However, upon confirming that the rotund imposter claiming to be Straw Hat Luffy was indeed a fake, the tide of battle shifted dramatically against the pirates. Just as the navy, led by Rear Admiral Tontada, was about to apprehend the gang of pirates gathered around the false Straw Hat, a young boy clad in a red long-sleeve coat, wearing a straw hat and carrying a massive bundle on his back, strolled into view. At the first glance of the boy, Tontada, now a rear admiral in the Navy, was immediately struck with shock. What he had initially thought was a ruse by the fake Straw Hat had turned into a reality. The genuine Straw Hat had arrived. Observing the bewildered expression on the real Luffy not far ahead, Tontada, wielding his battle axe, swiftly issued a command to the pacifist behind him. "It's the real Straw Hat Luffy. Seize him at once." Upon hearing Tontada's command, a towering pacifist beside him opened his mouth, rapidly gathering a dazzling golden laser within. Looking at the pacifist, whom he had previously needed the combined might of Zoro and Sanji to barely defeat 2 years ago, a confident smile spread across Luffy's face. However, in the next moment, just as Luffy prepared to unleash his fury upon the pacifist, before him the faces of everyone present were unified in a display of astonishment. Just moments ago, whether they were Navy personnel, pirates, or the civilians frantically fleeing in every direction, they all found themselves immobilized as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ensnared by an enigmatic force, it was not merely the civilians who were utterly constrained, even the formidable figures among the Navy and pirates wore ashen expressions in that instant. They realized that their powers derived from the devil fruit, haki, and martial arts had all been rendered null, yet they were powerless to move a single inch. As the crowd grappled with this sudden and terrifying predicament, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens above. Instantly, the colossal sound reverberated throughout every corner of the Saber archipelago. Attention! The Holy Grail War has descended upon the Grand Line. The first Holy Grail War has officially commenced. The Holy Grail War will randomly select 7 individuals with fervent desires from the Saber archipelago to become Masters may summon heroic spirits through relics to participate in this Holy Grail War. To maintain the balance of the conflict, the summoned heroic spirits will be adjusted to the same dimensional level should a master or heroic spirit perish in battle, they shall be immediately eliminated from the contest, unless the surviving master or heroic spirit can forge a new pact with another living participant. A master whose heroic spirit has fallen may establish a new contract with another heroic spirit to continue in the Holy Grail War, or seek refuge from Lin Hao, the overseer of the Holy Grail War, located on the 53rd island of Saber archipelago. The Holy Grail War concludes when the final pair of heroic spirits and masters is determined. The victorious master and heroic spirit will be granted the Holy Grail, capable of fulfilling any wish, enabling them to realize their desires. During the course of the war, participating masters and heroic spirits must remain within a 10th centimeter radius of the Saber archipelago. Failure to do so will result in disqualification. Participants selected as masters must complete the summoning of their heroic spirits before the end of today, lest their eligibility be supplanted by others. The booming voice from the sky was immense, yet caused no harm to the ears of the listeners. Rather than simply hearing the announcement, it felt as though this mystical voice resonated within the very souls of all present. Following the conclusion of the profound proclamation, everyone who had been immobilized on Saber archipelago immediately regained their normal faculties. Simultaneously, a colossal screen appeared in the sky, displaying a countdown to midnight of the following day. Gazing up at the enormous timer, all individuals on the Saber archipelago stood frozen in place, just as doubts began to arise regarding whether this announcement of the Holy Grail War was merely a fabricated spectacle conjured by some ability user. A resounding, ethereal electronic voice echoed once more in their minds. Ding! The Holy Grail War chat group has been established. Members are being added. The member list has been completed. All members may exchange information regarding the Holy Grail War within this group. As this ethereal electronic voice faded, a chorus of garbled electronic sounds surged through the minds of the crowd. Yet, within mere seconds, the Navy and pirates upon the Grand Line were anything but calm. GOLD Roger. Is anyone there? I never imagined that even after death, I could regain consciousness. This Holy Grail War is truly remarkable. The Holy Grail War chat group materialized directly within the minds of all individuals. Consequently, every utterance made by the group members was visible to everyone. When the first message appeared from none other than the Pirate King Roger, who had been executed by the Navy headquarters 27 years prior, shockwaves rippled across the Grand Line. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, a second member finally chimed in. Monkey D. Garp, with just a thought. One can send messages. How convenient this is. That fellow. I see your name is Roger. How do you prove your authenticity? Observing his longtime rival Garp initiate the inquiry, the chat group fell into another moment of silence. Half a minute later, Roger's message nearly caused Navy hero Garp, who was leisurely snacking on rice crackers at the Navy headquarters, and his companion Sengoku, to tumble off their seats. GOLD. Roger. Before my demise, I once sought your assistance. During my youth, I led my crew to raid a Navy outpost in the New World. That time, the still Commodore Sengoku deceived us with a female disguise and escaped. Goodness, Sengoku, this truly is Roger. The Holy Grail War is astonishing, allowing even the deceased to re-emerge. The first matter Roger mentioned was already common knowledge following the Marineford War, while the second was an eternal sore spot for Sengoku, who had long since retired from his position as Fleet Admiral. Now, a dead man had exposed his secrets, causing the now gray-haired Sengoku's forehead to bulge with veins resembling tangled roots. Meanwhile, while Sengoku seethed with rage at the thought of dismembering Roger, the chat group erupted in excitement. With Roger leading the charge, one prominent figure after another began to surface in the chat. Rocks deep. Zebek. Ha! Thanks to the Holy Grail War's overseer, we now have a chance at resurrection. To the living youngsters, who has been chosen as the master for this war, why not summon me as a heroic spirit to join the fray? I can surely help you secure victory. Shiki. Rocks. The heroic spirits hail from myriad realms. Your prowess pales in comparison to theirs. Marco. Old man. Are you here? Edward Newgate. Gura. I am. I never expected to converse with you again after death. Marco. How are my sons faring? As the chat erupted into a cacophony regarding the Holy Grail War, the normally bewildered Luffy remained unusually silent. The first reason was the presence of his grandfather Garp in the group, causing him to fear exposure. The second reason was the sudden realization that three peculiar, Faintly glowing dark red marks had appeared on the back of his hand. Simultaneously, a voice emerged in his mind that others did not hear. As he listened to that voice, Luffy's expression gradually shifted to one of excitement. Congratulations, you have been selected as the first master of the Holy Grail War. Please complete the summoning of your heroic spirit before the end of today. The marks on your hand are known as command seals. Using them allows you to issue a compulsory command to your heroic spirit once. Once all 3 command seals are expended, the master will automatically lose their qualification to compete. Otherwise, you will be regarded as forfeiting your eligibility, and your master status will be supplanted by another. The Holy Grail War? I have actually been chosen as a master. Haha, this is truly wonderful. I will seize victory in this Holy Grail War and resurrect Ace and Saber. Hearing the ethereal electronic prompt in his mind, Luffy, carrying a large backpack, displayed an exuberant smile. After glancing at the now-still navy and pirates before him, this pirate supernova, who had lost his brother 2 years prior in battle, took a decisive step forward. In a few swift movements, he evaded the pursuing navy entirely. Witnessing the Straw Hat Captain vanish before him, the pacifist Tsuru's expression darkened significantly. After ordering his subordinates to apprehend the remaining pirates on the scene, Tsuru retrieved a specially designed transponder snail. Hello, is this the uncle? We've encountered a situation. The attempt to capture Straw Hat failed, and things seem a bit out of the ordinary here. Is this about the impending Holy Grail War? I'm aware, as everyone in the Navy headquarters has heard that announcement. Before Tsuru could finish, the lazy voice of Admiral Kazur resonated clearly through the transponder snail. What? The Holy Grail War is indeed real. So, the chat group for the Holy Grail War is also genuine. The Pirate King Roger, Rox, and Shiki are all authentic. Upon hearing Admiral Kazuru's response, Tsuru's face contorted in shock, almost dropping his jaw to the floor. After a moment of stunned silence, Tsuru's expression grew serious. Uncle, if participating in the Holy Grail War can truly grant wishes, then we have a significant problem that I just encountered. That Straw Hat kid. He may have already been chosen as a participant in this Holy Grail War, and he aims to resurrect Ace, who perished at the Navy headquarters 2 years ago. After Tsuru relayed his report, the transponder snail fell into a suffocating silence. After a full half-minute, the previously relaxed and teasing expression on the transponder snail transformed into one of gravity. This is indeed troublesome. We must not allow Straw Hat Luffy to win this Holy Grail War. No, we cannot permit any pirates to succeed. Uncle, what should we do now? At this moment, Tsuru's demeanor became exceedingly grave. The Holy Grail War had not yet truly commenced, yet legendary pirates renowned across the Grand Line were already surfacing in the chat group. Once the Holy Grail War determines its ultimate victor, if the winner is a pirate, the world government would find itself in a perilously passive position. Meanwhile, the entire Navy headquarters in Marineford had entered a state of readiness. Within the Fleet Admiral's office, the newly appointed Admiral Akainu, having replaced Sengoku, glared darkly at his subordinates. What is the situation near Sabaody Archipelago? Are we still unable to intervene? Upon hearing Admiral Akainu's grim question, the faces of the high-ranking Navy officers turned ashen. Indeed, since the announcement of the Holy Grail War, we have been unable to access an area within 10,000 meters of the Sabaody Archipelago. A mysterious force has barred us from entry. Those within this range may exit, but those outside cannot enter. It seems this Holy Grail War is not intended to allow outside interference. Previously, the world government attempted to send Agent Bruno, utilizing the power of the Dor fruit to infiltrate the Sabaody Archipelago, but it ended in failure, just as all the Navy high-ranking officers were at a loss. One among the Navy vice admirals, draped in the Navy's justice cloak and adorned with a towering skull-shaped headpiece, solemnly reported the current situation of the Sabaody Archipelago. Furthermore, Admiral Kazuru, who was very close to the Sabaody Archipelago, had also relayed his findings. Even he was unable to penetrate the 10,000-meter perimeter surrounding the Sabaody Archipelago. However, communication remained possible from the island, so he had ordered the Navy personnel still present on the island to remain there. If the mastermind behind this war could not be identified, they should endeavor to ensure that individuals from the Navy faction become participants in the Holy Grail War. The individual reporting to Marshal Akainu was none other than Stroble, one of the 5 vice admirals tasked with executing the Navy's demon-slaying order, distinguished among his peers by his golden epaulets. Upon concluding Stroble's report, Marshal Akainu's expression softened slightly, and he nodded in agreement. Poliusolino's decision was indeed sound. If we cannot forcibly intervene in this war from the outside, we must rely on those of us on the island to participate in this Holy Grail War. Seated at his desk, despite the gravity of the situation, Marshal Akainu lit a cigar. Moments later, having swiftly consumed half of it, he issued orders to his subordinates. He commanded them to urgently contact all naval commanders stationed at the Sabaody archipelago, insisting that they must strive to secure a spot in the war. As for those naval officers who had yet to obtain a spot, they were to proceed to Island 53 of the Sabaody archipelago. If this conflict truly stems from the powers of a certain individual, the Navy must ensure that we seize control of that individual's abilities. Meanwhile, at the port on Island 44 of the Sabaody archipelago, all members of the Straw Hat crew had gathered. After 2 years of rigorous training, the comrades who once adventured together on the Grand Line reunited here once more, observing the eager faces of his companions. Luffy displayed no hesitation, revealing the 3 marks of the command seal on the back of his right hand. Crewmates, I have been chosen as one of the participants in the Holy Grail War. This is an opportunity to realize any wish, and I refuse to let it slip away. Therefore, our journey to Fishman Island will be postponed slightly. Seeing the resolute expression on Luffy's face, the Straw Hat crew nodded in understanding. After all, that was the brother of their captain. With such an opportunity, Luffy would undoubtedly not let it go. Moreover, each member of the crew harbored their own ambitions. They had learned through that mysterious notification that the Holy Grail War occurring at the Sabaody archipelago was the first of its kind. Where there is a first, a second will inevitably follow. And if the first Holy Grail War could indeed yield a Holy Grail capable of granting any wish, then they too could directly participate as contestants in future Holy Grail Wars. This time, let Captain Luffy uncover the truth behind this victory-granting Holy Grail War. A.S. Luffy eagerly prepared. The most level-headed member of the Straw Hat crew, the archaeologist Robin, interjected with a reminder. Luffy, that mysterious voice mentioned that summoning a heroic spirit requires a relic. While we are uncertain what a relic entails, it must be something closely linked to the heroic spirits, right? Do you have a relic ready? Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, a confident smile spread across Luffy's face. He then found a branch and meticulously began to draw on the ground before him. Everyone knew Luffy's drawing skills were subpar. However, this time he seemed possessed, as the shapes he rendered were remarkably precise and angular. Before long, an oddly shaped summoning circle appeared before the members of the Straw Hat crew. Of course, I'm prepared, and I know the steps to summon a heroic spirit. This time, I will win this Holy Grail War. After completing the summoning circle, a layer of pitch-black armament hockey suddenly enveloped Luffy's arm. He swiftly delivered a powerful punch into the air, causing a flare of fire to drift toward the summoning circle due to the rapid friction. This fiery attack, a new technique Luffy had developed during his 2 years of training, had previously been used against the World Destroyer Bondawald. O Flame, the relic for my summoning. Please descend here and join me in achieving victory in this Holy Grail War. While a summoning incantation was required, the mysterious voice had only provided Luffy with 4 characters to improvise upon. Thus, Luffy strained to concoct a rather cliché summoning incantation. A.S. The flame soared swiftly toward the center of the summoning circle. All members of the Straw Hat crew wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. The next instant, the flame landed at the center of the circle, causing the intricate patterns of the formation to glow intensely. With a resounding boom, the flames and the glow of the circle reached their zenith. Moments later, the brilliant light within the summoning circle gradually dissipated, and the patterns Luffy had drawn vanished entirely. At the center of where the formation once stood, a boy with short cherry-colored hair, clad in a black short coat paired with trousers and sandals, wearing a black wrist guard on his left arm, and adorned with a mysterious emblem on his right arm, appeared. Upon seeing Luffy, the boy immediately broke into a bright smile. Hey, I am the heroic spirit appearing as rider, Natsu Dragneel. Are you my master? Then I look forward to your guidance in this Holy Grail War. The faces of the Straw Hat crew were filled with astonishment at the sight of the boy with cherry-colored hair. A living being had just materialized out of thin air. Moments later, the oblivious Luffy was the first to react. This is amazing. I've finally succeeded in summoning. I will definitely be the ultimate victor in this Holy Grail War. Luffy exclaimed, excitedly embracing the summoned Natsu Dragneel, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. As for the other members of the Straw Hat crew, Chopper, Usopp, Frankie, and Brook had their mouths agape, their eyes transforming into starry shapes like Luffy's. Meanwhile, the calmer Sanji and Zoro wore expressions of shock. They had never anticipated that the Holy Grail War was indeed real, and moreover, that the heroic spirit appeared to possess formidable strength, certainly not a mere counterfeit born of a devil fruit ability. Nami and Robin, the two beautiful women, gradually shifted from shock to excitement. This is amazing. Next time in the Holy Grail War, I will resurrect Belmere. O'Hara's folks, wait for me. I will bring you back into this world. As for the fire dragon Natsu, having just arrived in the pirate world, he briefly paused in surprise before immediately bonding with his master Luffy. It seems the one who summoned me is quite the character. If I win this war, I can wish upon the Holy Grail to find my father, Igneel. Simultaneously, on the open ground of Island 53 in the Saber archipelago, a lavishly decorated massive mansion had sprung up. Within the mansion, Lin Hao, who was resting, suddenly heard a serene electronic prompt in his mind. Ding! The first team of participants in the Holy Grail War has arrived. Master. Monkey D. Luffy. Heroic Spirit. Natsu Dragneel. Class. Rider. According to system rules, the host automatically receives rewards. Fire Attribute Dragon Slayer Magic from Heroic Spirit. Gum Gum Fruit from Master. Both skills will be permanently solidified within the host. Listening to the ethereal electronic prompt echoing in his mind, a look of surprise crossed Lin Hao's face. He never expected that the first master would be Luffy. The heroic spirit summoned by him, Natsu, should indeed have a remarkable affinity with him in order to instill a profound belief in the authenticity of the Holy Grail War among the inhabitants of this world. Lin Hao directly employed the conceptual abilities bestowed upon him by the system. Prior to his traversal, Lin Hao had immersed himself in a plethora of novels. Thus he naturally understood how to encourage the people of this world to willingly participate in the Holy Grail War. The initial notification that forcibly immobilized their bodies, as well as the chat group dedicated to the Holy Grail War and the countdown looming in the sky, were all manifestations of the conceptual powers granted to him by the system. As long as these elements were present, individuals in this world would eagerly vie to partake in the Holy Grail War, as for the selection of masters and the summoning of heroic spirits. Lin Hao refrained from any interference, entrusting the system entirely with these decisions. For him, the initiator and overseer of the Holy Grail War, it sufficed to observe the contestants engage in battle, awaiting the myriad rewards that would come his way. After all, Lin Hao was already well acquainted with the narrative of this world, comprehending that neither the Navy nor the pirates held an absolute moral standing. Thus, he could supervise the war with a sense of impartiality and without undue pressure. Regarding the combat prowess of the summoned heroic spirits, all would be enhanced by the Holy Grail War system to levels surpassing that of this world, even if Natsuki were to manifest in this world as a heroic spirit. The world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk, would stand no chance against him. Furthermore, the combat capabilities among the heroic spirits would be uniformly constrained to the same output level, with victories determined solely by the disparities in strength among equals. Upon receiving 2 rewards, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. The Gum Gum Fruit was undeniably a god-tier fruit. Upon awakening, it would grant him powers formidable enough to instill fear in the world government, in the original narrative of One Piece. Luffy was able to defeat Kaido thanks to the awakened Nika form of the Gum Gum Fruit. Without this awakened state, Luffy's chances of overcoming Kaido would dwindle to almost nothing. As for the Dragon Slayer magic, it represented an enhanced version of the Flame Fruit. Although the latter became a source of ridicule in the later arcs of One Piece, Lin Hao was well aware of the formidable nature of the Dragon Slayer magic. Under Natsu's full output, the abilities of Ace, the Flame Fruit user, would pale in comparison. Even Ace's most powerful move, the Flame Emperor, would merely serve as a trivial snack for Natsu, with these 2 skills in his possession. Even if he were to lose the conceptual abilities granted by the system, Lin Hao could still ensure his own safety. Indeed, these rewards were quite satisfactory. The only uncertainty lay in who the next group of contestants might be. Glancing at the countdown in the sky, which indicated that there was still ample time, a slight smile began to play upon Lin Hao's lips. Suddenly, as Lin Hao reclined on his chair, his leisurely demeanor shifted to one of cold severity. Ever since acquiring the concept-level powers temporarily bestowed by the system, Lin Hao had attained an omniscient awareness of the situation on Saber Archipelago at this very moment. he sensed a large contingent of Navy personnel advancing rapidly towards the direction of his estate. Led by a Navy Rear Admiral, the commanding admiral was none other than the captain of the Marine Headquarters Scientific Unit, Virgo, who had almost clashed with Straw Hat Luffy previously. Observing the grave expression on Virgo's face within his mind's eye, Lin Hao understood that the admiral's approach was not merely for casual conversation. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao stretched languidly before performing a swift maneuver and exited the grand gates of his estate, calmly awaiting the arrival of his visitors. Moments later, Virgo, accompanied by hundreds of Navy soldiers and a dozen peacekeepers, arrived before Lin Hao. Upon witnessing Lin Hao and the opulent estate behind him, Virgo's expression became increasingly grave. He had traversed this area before, but he had never encountered a residence of such luxury, rivaling the auction hall of the first island. Upon observing Lin Hao's composed demeanor, Virgo's countenance grew even more serious. During his journey, he had learned through the Holy Grail War chat group that the overseer of the Holy Grail War was named Lin Hao. Although Virgo felt an instinctual sense of unease upon laying eyes on Lin Hao, realizing that the latter's strength far surpassed his comprehension, he nonetheless steeled himself to step forward, recalling the orders he had received from Admiral Aku. "Are you Lin Hao, the overseer of the Holy Grail War? Your actions have endangered the world government, and the Navy cannot allow you to continue unchecked. We are here to arrest you. Please cooperate and refrain from unnecessary resistance," Virgo declared, raising the battle axe he held at his side. Gazing at the aggressive Navy contingent before him, a cold smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. "Endangered the world government? You celestial dogs merely wish to monopolize the Holy Grail War, which can grant wishes. Dantiyu, leave at once. I shall grant you but a single opportunity." Before Lin Hao's words had fully dissipated, Virgo, ready to engage in combat with his axe, suddenly felt a terrifying wave of heat surge from behind. This was followed by a series of violent explosions. Turning to look, Virgo was instantly rendered speechless by the scene before him. Columns of fire erupted from the ground like a volcanic eruption. Shooting skyward, the Navy soldiers and peacekeepers he had brought with him were obliterated in an instant, unable to even utter a scream before being consumed by the inferno. Witnessing the charred remains of his comrades, Virgo, who had moments ago attempted to threaten Lin Hao, collapsed weakly to the ground. As a vice admiral skilled in combat, Virgo would never have flinched even against a Yonka-level opponent. Yet now, in the face of Lin Hao, the overseer of the Holy Grail War, he trembled uncontrollably. This tremor did not stem from fear of Lin Hao's demonstrated might, but rather from an instinctual aversion embedded within every cell of his being, triggered by the overwhelming disparity in power. Observing the pale and trembling Virgo, Lin Hao merely cast a fleeting glance before turning his back and retreating into the lavish estate behind him. It was only after Lin Hao's figure had completely vanished that Virgo's uncontrollable shaking ceased. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, he felt compelled to flee, sprinting back in the direction from which he had come. As he ran, Virgo retrieved a den mushy from his person. "Marine Headquarters? Connect me to the Admiral's office at once." Moments later, in the Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters, the expression on Admiral Akinu's face turned grave upon hanging up with Virgo. His stern countenance darkened as he cast a troubled glance toward the senior Navy officials present. The instigator of this Holy Grail War, Lin Hao, is a profoundly troublesome character. Given the current strength of the Navy on Sabaody Archipelago, we are likely insufficient to confront him. Even without direct engagement, based on Virgo's report, Lin Hao's power has likely exceeded our imagination. What? Even Vice Admiral Virgo cannot contend with Lin Hao. The incredulous expressions on the faces of the senior Navy officials reflected their shock at Admiral Akinu's grave declaration. Virgo, after all, was not just any officer. However, this is the exclusive bodyguard of the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk. Though recently promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral, his capabilities are undoubtedly commendable. Otherwise, the Navy headquarters would not have summoned Tontada to participate in the battle 2 years ago during the peak of the war. One must consider that during his time at Navy headquarters, Tontada engaged in numerous sparring sessions with several admirals during training. Was he ever cowed back then? Despite being defeated each time, was there ever a moment when Tontada didn't express his determination to reclaim his honor? Faced with the overseer of the Holy Grail War, whom he had not directly confronted, Tontada surprisingly suffered such a complete defeat. Although Admiral Akainu did not articulate it, The high-ranking naval officers in the office had already discerned Tantata's predicament when confronting Lin Hao. Just as the senior naval officers were gravely contemplating their next strategies, a sudden ethereal electronic notification resonated in their minds from the Holy Grail War chat group. Ding! The first group of participants in the Holy Grail War has assembled. Master Luffy has successfully summoned the Rider-class heroic spirit. The conditions for commencing the Holy Grail War have been met. If no other masters achieve eligibility before today concludes, all others who have been selected as masters will automatically forfeit their qualifications. Should no other masters successfully summon within the stipulated time of the second round, then the victor of this Holy Grail War will be directly determined to be Master Luffy. Special note: the above conditions are only applicable in the unique scenario where only Luffy meets the eligibility requirements. If before the end of today, another master achieves eligibility, then the Holy Grail War will commence with the current number of participants. There are still 6 slots available. We encourage the denizens of Saber Archipelago to actively participate in the Holy Grail War. What? That Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, has actually succeeded in summoning a heroic spirit and secured his place in the Holy Grail War? He must not be allowed to claim the Holy Grail so easily. Upon hearing the ethereal electronic sound from the chat group in his mind, Admiral Akainu sprang up from his seat. Based on the current developments, this mysterious Holy Grail War has exceeded everyone's expectations. Although it remains uncertain whether the victor of the war will indeed acquire a Holy Grail capable of fulfilling their wishes, what if it truly can? Given the present circumstances, it is certainly better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it outright. Damn it! If that Straw Hat Kid obtains the Holy Grail, he will undoubtedly wish for something outrageous. Given his character, he might directly wish to resurrect his brother Ace, if that wish were to be granted. What would become of the war that the Navy initiated 2 years ago? Would it not turn into a laughingstock of the Grand Line? Resurrecting Ace is one thing. What if that kid wishes for the Navy's annihilation? What then shall we do? Hey. Does the Holy Grail really possess such capabilities? What if it does? Even if the Straw Hat Kid does not wish for the Navy's downfall or Ace's resurrection, should he wish for his grandfather Garp to retire from the Navy and join the pirates? How can we maintain our deterrence over the Grand Line? The high-ranking naval officers in Admiral Akainu's office engaged in a heated discussion, each expressing their thoughts. The deeper they delved into the discussion, the graver their expressions became. Observing the officers on the verge of an argument, yet failing to provide any substantial insights, a network of bulging veins appeared on Admiral Akainu's forehead. In the next moment, his massive fist crashed down onto the desk before him with tremendous force, nearly shattering it. Enough with the chatter. Listen to me. Akainu's voice boomed, silencing the previously panicking naval officers, seeing their increasingly anxious expressions. Admiral Akainu's demeanor turned even more grave and ashen. Immediately, contact all naval commanders still on Saber Archipelago. Inform them that they must swiftly apprehend the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Additionally, regarding the initiator of the Holy Grail War, Lin Hao, if we cannot arrest him through forceful means, then let us negotiate terms as long as we can seize control of the Holy Grail War for the world government. He may propose any conditions he desires. Upon hearing Admiral Akainu's orders, Rear Admiral Strasberry, who was previously responsible for reporting on the situation in Saber Archipelago, nodded and promptly exited to execute the command. However, a few minutes later, the skull-shaped Strasberry re-entered the Admiral's office. His face a shade of deep distress. Admiral, this is not feasible. Any matters pertaining to the participants of the Holy Grail War cannot be communicated to the Navy on the island, no matter our methods. Even through that chat group, it is impossible. Lin Hao's abilities are simply too enigmatic. Fool, if communication is impossible, then do not use that chat group. If those legendary pirates who have already perished learn of our plans against the Straw Hat Kid, can you fathom the repercussions? Upon hearing Rear Admiral Strasberry's report, Admiral Akainu's already ashen complexion darkened further. Closing his eyes, he glanced at the Holy Grail War chat group in his mind, realizing that those formidable individuals from the previous era had not received news of the Navy's plans against the Straw Hat Kid. And only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. If the information regarding the Holy Grail War participants cannot be conveyed to the island's inhabitants, it seems our only recourse is to ensure that our naval personnel secure eligibility for this war. After a brief moment of contemplation, Admiral Akainu inquired of his fellow high-ranking officers. Now, among our naval officers on Saber Archipelago, aside from Tontata, who else is present? Hearing the Admiral's inquiry, Vice Admiral Doberman among the crowd promptly responded. Currently, there are 2 naval officers on Sabaody Archipelago, Smoker and Tontata. Additionally, there is a CP-0 agent, Spandam, who is on Island 1 assisting the Celestial Dragons with procuring slaves. Spandam is also on the island. Very well, the CP-0 organization is aligned with us. Send messages to these 3 individuals, instructing them that they must secure their qualifications for the Holy Grail War at all costs. Upon hearing Spandam's name, a flicker of surprise crossed Admiral Akainu's face. Yet in the next moment, that surprise was replaced by a grave seriousness as he decisively issued orders to the high-ranking naval officers before him. Notify Admiral Kizaru, still on Sabaody Archipelago, to press the golden transponder snail and immediately summon the Demon Slayer order. If the victor of this war is not the Navy, then post-war, we must swiftly obliterate Sabaody Archipelago. The Holy Grail, capable of granting any wish, must not fall into the hands of pirates. Upon hearing Admiral Akinu's supplemental orders, the naval officers in the office couldn't help but swallow hard. Truly, he is the leading figure of the hawkish faction within the Navy. His methods are indeed extreme. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the population auction house on Island 1 of Sabaody Archipelago, a somewhat disheveled man clad in a white suit, with half of his face obscured by a leather mask, disdainfully handed a substantial check to the auction house owner. If Nico Robin from the Straw Hat crew were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this loathsome individual who had just completed a transaction with the auction house owner, the very scoundrel who had suffered a broken spine at her hands 2 years ago. The mastermind behind the Justice Island Demon Slayer incident, Spandam. After the auction house owner, wearing a forced smile, departed, Spandam retrieved a transponder snail from his concealed possession at the tea that moment. The transponder snail in Spandam's hand was mimicking the likeness of an elderly man with uncanny precision. Spandam, 2 years ago, you botched the Justice Island incident and shifted the blame onto Lucci and others. Yet this time, we have still promoted you to CP-0. This is a favor from the Celestial Dragons. And you must seize this opportunity. Gazing at the authoritative visage of the transponder snail in his hand, Spandam, now a CP-0 agent, wore a smile that radiated more joy than one could muster upon encountering a long-lost father. Lord Satan Saint, I am well aware that you are watching over me. Rest assured, I shall dutifully play the role of a loyal servant to the Celestial Dragons, fulfilling each and every task you assign to me. Gazing at the exaggerated smile on the face of the phone bug in my hand, I, one of the 5 elders residing in Panga City, known as Saint Satan, nodded expressionlessly. Now, there exists a task that I must entrust to you. You, too, possess desires, do you not? Participate in this Holy Grail War, seize victory in this competition, and then present the Holy Grail to us. However, it appears that this Holy Grail War does not grant me the status of a master. Nevertheless, fear not, dear Saint Satan. As long as I can become a participant in this Holy Grail War, I will assuredly secure the ultimate victory and, of course, deliver the Holy Grail into your esteemed hands. Upon receiving Saint Satan's command, Spandam immediately assumed a posture of military salute. After exchanging a few brief acknowledgments, he cautiously ended the call with the phone bug. Moments later, the previously ingratiating expression on Spandam's face transformed into one of disdain. He then spat contemptuously onto the ground beneath him. Bah! If that Holy Grail truly had the power to fulfill any wish, why on earth would I hand it over to you, you old fool? I would wish for myself to become the king of this world. At that time, what would it matter to me about the world government or the Celestial Dragons? They would all kneel at my feet. Licking my shoes. Humph. After uttering these words, Spandam produced a pristine handkerchief from his pocket, blew his nose vehemently, and cast the handkerchief to the ground. It seems I cannot leave the Sabaody Archipelago for now. I shall find a safe place to hide and avoid being caught up in that bunch of fools. Just as Spandam was preparing to depart from the bustling first island, a hauntingly ethereal electronic notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Spandam, driven by desire, you have been selected as a master for this Holy Grail War. Please prepare the sacred relics promptly to complete the summoning of your servant. Should you fail to summon successfully by the end of today, your master qualification will be supplanted by another. As the ethereal electronic notification faded from his mind, a vivid summoning circle materialized in Spandam's consciousness. Simultaneously, 3 peculiar sigils began to emerge slowly upon the back of his right hand. Observing the sudden appearance of the sigils upon his hand, Spandam was momentarily stunned, but soon a haughty and arrogant grin spread across his face. Ha! It seems that my ambition to become the king of the world has moved the heavens themselves, granting me the opportunity to participate in this Holy Grail War. Damned celestial dragons, damned five elders, damned marine admirals. Once this war concludes, you shall all kneel before me, licking my shoes. Ha! Enchanted by the three sigils upon his hand, Spandam laughed maniacally as he swiftly departed from the crowded first island. Upon reaching a sparsely populated island and finding a secluded spot, the exhilarated Spandam began to diligently etch the summoning circle into the ground with his ivory blade. With each strike of the blade upon the once smooth surface, a strange, dark purple pattern began to glow beneath. Minutes later, a bizarrely radiant summoning circle had been completed, and an uncontrollable smile of excitement spread across Spandam's face. In that moment, he envisioned himself as the king of the world, flanked by the most exquisite beauties, while the celestial dragons and the four emperors knelt reverently at his feet, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the unrealistic fantasies. Spandam's expression finally turned serious. The circle was drawn. Now he only needed the sacred relic and the incantation to summon the servant. The incantation could either articulate his desire or specify his requirements for the servant. As for the sacred relic, it was not explicitly stated that a physical object was necessary for the summoning. Thus, let my ambition to become the world's king serve as the sacred relic to summon a powerful servant who shares my aspirations. Arise and respond to my call, mighty servant. Together, we shall seize the Holy Grail that can grant wishes. No sooner had Spandam spoken than the summoning circle, aglow with dark purple light, erupted into a dazzling brilliance. Concurrently, a fierce gale swept outward from the center of the circle. Battling against the raging wind, an expectant Spandam caught a glimpse of a towering figure gradually materializing at the center of the summoning circle. Moments later, the dark purple light within the circle began to dissipate, revealing a tall figure clad in a suit, with crimson eyes, standing before Spandam. The great Desho has manifested as a berserker. Hey, kid, are you my master? Huh, you are the servant. Your aura is impressive, but aren't you a bit too short in stature? Observing the maniacal grin on Desho face, Spandam's initial joy quickly transformed into a tinge of disdain. During the summoning, he had explicitly requested a powerful servant he had expected to summon at least a giant, yet the figure before him, while undeniably strong, did not appear to tower over him. That it is worth noting that giants do exist on this island. And with such height, could this truly be a formidable servant? Feeling underestimated, Desho, who had just emerged as a berserker, wasted no time and seized Spandam by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. You don't seem like my master. But I'm hungry, so I'll just eat you to fill my belly. Upon hearing Desho intention to consume him, Spandam's face instantly registered confusion. However, upon witnessing the crimson hue of Desho eyes and the madness etched upon his visage, Spandam realized that this creature was not jesting. He truly intended to devour him. To feed on humans. You cannot possibly be human. Ha! Indeed, I am not human. I am humanity's nemesis, a ghoul. The more I consume, the stronger I become. Upon hearing Desho response, a glimmer of surprise illuminated Spandam's face, which was beginning to feel the effects of asphyxiation. Hey, put me down. I am the one who summoned you. Your master. Do you not have any wishes? Let us join forces in this Holy Grail War and obtain the Holy Grail that can grant any wish. As Spandam's words grew increasingly indistinct, Desho tilted his head, displaying a look of curiosity. After experiencing the overwhelming power of Desho, Spandam was entirely convinced by his identity as humanity's adversary. With such a formidable servant that feeds on humans by his side, how could he not secure victory in this war? I apologize for underestimating you. Now release your master. That I know a place bustling with people, and I will lead you there to satisfy your hunger. Hearing Spandam's nearly pleading request, Desho finally loosened his grip, allowing Spandam to descend. If you can fill my belly, I shall temporarily acknowledge you as my master. I aim to obtain the Holy Grail that can grant wishes and return to my original world to slowly torment all my prey to death. Ding! The second team of participants in the Holy Grail War has arrived. Master, Spandam, Servant, Desho, Class, Berserker. According to the system rules, the host receives the following rewards: basic swordsmanship from Spandam, RC cells from Deus Yakumo. Both abilities will be permanently solidified within the host. What a surprise! The second pairing consists of Spandam and Deus Yakumo. This is truly unexpected, as the ethereal electronic voice echoed in his mind. Lin Hao, who was leisurely basking in the sun on his recliner, revealed a look of astonishment. Spandam needs no introduction. He is undoubtedly a scoundrel in the world of pirates to ascend the ranks. He resorted to any means necessary in his pursuit of the design for one of the three ancient weapons, Pluton. He intentionally stole a ship designed by Frankie and attacked the world government's vessels, framing Frankie's mentor in the process, which led to the latter's death sentence. During the events at Eni's lobby, his blunders provoked an unnecessary buster call that obliterated the island, all while he shifted the blame onto the diligent CP9 agents. When it comes to the celestial dragons, this man is a sycophant of the highest order, yet he becomes a tyrant towards others, wielding his power like a cowardly wolf. If there were to be a definitive example of absolute scum in the pirate world, Spandam and his father, Spandine, would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Lin Hao harbored no favorable impressions of this character Deus Yakumo, who is manifested in the form of a berserker. Lin Hao was more accustomed to his alternate moniker, the half-Kagun Gecko. This individual is a ghoul that feasts upon humans. However, he finds greater pleasure in tormenting and torturing his prey. In the final episode of the first season of Tokyo Ghoul, the protagonist, Kaneki-ken, subjected him to severe maltreatment. Kaneki's descent into darkness can be largely attributed to this psychologically twisted ghoul. It is not surprising that he has appeared in this realm as a berserker, given that one of the unique summoning conditions for a berserker is indeed psychological distortion. The ghoul gecko fits this criterion perfectly. One seeks to become the king of the world, while the other yearns to inflict relentless torment. Both are depraved individuals, and it is no wonder they have come together. Although the Holy Grail War system has balanced the combat power of the servants, you will undoubtedly not be the last one standing. Relaxing in his recliner, Lin Hao stretched languidly and began to anticipate the next group of competitors they asked for the rewards obtained from this pair. Lin Hao found himself too indifferent to voice any complaints. Basic swordsmanship. With Spandam's level of swordplay, he likely wouldn't surpass even a moderately skilled Navy agent. This truly considered basic. Were it not for his father Spandine's influence, he would probably amount to little more than nothing. As for the RC cells, they hold some utility. After acquiring the RC cells, Lin Hao distinctly felt his body undergo significant enhancement, thoroughly transcending the realm of an ordinary human. He could even perceive the presence of Kagun within him. If all goes as anticipated, Lin Hao now possesses the terrifying regenerative abilities characteristic of ghouls. Through the system, Lin Hao learned that while he had gained ghoul RC cells, these merely reinforced his physical form without altering his physiological structure. He remains a functioning human, not a monster that must feed on others. Otherwise, he would truly be inclined to curse the system. Meanwhile, the chat group for the Holy Grail War erupted in chaos. Rox D.Jibek. Ha! The current Navy is truly amusing. Has it fallen so low since my demise? Such a waste can actually become a CP0 agent? Edward Newgate. Gurara. This fellow must have entered the Holy Grail War merely to fill numbers. Satan. That wretched little brat. We can no longer contact the participants. That if he survives this competition, we will ensure he faces the most severe punishment. Akainu. Rox. Whitebeard. Take note. This individual is a CP0 agent. Not one of our Navy, Sengoku. He has no ties to our Navy. Garp. Humph. If I ever lay eyes on him again, I shall strike him down at once. Shiki. Ha! Magma Brat. You can't cover up the fact that the Navy has fallen. The pirates in the chat group reveled in schadenfreude, while the Navy and Celestial Dragons wore grim expressions. Just moments ago, they discovered that the chat group for the Holy Grail War could even stream live broadcasts of the participants. Coincidentally, Spandam's audacious declaration of becoming the ruler of the world and forcing the Celestial Dragons and Navy admirals to kneel and lick his boots was broadcasted live in the chat group. Witnessing the arrogant Spandam on the screen, Satan's beard nearly twisted in rage. However, due to the mysterious Holy Grail War severing all ties between the participants and the outside world, Satan, who had just given Spandam instructions, could only glare in frustration at the same time. While the Navy and pirates in the chat group were embroiled in heated arguments, on the 13th island of Saber archipelago, at the KTV bar. An astonishing discovery was made by the pirate king Rayleigh. In this chat group for the Holy Grail War, it was possible to initiate one-on-one private chats with designated members upon selecting a profile and activating the private chat option. An excited expression suddenly illuminated Rayleigh's aged face. "Captain, it's Rayleigh. Are you there, Rayleigh? Is it truly you? How many years have passed? You've aged so much." After Rayleigh tremulously sent a private message to his captain, Roger, the latter promptly replied. This chat group is incredibly convenient. It allows for one-on-one private conversations, and one can even see the other's face during the chat. In Rayleigh's eyes, Roger still appeared as the formidable and spirited pirate king, unchanged since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. However, in Roger's perspective, Rayleigh had undergone a significant transformation. When the Roger Pirates disbanded, Rayleigh was still in his prime, yet now he had become a frail old man with white hair. As old friends reunited, they couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. "Rayleigh, Captain, is it true that the Holy Grail can fulfill any wish of the victor?" Upon seeing his captain Roger, Rayleigh resolved to ensure his captain's revival. He merely sought to confirm this once more. "Roger, indeed, the Holy Grail War initiated by Lin Hao is indeed a miraculous ceremony. The Holy Grail is a universal wishing machine capable of granting any desire. Our reappearance is all thanks to Lin Hao." Upon reading Roger's response, an uncontrollable look of shock spread across Rayleigh's face. Yet soon after, that shock transformed into exhilaration. "Rayleigh, that's wonderful, Captain. Since the Holy Grail War is real, I must participate. I will secure victory in this competition and wish for your revival. There are still many regrets from our youth that remain unaddressed. I absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away." Observing Rayleigh's private message, the now ethereal Roger fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he replied to Rayleigh's message. "Roger, Rayleigh, this opportunity is exceedingly rare, and I will not oppose your participation in the Holy Grail War. But if possible, I hope you can also revive another person." "Rayleigh, who?" "Roger, my son, Ace. This is the first Holy Grail War, and there will be a second and third. The Holy Grail War is incredibly perilous. But if you can achieve victory this time, I hope you can bring my son back as well. Rayleigh, it is inevitable. In this war, I shall atone for my past transgressions." Upon seeing the private message from Captain Roger, a flicker of guilt crossed Rayleigh's visage. This prompted him to reminisce about the cataclysmic battle that transpired in the Valley of Gods years ago. Gradually, the youthful figures of Roger and the young Ace began to merge within Rayleigh's mind. "How foolish of me. I had previously encountered that little rascal named Ace, yet I failed to realize that he was the very blood of the captain." As the Dark King Rayleigh reflected on the myriad adventures shared with Captain Roger, warm tears cascaded down his face. With the passage of time, his countenance became a tapestry of sorrowful reminiscence. On the back of Rayleigh's right hand, 3 arcane symbols began to manifest slowly. Ding! The third group of potential competitors has emerged in the Holy Grail War. Silbaz Rayleigh has attained the status of master. Should he fail to summon a heroic spirit before the day concludes, he shall automatically forfeit his status as master, and another shall take his place. Just as the naval officers and pirates within the Holy Grail War chat group were embroiled in a cacophony of insults and disputes, a prominently pinned message captured everyone's attention. Upon learning that the former first mate of Pirate King Roger, Rayleigh, had secured the title of master in this Holy Grail War, the countenances of the naval elite turned ashen. Monkey D. Garp. Damn it. This Dark King Rayleigh has actually obtained the master qualification for this war. He must be the strongest master among the competitors. Hey, Rayleigh, if you dare to lay a hand on my grandson during this war, I will give my all to see you brought to justice. Sengoku. Garp, mind your words. This is a public chat group. Everyone can see it. Jabba, it seems we can no longer reach Rayleigh in the chat group. This Holy Grail War is indeed extraordinary. If all goes as expected, Rayleigh's wish must be to resurrect the captain. Rayleigh, you must emerge victorious. Borsellino, how terrifying. My Demon Slayer order is already in place. If circumstances dictate, we will obliterate this island. We shall not allow any threat to the world government to persist. Doflamingo. Foolish navy, do you not fear the wrath of the overseer, Lin Hao, should you dare to act? Shiki. Haha. Go ahead and try. The power of overseer Lin Hao far exceeds your comprehension. In that moment, nearly everyone in the chat group fixated their attention on Dark King Rayleigh, following Rayleigh's acquisition of the Master qualification in this Holy Grail War. The live broadcast within the chat group remained fixated on him at that moment. Under the gaze of numerous powerful beings in the chat group, Dark King Rayleigh swiftly made his way to a secluded area on the Saber archipelago. For reasons unknown, upon receiving the Master qualification for the Holy Grail War, a fragment of memory in his mind was conceptually erased. Moreover, his private chat with Captain Roger was forcibly severed, rendering him incapable of participating in the chat group discussions. At this juncture, the chat group in his mind had transitioned to a closed state, preventing him from receiving any messages. As for the erased fragment of memory, it pertained to the previously confirmed information regarding two participating competitors that he had seen in the chat group. Rayleigh had completely forgotten that Luffy and Spandam were participants in this Holy Grail War. Was this a measure taken to ensure fairness in the war, forcibly erasing the advanced information about the competitors? This war truly is remarkable. I must have a thorough conversation with Lin Hao about how he accomplished such feats. Such a formidable individual. Why had I never heard of him before? After employing various techniques, including the use of armament hockey, to no avail in removing this forgetfulness, Rayleigh could only lament internally the terrifying might of Overseer Lin Hao. After adjusting his mood, Rayleigh drew forth his sword. He then meticulously inscribed the summoning array on the ground, as depicted in his mind. The moment the summoning array was completed, the aged Rayleigh sheathed his sword. Summoning a heroic spirit requires a holy relic. Does it not? In that case, let us substitute it with the bonds shared among our crew. Observing the summoning array gradually illuminating before him, a spark of excitement illuminated Rayleigh's face, the indelible bonds among crew members. We still have many unfulfilled grand endeavors and unresolved regrets. Arise, great captain. As Dark King Rayleigh recited the incantation from his heart, the array radiated an intense brilliance. In the next moment, amidst the astonished and expectant gazes of Rayleigh and the powerful beings in the Holy Grail War chat group, a strong and imposing figure gradually materialized at the center of the summoning array. Yet, as the light dissipated, revealing the towering heroic spirit before Rayleigh, everyone, including Rayleigh himself and the myriad powerful beings in the chat group, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. The summoned heroic spirit possessed a physique as formidable as a mountain, with muscles sculpted to perfection. His weapon was an impressively large and imposing blade. The most distinguishing feature of the heroic spirit was the crescent-shaped mustache curling upwards beneath his nose. Upon laying eyes on Rayleigh, the summoned heroic spirit let out his signature boisterous laughter. "Burrara, Edward Newgate has manifested as a lancer. What a surprise, Rayleigh. You weren't actually intending to summon me, were you? However, there's no helping it. The bond with the crew is undoubtedly deeper than yours." Gazing at the heroic spirit Whitebeard before him, the Dark King Rayleigh initially wore an expression of shock, which swiftly transformed into a resigned smile. His intention to use the bond with his crew as the holy relic to summon a heroic spirit, coupled with the unmistakable incantation, was meant to bring forth his captain, Roger, to participate in the Holy Grail War. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Whitebeard, who shared a profound bond with his crew, that was summoned instead. In that moment, two former adversaries from different pirate crews stared at each other in disbelief. After a brief, tense silence, Rayleigh inquired of Whitebeard, "Newgate, what is your wish?" Hearing Rayleigh's question, Whitebeard immediately broke into his characteristic hearty smile. "Burrara, my wish? Naturally, it is to resurrect in my prime and return to the crew to roam the Grand Line alongside my sons. Of course, before that, I must settle the score with that scoundrel Teach. I shall not let anyone who violates the ironclad rules of the Whitebeard pirates escape unscathed." It seems our respective wishes do not conflict. Although this is rather unexpected, since the summoning ritual has been completed, let us strive together for victory in this war, and then seize the Holy Grail to achieve our wishes. Upon hearing Whitebeard's response, a smile of agreement graced Rayleigh's face. He then extended his right hand to Whitebeard in a gesture of camaraderie. Decades ago, they were fierce adversaries whose encounters resulted in chaos. Who would have thought that today? On the Saber archipelago, a pivotal point in the Grand Line, these former foes would forge an unprecedented alliance. As their hands clasped, the chat group for the Holy Grail War simultaneously updated with a prominently pinned message. Ding! The third pair of competitors in the Holy Grail War is confirmed. Master, Silbaz Rayleigh, heroic spirit. Edward Newgate. Observing the prominently displayed notification within the chat group, the formidable members of the Holy Grail War chat were suddenly thrown into a frenzy. Sakazuki exclaimed, "Cursed be it, that white-bearded Edward Newgate has reappeared. What was the significance of the war we fought 2 years ago? What immense losses did we endure, only for it to be in vain?" Sengoku responded, "The instigator of this Holy Grail War, Lin Hao, is truly beyond comprehension. The world government must not provoke him, for his threat has surpassed even that of the 4 emperors." Marco added, "Father, you have returned. Is it truly you? It's Marco, and we all miss you dearly." Teach chuckled, "Hey, Marco, do not rejoice too soon. Whitebeard has merely manifested as a servant in this war. Should victory elude us, he will inevitably return to the underworld." Portgas D. Ace interjected, "Teach, open your eyes and observe. Among the current participants, which pair rivals the strength of Father and Rayleigh? According to the rules of engagement, even if a servant proves inadequate, Rayleigh can directly strike at the master, eliminating the pair altogether. Prepare yourself," Teach retorted. "Ah, I had forgotten that. Father, I am your son." Monkey D. Garp exclaimed, "My heavens, who is this Lin Hao? How can he resurrect the deceased? Such overwhelming power. Why have I never heard of him before?" Saint Satan commanded, "Immediately dispatch CP0 agents to conduct a thorough investigation on Lin Hao. I want his complete dossier within half an hour." In an instant, the chat group erupted with chaos. If it were merely Whitebeard's return, it might have been manageable. The crucial issue lies in the fact that the individual responsible for Whitebeard's return has resurrected someone who was irreversibly deceased. This display of immense power has silenced any doubts about the Holy Grail's ability to grant any wish. With 2 of the 3 participating teams consisting of pirates, and with the wishes of Rayleigh and Whitebeard being exceedingly perilous, the Navy could no longer remain passive. Within the Marshal's office at Marine Headquarters, Akainu's face was ashen, struggling to maintain his composure as he regarded the equally grim faces of the senior naval officers before him. Veins throbbed on his forehead. Before any response could be elicited from the Naval High Command, Akainu bellowed, "What are you all still standing here for? Swiftly investigate Lin Hao. Regardless of the conditions, we must ensure he aligns with the world government. He cannot be allowed to side with the pirates." Upon witnessing Whitebeard's resurgence, Akainu comprehended the extent of Lin Hao's power, which vastly exceeded their understanding. Not even a Marine Admiral, nor the Celestial Dragon's secret weapon, the Knights of God, would pose a challenge to Lin Hao. The utmost priority now was to secure Lin Hao's allegiance, ensuring he bore no resentment towards the world government. Otherwise, the Grand Line would descend into utter chaos. To being capable of resurrecting legendary powers and fulfilling any wish poses a grave threat. Should such an entity ally with the pirates, Akainu dared not imagine the ramifications. Akainu contemplated how to stabilize this unpredictable variable. The phone bug on his desk rang abruptly. "This is the Marshal's office." Speak swiftly. Just as he managed to rein in his tumultuous emotions, the report from the other end rendered his expression once more grim. "Report, Marshal. Just now, Vice Admiral Smoker, upon hearing of the failure of Vice Admiral Momonosuke, immediately mobilized troops to provide support, claiming he would apprehend the overseer of the Holy Grail War, Lin Hao, in the name of justice. That wretched scoundrel. Connect me to that fool Smoker's phone bug. I shall incinerate him." The phone bug, startled by Akainu's thunderous roar, nearly popped its eyes out in shock. However, once it regained composure, the phone bug, the one dubbed the Oscar of the pirate world, artfully conveyed the grim countenance of the naval colonel on the other end. "Marshal, Vice Admiral Smoker left this phone bug here before heading to Island 53. We cannot reach him at all." "Smoker, you scoundrel." This response shattered Akainu's composure. Moments later, he forcefully hung up the phone bug. "Smoker, should you return alive, expect my wrath." In the 2 years following the conclusion of the Marineford War, the Straw Hat crew had remained elusive. During this interval, Smoker, who had developed an unusual fixation on capturing the Straw Hat Luffy, had been in a state of deep frustration. Despite his promotion from colonel to vice admiral, this sentiment had not abated in the slightest. Fortunately, although the Straw Hat crew had vanished, their ship, the Thousand Sunny, lingered at Island 44 in the Saber archipelago. Thus, for the past 2 years, Smoker, understanding that one cannot escape the temple once the monk has fled, had stationed himself there, hoping to apprehend the Straw Hats upon their return. Finally, just 20 minutes ago, he received word that Luffy had been sighted on Island 44 originally. He intended to lead a team to capture the Straw Hat Captain directly. However, before he could arrive, he overheard the terrified discussions among the island's navy regarding how Vice Admiral Momonosuke's forces had been utterly annihilated by an exceptionally powerful pirate. What astonished him even more was the revelation that the one who had obliterated Momonosuke's troops, leaving him as the sole survivor, was none other than the instigator of this Holy Grail War. Faced with such a monumental threat, Smoker resolved to lead his team swiftly to Island 53, where Lin Hao was located en route. He encountered the disheveled and pale-faced Momonosuke. After learning about the opponent's method of attack from Momonosuke, Smoker confidently declared that, as a devil fruit user, even if he could not defeat the adversary, he could rely on his smoke fruit abilities to escape unscathed. Having just suffered defeat, Momonosuke intended to offer counsel. But Smoker abruptly thrust his phone bug at him, directing his gaze towards the magnificent estate that loomed before them. Resembling a castle, a grave expression finally crossed Smoker's face. He had encountered many individuals capable of conjuring structures from thin air. However, the sheer scale of this estate was unprecedented. Moreover, judging by the opulent exterior, it was evident that this was no mere product of a devil fruit user's ability. Every tile and brick was genuine. He distinctly recalled visiting this site just a few days prior, when it had been nothing but an empty lot, devoid of such a grand estate. What manner of power could manifest such an immense structure in such a brief span? As Smoker furrowed his brow, lost in thought while gazing at the suddenly appeared manor before him, the heavy iron gate at the front of the mansion emitted a grating sound that could make one's teeth ache. It was then gradually pushed open from within, revealing a narrow entrance barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Amidst the solemn expressions of Smoker and the Navy soldiers behind him, a strikingly handsome young man of average height stepped out, visibly displeased the very moment the youth made his appearance. A terrifying aura erupted from his being, rapidly spreading outward like a shockwave. Accompanying this dread-inducing force was a thick, black lightning that crackled through the air. Under the oppressive weight of this menacing presence, the once fierce Navy soldiers behind Smoker immediately rolled their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground as for Smoker, who moments ago had been confidently believing he could hold his own against the newcomer, found himself drenched in sweat, his pristine white coat soaked through by the sheer intensity of the aura. It was, indeed, the Conqueror's haki. This overwhelming pressure arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, lasting barely 2 seconds. Yet, in that brief span, every single one of Smoker's subordinates had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving him standing alone. In that fleeting moment of contact, the battle-hardened Smoker recognized that the young man was wielding the Conqueror's haki. However, with no turning back now that he had come, he had no intention of retreating. Before his arrival, several waves of Navy and pirate forces had already come to apprehend him, ostensibly seeking to seize the Holy Grail. And what of you, Smoker? Have you also come in pursuit of the Grail? Looking at Smoker, Lin Hao refrained from immediate aggression. His impression of Smoker, having read the original work of One Piece, was not entirely negative, unlike those despicable Navy officers who exploited their authority over civilians. Smoker represented a refreshing anomaly within the Navy. Regardless of any past conflicts with the destined protagonist, Luffy, this man was notably kind to the common folk. Moreover, just moments before Smoker arrived, Lin Hao had recently acquired the abilities associated with the Lancer class and its master. It was the perfect opportunity to experiment with Smoker's squad. Indeed, utilizing the Conqueror's haki obtained from Rayleigh to eliminate bothersome nuisances proved exceedingly convenient. He was, however, curious about the tremor fruit he had received from Whitebeard. Observing the Navy ranks, reduced to a state of near collapse, Lin Hao could not help but nod in approval. He was thoroughly satisfied with the rewards gleaned from both Rayleigh and Whitebeard. You vile wretch, how dare you bring shame upon the justice of the Navy? I shall arrest you in the name of justice. As Lin Hao's effective display of Conqueror's haki rendered Smoker momentarily immobilized, the latter felt a surge of indignation. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed to bolster his own morale. With resolve, he drew a sea-stone staff from his back and, with a powerful push, vanished from sight. Utilizing the Navy's 6 powers, he reappeared behind Lin Hao, his upper body now poised for an aerial kick, while his legs hung suspended in the air, shrouded in a thick veil of smoke. The combination of the Navy's 6 powers and his fruit abilities was commendable. Though Smoker's stubbornness needed refinement, in the face of Smoker's flanking assault, Lin Hao maintained an air of calm, unperturbed by the impending attack. Yet, in the next moment, Smoker's expression darkened. Even before his strike could land, a violent tremor surged through the air, resonating around Lin Hao and transmitting an overwhelming sensation throughout Smoker's body, a sensation potent enough to threaten to shatter his bones. As the tremor coursed through him, Smoker's attack was effortlessly nullified by Lin Hao. I give you 5 minutes to remove all the unconscious Navy personnel. Otherwise, when I emerge again, none of you shall return alive. These were the words Smoker heard just as he was sent crashing backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Lin Hao's tone was unassuming, yet Smoker felt a chill of fear grip him. Previously, when clashing with the Straw Hat crew, defeat merely meant the adversary would depart without a second thought. However, this time, the overseer of the Holy Grail War, Lin Hao, was different. Smoker understood that if he failed to comply, the young man would indeed eliminate every Navy officer present without hesitation. Curse it! Am I truly so weak that I cannot withstand a single blow? As he watched the immense gate close slowly, a wave of humiliation washed over Smoker. Yet, recalling the fate of the previous squad led by Tashigi, he steeled himself, suppressing the excruciating pain threatening to overwhelm him, and transformed into a swirling mass of smoke that in mere moments. He swiftly evacuated all the fallen Navy personnel from the area. He distanced himself from the manor. A profound sense of humiliation welled within him. Since joining the Navy, he had never felt such disgrace. If the opponent had simply overpowered him, he could have accepted it. But the indifference with which Lin Hao let him go was a clear indication that he considered Smoker insignificant. Even if he sought revenge later, Lin Hao would remain unafraid. Once he had safely relocated all his subordinates, the feeling of humiliation lingered in Smoker's heart. You despicable wretch, mark my words, one day, I shall personally see to your imprisonment and impel down. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the qualification of a master in this Holy Grail War. Please complete the summoning of your servant before the end of today. Failure to do so will result in your qualification being replaced by another. Just as Smoker glared at Lin Hao, now viewing him as his next target for arrest, a familiar yet foreign ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Following the conclusion of this disembodied announcement, Smoker was astonished to discover 3 peculiar sigils adorned with strange patterns had appeared on the back of his right hand. Staring at the faintly glowing seals, a look of shock spread across Smoker's face. I actually received the qualification for this Holy Grail War. Wait, didn't I previously learn about the other participants through that chat group? Why can't I recall anything now, since the 3 incantations, shimmering with a faint glow, manifested upon Smoker's hand? All recollections of other competitors in the Holy Grail War were utterly erased from his mind, as if they had never existed at all. Even when he inquired about relevant circumstances from the now-awakened Navy soldiers, their responses reached his ears as nothing more than a cacophony of incomprehensible garble. After taking a moment to collect himself, Smoker's expression shifted from initial shock to grave seriousness. It seemed that after acquiring the qualification of a master in the Holy Grail War, he would have to rely solely on his own efforts to seek out the other participants. Could it be that this Holy Grail truly has the power to fulfill any wish of its victor? At that moment, Smoker had fully embraced his identity as a master in the Holy Grail War. If he could use this grail to shape the naval era of his dreams, he would not hesitate to plunge into this conflict. In the next instant, a resounding affirmation echoed in his mind. Ding! The Holy Grail obtained by the victor of the Holy Grail War can grant any wish of the Wishmaker, including the transition of the current world from the era of pirates to that of the Navy. If that is the case, I shall wager my life to participate in this Holy Grail War. After receiving that ethereal electronic confirmation in his mind, Smoker simply briefed his subordinates, who were gradually regaining consciousness. Before he ventured alone to a secluded spot on the island, selecting a patch of open ground, he drew forth the sea stone weapon he had always carried on his back and began earnestly sketching the summoning circle for the heroic spirit according to the mental image he possessed. Typically, artistic endeavors such as drawing were not Smoker's forte. He usually entrusted such tasks to his subordinate, Tashigi. However, for reasons unknown, today he merely followed the pattern in his mind in a tentative manner. And the summoning circle was flawlessly rendered on the ground. Minutes later, with the summoning circle complete, Smoker began to contemplate the relic and incantation necessary for summoning the heroic spirit. He had previously been informed that the relic could be anything. not limited to tangible objects, and the incantation merely required him to articulate his thoughts or desires to the heroic spirit. What a vague statement that is. Nevertheless, I shall give it a try. Having concluded his thoughts, Smoker sighed. He then gazed at the summoning circle glimmering before him and boldly extended his right hand, declaring, "With my desire for a just and peaceful world as the relic, let the heroic spirit who shares my aspirations appear. Let us seize the Holy Grail that can fulfill this wish together." After uttering those somewhat melodramatic words, a wave of anxiety washed over Smoker. However, in the following moment, before his apprehension could linger for long, the summoning circle erupted with a dazzling radiance. Splendid! The summoning was a success. What sort of being have I summoned? As he watched the summoning circle grow increasingly luminous, an expression of excitement broke through Smoker's normally stern visage. Even the cigar he habitually held was nearly reduced to a stub. Finally, as the light of the summoning circle gradually dissipated, at its center stood a petite and adorable girl with pink twin tails. Clad in a soft pink dress, the brilliance of the circle faded completely. The girl, wielding a massive sniper rifle that was longer than her own height, slowly opened her eyes. "Hey, you, the old man who just smoked 2 cigars. Are you my master?" The heroic spirit, Main, had been summoned as an archer. The fact that a heroic spirit had truly appeared astonished Smoker, his expression betraying a sense of uncontrollable shock. According to the rules of the Holy Grail War he had gleaned from the chat group, he understood that heroic spirits hailed from myriad realms. While he could not fully grasp the meaning of that phrase, he recognized that this girl before him was not of this world. Feeling the extraordinary nature of the massive sniper rifle in Main's hands, Smoker's astonishment transformed into solemnity. "I am Rear Admiral Smoker of the Navy, participating in this Holy Grail War to transition the world from the era of pirates to a peaceful Navy era." "Young lady, your name is Main, correct? What is your wish?" Upon hearing Smoker's introduction, Main's face first registered surprise, which swiftly morphed into unabashed disdain that in her original world, she was a member of the Revolutionary Army opposing the ruling powers. This old man, with his cigars, claimed to be part of the Navy. By any measure, he should be a force of the ruling faction. Yet, upon seeing the sincerity and resolve etched on Smoker's face, Main's demeanor softened slightly. "So, in this world, you are a leader of the ruling faction? How unfortunate. In my world, I am a sniper belonging to the Revolutionary Army, which stands against the oppressors that I never imagined I would be summoned by someone like you to participate in the Holy Grail War," Main remarked, casually slinging the gigantic sniper rifle over her slender shoulder, disregarding the grim look on Smoker's face as she began surveying the surrounding terrain. She was a sniper adept at long-range combat and skilled in utilizing the environment for concealment in battle. "Indeed, this is an unexpected summoning. So, Main, what is your true wish?" Under normal circumstances, Smoker might have swiftly subdued anyone else. After all, the Revolutionary Army in the pirate world was something the world government greatly feared. Fortunately, Smoker recognized that this heroic spirit did not belong to this world. After the conclusion of the Holy Grail War, Main would either be vanquished by another master's heroic spirit or achieve victory and depart. Regardless of the outcome, their cooperation would cease once the war came to an end. As long as this young girl's wish was not too outrageous, what harm could there be in collaborating with a member of the Revolutionary Army from another world? "My wish, perhaps it is not too different from yours, old man, that I hope our world can become a place where all citizens coexist peacefully, regardless of their origins, where the common folk are no longer oppressed by the nobility, and where everyone can be well fed and clothed, a world free of wandering orphaned outcasts. The naval era you speak of also like this." Upon hearing Main's response, Smoker, who had just appeared stern, suddenly brightened. His own wish mirrored the vision of the world that Main had just described. After taking a deep breath and finishing the last of his cigars, a smile began to grace Smoker's face. "Main, although our factions differ, our wishes are remarkably aligned. It seems I need not withdraw from this war after all. Oh, really? Perfect. I wouldn't want to come all the way here for nothing. So, old man, let us collaborate joyfully." Gazing at the earnest and resolute Smoker, a smile finally broke through on Main's face. She then extended her right hand towards Smoker, who towered over her by a considerable height. "Indeed, to a fruitful collaboration. May our wishes in our respective worlds be realized." Ding! The fourth pair of contestants in the Holy Grail War has taken their positions. Master, Smoker, Heroic Spirit. Main. Currently, there remain 3 slots in this Holy Grail War, and the number of participants has met the minimum requirement. The Holy Grail War will officially commence after today, following the contract established between Smoker and Main. The chat group for the Holy Grail War immediately broadcasted a pinned message announcing the readiness of the 4th pair of contestants. In the office of Admiral Akenu at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, the previously tense expression on his face has finally softened somewhat, as for the high-ranking naval officers who had earlier worn grim visages. They are now all beaming with joy. This is splendid, Admiral. Among the 4 pairs of contestants in the Holy Grail War, 2 belong to the world government. Our navy is certainly not at a disadvantage. Ha! Given Smoker's approach to pirates, if he secures victory and obtains the Holy Grail, those pirates will surely be restless. Though Smoker can be somewhat obstinate, he is not lacking in intelligence that I noted that his heroic spirits class is Archer, indicating a style of long-range combat. Coupled with Smoker's strategies, our navy has a fighting chance in this Holy Grail War. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Admiral's office was filled with elation. Observing the high-ranking naval officers, who now appeared devoid of any tension, Admiral Akenu's expression darkened. His massive fist came crashing down upon the desk before him. Hey, this is not the time for celebration. Have you all forgotten about the duo of Rayleigh and Whitebeard among the other contestants? Have you forgotten Spandam's aspirations? Merely having Smoker as our sole naval representative in this Holy Grail War is insufficient. We require more naval officers to secure positions in this conflict. Upon witnessing the Admiral's evident fury, the high-ranking naval officers fell silent. Moments later, Akainu, with a grave countenance, issued an order to those present. Currently, we have a vice-admiral in the Saber archipelago, right? That man, Momonosuke, is quite trustworthy and no matter what methods you employ, ensure he also participates in this Holy Grail War. Our navy cannot rely solely on Smoker's single slot. In a nondescript corner of a nation within the New World, a tall man with a horizontal scar across his face and a slicked-back hairstyle observed a cigar while monitoring the chat group regarding the Holy Grail War in his mind. After meticulously reviewing all the system messages concerning the Holy Grail War, this seemingly fierce-looking man slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. That it appears that there will be no opportunity to participate in the first Holy Grail War. It seems we must await future chances, don't you think, Mr. One? Upon hearing the inquiry from the slicked-back man, a well-built individual beside him, clad in a suit and sporting a shaved head, nodded slowly. Boss, based on those rules, it seems that the location of each Holy Grail War will be different. Let us observe the situation here for now, that if that so-called Holy Grail can indeed grant any wish, we must strive with all our might to obtain the master qualification next time. Gazing at his loyal subordinate, the man referred to as Boss bore a knowing smile. The Holy Grail War? Such a fascinating phenomenon. Next time, I, Crocodile, shall seize victory in that war and reclaim everything I have lost in double measure. Ding! The 4th pair of contestants in this Holy Grail War has taken their positions. The host has received rewards. Romantic Artillery from Heroic Spirit Main. Armament Hockey from Master Smoker. With Smoker and Main officially entering the competition, Lin Hao also received corresponding rewards. However, this time, the rewards somewhat surprised Lin Hao. After all, during the previous combinations in the competition, he had only received skill rewards, yet this time he was directly granted an item. Gazing at the romantic artillery appearing in his inventory, Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. With this, I finally possess the capability for long-range combat. Not bad, not bad. The romantic artillery, a gun-type imperial tool from the anime Akame ga Kill, boasts the characteristic of unleashing immense power when the user is under threat. The greater the threat faced by the user, the stronger the output of the romantic artillery. In that anime, Main, who originally lacked top-tier prowess, single-handedly ventured to the execution ground to rescue the male protagonist Tatsumi, ultimately managing to slay General Zod, one of the Empire's 2 main pillars, by utilizing the romantic artillery. If the unique properties of the romantic artillery can be leveraged effectively, the contestants from the Archer group could potentially become a formidable force in this Holy Grail War. However, can Smoker and Main truly ignite such sparks together? Stretching languidly, Lin Hao closed his eyes, simultaneously surveying the situation on the Saber archipelago in his mind. Everything appeared as usual, seemingly unchanged, perhaps to avoid the repercussions of the Holy Grail War. Some civilians who had long resided on the island began to depart by boat. Meanwhile, the pirates on the island seemed eager to seize opportunities for gain from the Holy Grail War. Currently, Lin Hao exists in an omniscient and omnipotent state within the confines of the Saber archipelago. Thus, he overheard several pirate leaders discussing plans to observe the situation on the island, intending to seize the Holy Grail once the victor of the Holy Grail War is determined. Regarding such absurd notions, Lin Hao could only mock inwardly how foolish these individuals were. Only those recognized by the Holy Grail possessed the right to claim it. How could those pirates dare to attempt a robbery? They would likely meet their demise without even knowing how it happened, just as Lin Hao intended to shift his focus from those wandering pirates to other contestants who had already entered the fray. Two figures on a peripheral island of Saber archipelago suddenly captured his attention. What the hell? It is truly unexpected that you have returned to the Saber archipelago once more. I am uncertain whether you will qualify for this Holy Grail War. At a port on the fringes of Saber, a towering figure, clad in tattered garments, possesses a body that melds flesh with machinery, electric currents coursing through him like a silent river, slowly making his arduous way toward the Navy headquarters. Wherever he treads, both Navy and pirates alike hasten to avoid his presence. From the purple-covered Bible cradled in his hands, Lin Hao instantly deduced the identity of this man in the world of pirates. If anyone could be deemed the most unblemished of souls, a person whose life bears no stain, it would be this man, the former warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, who now lies in a state of unconsciousness. Over the past 2 years, despite his loss of awareness, this gentle giant has quietly safeguarded the Straw Hat Pirates ship, the Thousand Sunny, preserving the embers of hope in the new world that it was not until Frankie, the first of the Straw Hat crew to reach the ship, arrived that Kuma, having already succumbed to unconsciousness prior to the Summit War, fulfilled his mission and departed from the vessel he had protected for 2 years. During this time, Kuma faced not only assaults from pirates but also attacks from his own Navy comrades. In his fierce determination to protect the Thousand Sunny, this formidable man now bears countless wounds. Yet, even in his defense of the ship, Kuma maintained a gentle restraint, never resorting to severe harm. In Lin Hao's recollections, the next time Kuma would appear, he would have already become a slave to the celestial dragons. At this very moment, this tender-hearted man trudges slowly toward the sea. Not far behind him, a little girl with long pink hair, adorned with a golden crescent-shaped earring beneath her right eye, clad in denim overalls and a white short-sleeved shirt. Her lips painted with heart-shaped lipstick, follows him closely, her eyes brimming with uncontrollable tears as she watches the sparks and smoke emanating from his form. The sight of this peculiar girl leaves the nearby Navy and pirates alike in a state of bewilderment. The man departing the Saber archipelago is none other than the fearsome warlord Bartholomew Kuma, a figure both the Navy and pirates avoid at all costs. Why, then, does this adorable girl persist in following this dangerous man? Despite the well-meaning warnings from the Navy to the girl, she remains oblivious to their concerns. It is only when the unconscious Kuma reaches the edge of the port and gently pats the ground with his bear-like paw, vanishing from sight, that the little girl, tears glistening in her eyes, reluctantly leaves the spot where Kuma had just stood. Daddy, why have you ignored me all this time? What must I do to bring you back to normal? After Kuma's departure from the island, the seemingly harmless little girl fades from the attention of those around her. As she retreats to a secluded area, her form gradually transforms into that of a woman in her early 20s. Lin Hao recognizes her as one of the 11 supernovas of 2 years prior from the Saber archipelago. She is also the daughter of that gentle man, Bartholomew Kuma. Having perused the original manga, Lin Hao is well aware of Jewelry Bonnie's true identity. However, he never anticipated that this potential pirate, one of the 11 supernovas from 2 years ago, had been secretly watching over her father during this time. Now that Kuma has completed his guardianship of the Straw Hat Crew's ship and departed, Bonnie's heart feels an overwhelming emptiness. Suddenly, as Jewelry Bonnie weeps beneath a grand tree, an ethereal electronic voice resonates in her mind. Participate in the Holy Grail War and achieve ultimate victory to claim the Grail. It can grant any wish, including restoring your father to his former self. What? Can I truly take part in this Holy Grail War? Upon hearing the celestial voice, a radiant smile blooms on Bonnie's face. Having witnessed the power of the Holy Grail War through a chat group, this girl, who has lost her father, has already glimpsed its wonders. The mere fact that the deceased Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, has returned as a heroic spirit is enough for her to recognize the miraculous nature of the Grail War. Her wish is simple, for her father to be restored to normalcy and to never leave her side again. The omnipotent wishing machine, as it is said, should be able to fulfill such a desire. With this thought, Bonnie's heart races with excitement that I am determined. I will enter the Holy Grail War to bring my father back to normal. Ding! Jewelry Bonnie has obtained master qualifications. Please complete the heroic spirit summoning before the end of today. With Bonnie's confirmation, the memories of the other participants in the Holy Grail War are erased from her mind. Yet, Bonnie remains unconcerned. Although she is unaware of her competitors' identities, they, too, are oblivious to hers. All she needs to do is find a place to summon her heroic spirit and wait for the others to come to her. With this thought, Bonnie's tear-filled eyes brighten. After ensuring the surroundings are devoid of onlookers, she picks up a broken branch from a nearby tree and begins to draw the summoning circle on the ground. Following the image in her mind, the notification mentioned that summoning a heroic spirit requires a relic and incantation. The Queen Mother of Coney once told me that those who have ties and bonds in their hearts can unleash the most powerful potential. The heroic spirit should be the same, right? As Bonnie speaks, she successfully completes the summoning circle with remarkable precision. Gazing at the softly glowing circle before her, she recalls the teachings of the Queen Mother of Coney and stands solemnly before the summoning array. With a serious expression, she begins to recite her prepared incantation. With the love between my father and me as the relic, I call forth a powerful heroic spirit who, like me, is troubled by their beloved. Let us together claim victory in this Holy Grail War. Boom! As Bonnie concludes her incantation, a brilliant and intense light erupts from the summoning circle before her, compared to other masters summoning heroic spirits. The intensity of Bonnie's light is undeniably more ferocious. Not only does Bonnie find herself blinded by the brilliance, but even the Navy soldiers aboard the 5 Demon Slayer execution vessels, gathered a considerable distance away, are left in stunned disbelief at the soaring light. From afar, the radiant beam pierces the clouds above the Saber archipelago, in the astonished gazes of the Navy commanders. The magnificent light quickly dissipates from their view. Previous heroic spirit summons had resulted in faint glimmers visible from this distance. But what is happening now? Why does the light of this summoning shine so vibrantly? Damn it! Who is summoning a heroic spirit? The brilliance of this heroic spirit's arrival is reaching the clouds. Hello. I have not received any news regarding the 5th master here. Please contact the headquarters immediately and see if there is any information available. Memories of the brilliant light soaring from the distant Saber archipelago flood my mind. The faces of the vice admirals and naval soldiers aboard the 5 warships are marred by uncontrollable shock. Meanwhile, the naval admiral Kazuru, who has long since arrived and is now standing on the deck of the warship, has abandoned his usual nonchalant demeanor, his expression now grave. For reasons unknown, others have not received any news about the 5th participant through the Holy Grail War chat group. However, just moments ago, a familiar name flashed through his mind. Though uncertain of the validity of his premonition, the sight of that radiant light in the distance brings a shadow of concern to Kazuru's face. My instincts have never failed me. Bonnie, you should not partake in such a brutal conflict. I hope you find refuge with Supervisor Lin Hao after your defeat. That fellow's strength, as mentioned by Bartolomeo, should be sufficient to safeguard you. On the other hand, at the central island of Totland, home to the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, sits enthroned, intrigued by the colossal projection emitted by the Den Den Mushi before her. This time, the situation of the 5th group participant is not being broadcasted in the Holy Grail War chat group. Thus, she can only rely on the unique sea slug, which has been lurking in the Saber archipelago waters for years, to relay the information. Observing the dazzling light erupting in the projection, Charlotte Linlin turns to Kakuri, the chief of the stars, and inquires, "Hey, Katakuri, it seems that the 5th participant in this Holy Grail War has summoned someone extraordinary. Can you predict who the 5th contestant might be?" Katakuri, the chief of the stars, responds with a hint of resignation on his face. "I apologize, Mama, but this time I cannot make an accurate prediction. If all goes as expected, this must be the ability of that supervisor of the Holy Grail War. That Lin Hao is indeed an intriguing character. Currently, our forces cannot penetrate the Saber archipelago. Once this Holy Grail War concludes, I want you to investigate all information regarding Lin Hao. If he belongs to a special race, I must have him catalogued in my species compendium. Observing the eager and excited expression on Charlotte Linling's face, the typically composed Kakuri can only shake his head in resignation. Mama, compared to this, the ability to initiate the Holy Grail War is what makes Lin Hao truly formidable. Even Whitebeard, who passed away 2 years ago, has returned. The Holy Grail must indeed be capable of fulfilling anyone's wishes if we could control the supervisor who initiated this mysterious war. Upon hearing Katakuri's suggestion, Charlotte Linling's expression becomes even more animated. Exactly. If we manage that, becoming the Pirate King would no longer be just a mere dream. Kakuri, I entrust this matter to you. Do not let your mother down. Understood, Mama. I will keep a close watch on Lin Hao's movements. Meanwhile, within the secluded and tranquil woods of the Saber archipelago, the radiant light of the summoning circle before Jewelry Bonnie gradually fades in Bonnie's astonished gaze. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in military attire, with blue hair cascading down to her knees and a sword at her waist, appears at the center of the summoning circle, adorned with a triangle tattoo resembling a beast's horn on her ample chest. She emanates an overwhelming aura. The moment the military-clad beauty materializes, Bonnie feels the temperature around her drop several degrees. Did you manipulate the incantation to summon me here? How intriguing. Little girl, state your wish. I wish to see if you are worthy of being my master. My wish is for my father to return to normal, so we can be together forever without parting. The 12-year-old Bonnie, having transformed into a young girl, readily expresses her heartfelt desire without reservation. Though she has yet to witness the spirit's true power, the radiant light that surged upon its arrival and the formidable presence it exudes lead her to believe that this spirit is the strongest she has encountered since setting sail. Anxiety grips Bonnie's heart, fearing that the spirit she summoned might reject her and vanish. Gazing at the expectant young girl, the military spirit nods slightly. You wish to be with your beloved forever? If I ultimately claim victory in this Holy Grail War, I might wish for the same. As she speaks, a youthful and vibrant face of a boy flashes in her mind. She recalls the first time she encountered that boy in the arena. His pure smile melted the icy exterior of this imperial spirit. Although they belong to opposing factions, she cannot seem to entirely let go of the boy named Tatsumi. The adventures they shared on the deserted island, transported there by the Shangri-La, remain her most cherished memories. As she observes Bonnie's earnest and hopeful gaze, the military spirit approaches the young girl and tenderly ruffles her hair. We all wish to remain with our loved ones eternally. Though our wishes may differ slightly, they seem to align quite harmoniously. Thus, as a Saber-class spirit, I, Esteth, hereby officially acknowledge you as my master. During this time, I shall devote myself entirely to assisting you in obtaining the Holy Grail. With that, Esteth picks Bonnie up in her arms, and with a swift motion, the two vanish from their location. Having made quite a commotion upon her arrival, other participants are already on their way to investigate the situation. It is prudent to gather essential intelligence before considering any combat strategies. As Esteth carries Bonnie, she remarks, we must move quickly. In just a few leaps, they distanced themselves from the island where Bonnie had just summoned her spirit. Less than a minute after their departure, two imposing figures appear at the spot where Esteth had materialized. Sensing the lingering magical fluctuations and the still chilly air, Whitebeard, holding a massive bicento, reveals a glimmer of excitement. Gura, it seems we have encountered a spirit adept at manipulating ice in battle, reminiscent of that little brat with the freezing fruit. I cannot wait to face this challenger. Before Whitebeard can finish his thought, a white-haired elder with a long sword at his waist appears behind him. It is none other than Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, who successfully summoned Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, into this realm. Contrary to Whitebeard's excitement, Rayleigh's expression is one of grave concern. Hey, Newgate, did you see that beam of light just now? It was far more significant than your arrival. That must be a formidable opponent. Do not underestimate them. Although one can sense that the formidable strength of Whitebeard Edward Newgate has been enhanced to a truly terrifying extent, the lack of intelligence regarding his opponents leaves Rayleigh feeling somewhat uneasy. This is a battle where both the heroic spirits and their masters wager their very lives. He does not believe that the heroic spirits summoned by other masters are mere weaklings. Sooner or later, the inevitable confrontation will occur. Hiding away is not a viable strategy. It would be wiser to engage in battle sooner, allowing for a clearer understanding of the opponent's strength. upon observing Rayleigh's worried expression. A broad and hearty smile immediately spread across Whitebeard's face. Even if the heroic spirits are evenly matched, does he not have the powerful master standing beside him? I can sense that there are no admirals of the Navy on this island. Among the masters, you should be the strongest presence, so there is no need for concern. Eliminating the master can likewise eliminate the opponent. Ding! The participants of the 5th group of the Holy Grail War. Saber class are now ready. Master, Rayleigh Pawnee, heroic spirit. Is death. Ding! The contestants of the 5th group are now in position. According to the system rules, the host receives rewards. Demon manifestation. Essence of evil, from the heroic spirit is death. Reward. Eternal fruit, from the master Rayleigh Pawnee. While Whitebeard and the Dark King Rayleigh were discussing strategies for this Holy Grail War, an update regarding the 5th group of contestants appeared in the Holy Grail War chat group. Naturally, the notifications of rewards could only be seen by the supervisor, Lin Hao. This time, the rewards are quite impressive, all possessing immense potential for power. It is truly unexpected that the 5th group comprises a combination of differing stances yet aligned wishes. However, this pair seems to have much better synergy than the duo of Smoker and Mang. After noticing the addition of 2 exceptionally powerful abilities to his skill set, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Demon manifestation. Essence of evil is the ice-based imperial treasure wielded by General Death from the anime, Akame Kill, that it grants the user the ability to manipulate ice at will, creating absolute zero temperatures. In terms of ability, it appears quite similar to Admiral Akiji's Ice Fruit. However, as a seasoned otaku, Lin Hao is well aware of the might of this imperial treasure, not to mention the skill Mokapatmo, developed by Death using the essence of evil, can freeze time itself. When activated, this skill allows the user to create a time-stopped zone. During the duration of this skill, time flows at an absolute standstill. Although the duration of this time stop is brief and can only be used once a day due to its immense cost, for those of comparable strength, even a fleeting moment of time stasis is sufficient to defeat the opponent countless times. Moreover, Lin Hao believes that as the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, the effects of Mokapatmo will far exceed those of his death when he activates it in the future. Less than 2 hours have passed, and already 5 groups of contestants have assembled. The progress is truly commendable. After stretching vigorously, Lin Hao closed his eyes and resumed observing various locations in the Saber archipelago with his omniscient state. He firmly believes that the first Holy Grail War will not commence with just 5 groups. All 7 groups of contestants must be gathered first, while Lin Hao cannot predict the actions of others. He is acutely aware of the intense desire possessed by the individual he is currently observing. Meanwhile, the Holy Grail War chat group erupted into chaos. Damn it. How could the 5th group's contestants be pirates again? And that Rayleigh Pawnee. In the office of the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Akainu was unable to remain seated after seeing the information regarding the 5th group of contestants in the Holy Grail War chat group. There are currently 5 groups of contestants. Although, nominally, the world government has 2 groups, it does not seem to pose a significant disadvantage. However, considering Spandam's wish, Admiral Akainu cannot afford to feel entirely at ease regarding this Holy Grail War. Admiral, there's no need to worry so much. There are still 2 groups of contestants yet to enter the fray. Perhaps the remaining 2 groups will all consist of our marine generals as masters. Exactly. Moreover, pirates are not a united front. Even without our navy, they often clash amongst themselves at sea, don't they? While Smoker can occasionally be a bit rigid, he is still strategic when it comes to battle. Observing the grim expression on Admiral Akainu's face, the senior naval officers began to offer optimistic reassurances. However, before their encouragement could take effect, the veins on Admiral Akainu's forehead bulged like thick cords, crisscrossing ominously. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he slammed his massive fist down. Are you fools? Although those pirates may not see eye to eye on the high seas, that is only in the absence of our navy's intervention. Now, those pirates have gathered in the Saber archipelago. Although the information regarding the Holy Grail War has been erased from their memories, as the war progresses, everyone will gradually learn of each other's identities. When faced with a common enemy like Smoker, can you guarantee that those scoundrels of the C1T band together to eliminate him before turning on each other? Upon hearing Admiral Akainu's furious reprimand, the senior naval officers fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, several Marine vice admirals cautiously proposed some constructive suggestions. Currently, the chosen masters are unreachable, and we can only focus on targeting Bartolomeo and other Marines. Admiral, if we want Bartolomeo to participate, why not make a move regarding Dr. Vegapunk? Upon hearing the Vice Admiral's suggestion, Admiral Akanu's eyes lit up. Indeed, that old coot Vegapunk is Bartolomeo's Achilles heel if Vegapunk is threatened. Bartolomeo will undoubtedly act recklessly. You all handle this matter, but be sure to choose your words carefully. Understood. Hearing Admiral Akanu's orders, the senior naval officers in the office breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Admiral Akainu closed his eyes and resumed his participation in the Holy Grail War chat group. Simultaneously, on Egghead Island, located in the latter half of the Grand Line's new world, an elderly man with a lean physique, an apple-shaped antenna atop his head, and a long tongue hanging out of his mouth, donned in a white lab coat, gazed in shock at the messages in the Holy Grail War chat group. Just moments ago, the fifth group of contestants for the Holy Grail War had been confirmed, and the Saber class master, Pawnee, was the very individual he had hoped would not participate in this conflict. Beside the elderly man stood a slender figure clad in a sleek long coat, wearing a technologically advanced helmet. After a few moments of silence, the helmeted man voiced his concerns. Master, Pawnee is genuinely entering the fray. If all goes as expected, her wish is to restore Kuma to his former self. But can she truly secure victory in this war? Her opponents are all renowned powerhouses, save for that fool Spandam. The elderly man standing on Egghead Island is none other than the world's foremost scientist, known for possessing technology 500 years ahead of its time, the user of the brain fruit. Dr. Vegapunk. Standing next to him is his technologically created clone, S-Hawk. Upon hearing S-Hawk's worried inquiry, a look of concern also spread across Dr. Vegapunk's face. And no matter how much Pawnee may despise me, I can accept it. For I was the one who pulled that switch myself. However, if an unexpected event were to befall Bonnie during this war, how would I explain it to that gentle soul in the future? As Vegapunk spoke, a glimmer of mist appeared in his eyes, reflecting the guilt etched upon his original self's face. The first clone, Shaka, tapped his helmet and offered words of comfort to Vegapunk. While you all were focused on the participants of the Holy Grail War and that omnipotent wishing machine, I managed to glean some details about the Holy Grail War's rules through certain privileges in the chat group. The heroic spirits in the Holy Grail War are divided into 7 classes, with the most formidable being Bonnie's Saber class, also known as the Sword class. Although this class is countered by the Archer class, with the right tactical application, it is quite plausible for Bonnie's heroic spirit to emerge victorious in the end. Well, I am well aware of that, but the heroic spirit that counters Bonnie's Saber class is none other than Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. That man was already one of the 4 emperors in life. As a heroic spirit, his power must be even more terrifying, and his master is none other than Rayleigh, the strongest master in this Holy Grail War. If Bonnie were to encounter a participant from the Lancer class, I truly cannot fathom the outcome of such a battle. Upon hearing Vegapunk's concerns, the first Shaka silently lowered his head, unsure of how to continue offering reassurance, for he knew that Vegapunk spoke the truth. If they were to face Rayleigh's team, the odds of victory for Bonnie's duo would be exceedingly slim. Setting aside the strength of the heroic spirits and their masters, the class advantages among the heroic spirits hold little weight against absolute power. As long as they remain in the competition, they are bound to cross paths that I can only hope that by the time they encounter Bonnie, Rayleigh's participants have already been eliminated. May the overseer of the Holy Grail War, Lin Hao, do everything possible to protect Bonnie after her heroic spirit has been eliminated. Watching his original self still wear a face full of worry, the first Shaka could only silently pray. Suddenly, a piercing sound of wind slicing through the air resonated in Vegapunk's and Shaka's ears. Before they could react, a colossal object hurtled toward Egghead Island from afar. With a deafening crash, a massive pit was forcefully created in the ground several hundred meters away from them. To Vegapunk's and Shaka's astonishment, the shape of that pit resembled a bear's paws. They rushed to the edge of the pit and beheld the still figure within. A look of delight spread across Vegapunk's face. Splendid, Big Bear, you actually returned. At that very moment, within the enormous pit that had just been created, a tall man, covered in terrifying scars and crackling with erratic electricity, lay sprawled in a most undignified manner at the center of the crater. The man had completely lost consciousness, and his upper body bore no intact skin. Yet, even in such a state, Vegapunk and the first clone Shaka, who had inherited most of his memories, immediately recognized the identity of this individual. Who else could it be but the man formerly known as Bartholomew Kuma, who had been forcibly stripped of his consciousness the day before the Paramount War 2 years ago, as he watched the bear slowly begin to rise from the pit. Vegapunk, with an apple-shaped antenna atop his head, could not help but shed tears of shame. Big Bear had ended up like this because he had personally pulled the switch that erased Kuma's consciousness 2 years ago. Although he had been coerced by the 5 elders, the guilt of having stripped his friend's very essence had tormented him relentlessly over the past 2 years. Big Bear, I never expected you to return here right after guarding the Straw Hat cruise ship. Rest assured, I will heal all your wounds. When you reunite with Bonnie, she must not see you in such a pitiable state. With that, Vegapunk and his first clone Shaka leaped into the massive pit to begin examining the former warlord's condition. However, in the very next moment, before they could assist Kuma out of the pit, they found themselves surrounded by hundreds of agents clad in black suits. This sudden turn of events turned Vegapunk's expression ashen. He recognized these individuals as agents of the CP organization, under the jurisdiction of the world government. More specifically, they belonged to the faction of the 5 elders, gazing at the agents encircling the pit. A sense of unease washed over him, yet Vegapunk was determined to make one last effort. You have come here merely to inspect the research results. Your mission is complete. How I choose to treat the warlord who has arrived here is beyond your jurisdiction. So step aside. Upon hearing Vegapunk's command, the agents in black suits displayed no emotion whatsoever. Instead, as Vegapunk attempted to assist Kuma out of the pit, the encircling agents simultaneously drew their firearms, pointing them directly at Vegapunk and the 2 others in the pit. We apologize, Mr. Vegapunk. Your actions on this island have been under constant surveillance, and we have just received orders from above to bring Warlord Bartholomew Kuma back to Mary Geos. If anyone interferes, we are authorized to take necessary measures. Mr. Vegapunk, please do not make this difficult for us. Upon hearing the chilling words from the lead agent, Vegapunk momentarily froze, and then his previously ashen expression transformed into one of fury. This is the order of the Celestial Dragons. Isn't it? They wish to turn Kuma into a slave for their amusement in the Holy Land. No, absolutely not. This father and daughter pair has suffered far too much injustice. As long as I am here, I will never allow you to take Kuma from this place. If he is taken away to the Holy Land, one can only imagine the fate that awaits this powerful yet unconscious warlord. Even a fool could deduce the outcome. Vegapunk believed he had already owed too much to Kuma and Bonnie that he would not allow the lackeys of the Celestial Dragons to drag Kuma back into hell. Seeing his original self resolute in his decision, the clone Shaka hesitated for a moment before tapping the antenna of his helmet. His tone darkened, mirroring Vegapunk's emotions. Lilith, the CP agents are currently overstepping their bounds on the island and can now be treated as intruders. Keep a close watch on our monitoring screens. If these agents dare to make a move, activate the pacifist mode immediately. Understood. I've long found these suited individuals intolerable. It's the perfect opportunity to make a big scene. As Shurjia's words faded into the air, the black-clad agents surrounding the pit suddenly felt a distinct tremor beneath their feet. Within mere seconds, those tasked with escorting the formidable Bartholomew Kuma to the Holy Land found themselves encircled by an array of newly upgraded pacifistas. Meanwhile, in the distant waters beyond the perimeter of the pacifistas, colossal sea beasts, akin to mythic sea kings, began to emerge from the depths to take the command of the one with authority, Vegapunk. These sentinels charged with defending the island were poised to unleash catastrophic assaults upon the vessels of the CP agents. In a matter of moments, the once passive Vegapunk seized the initiative, gazing at the outstretched hands of the pacifistas around him. The leading CP agent's complexion turned a shade of ashen despair before he gestured for his subordinates to lower their weapons. Yet, the next instant, the words that escaped the lips of the seemingly subdued agent caused Vegapunk, renowned as the world's foremost scientist, to pale further. Mr. Vegapunk, please do not misconstrue our intentions. We harbor no malice towards Egghead Island or yourself, but merely seek to escort the warlord Kuma back to the Holy Land. Since you do not welcome us, we shall withdraw. However, I must warn you, incurring the ire of those in the Holy Land may result in the arrival of either an admiral or the esteemed members of the Divine Knights on the next occasion. As the agent's declaration faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Time trickled by, and beads of sweat began to form on Vegapunk's furrowed brow. How audacious of you to threaten the world's foremost scientist. Vegapunk, the usually composed clone, Shurjia, interjected with a darkened countenance. Unfazed by Shurjia's intimidation, the CP agent, backed by the celestial dragons, remained unperturbed. Not a threat, merely a statement of fact regarding forthcoming events. Yet, whether that fact would indeed materialize rested entirely upon Vegapunk's disposition. At that moment, both Vegapunk and the steadfast Shurjia found themselves at a loss. Suddenly, the unconscious warlord Kuma beside them stirred slightly, as if responding to an unseen command, and with his battered form, he wobbled toward the leading CP agent. Witnessing this unexpected display, both Vegapunk and the surrounding CP agents were taken aback. Half an hour later, as they watched the CP agent's ships recede into the distance, Vegapunk's eyes brimmed with tears of guilt. Once more, you have saved me. Kuma, why must you always be so gentle? Beside him, the usually stoic Shurjia appeared uncharacteristically dejected. Is it truly the fate of Kuma and Bonnie to be thus? No. There remains hope. Upon hearing Shurjia's inquiry, Vegapunk's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. If we secure victory in the Holy Grail War, both Kuma and Bonnie shall be freed from this tragic fate. Should Bonnie fail this time, then I, Vegapunk, shall step in to seize that Holy Grail on behalf of this father-daughter duo. Suddenly, as Vegapunk gazed sorrowfully at the receding ships, Shurjia anxiously tapped his shoulder. Master, look at the chat group. The contestants are stirring. 5 groups of participants had already exited the fray, and it appeared that the first day would indeed see the assembly of the 7 pairs for the Holy Grail War. On the luxurious estate of Island 53 in the Saber archipelago, Lin Hao reclined comfortably on his deck chair, basking in the sun, after effortlessly dispatching several waves of troublesome navy and pirate intruders. This estate had become a veritable forbidden zone. Anyone harboring ill intentions who ventured within 200 meters of the estate would inevitably find themselves frozen solid by the omniscient Lin Hao. After several attempts that resulted in numerous lifelike ice sculptures, both navy and pirates had ceased to approach Lin Hao's domain at that moment. Lin Hao, with eyes closed, leisurely observed an unexpected presence on the island. This individual was one driven by profound desires, and if all went as anticipated, he would surely claim one of the remaining 2 spots in the Holy Grail War. Alas, the powerful heroic spirits of the war had already been summoned. Should this individual choose to participate now, only the classes of assassin or caster would remain available to him, while his strength was commendable, placing him among the top 3 of the current masters. His timing was regrettably too late. Not all contestants have arrived, and already some cannot contain themselves, Lin Hao mused, but it matters not. They do possess the capital to make their presence known, just as Lin Hao lamented the late entry of a particularly formidable contestant. He suddenly noticed that a group of participants had taken the initiative on the island where Bonnie had successfully summoned his death. The formidable Whitebeard and the Dark King Rayleigh, after a brief respite, boldly revealed their identities as heroic spirits and masters. In that moment, Whitebeard's signature boisterous laughter echoed as he thrust his massive bicinto into the ground. Instantly, a powerful and resonant aura radiated from Edward Newgate, enveloping the entirety of the Saber archipelago. Accompanying this imposing presence was Whitebeard's audacious challenge. Gurura, I am Edward Newgate, a servant of the Lancer class. What is the use of hiding? Let us all gather in battle to determine the victor. Surely it would save us all some trouble. Whitebeard's voice, not merely a shout, resonated within the hearts of all present, transcending mere sound. Meanwhile, in the chat group, those observing the Holy Grail War were quick to witness Whitebeard's declaration through the live feed. The chat exploded with excitement. Rox Dita Zebek. Newgate hasn't changed a bit. He's still as attention-seeking as ever. He's now made himself a target. Shiki. That show-off thinks he's untouchable. Soon enough, other participants will come knocking. Wayno. Indeed, this is the genuine Whitebeard, manifesting in his prime. He possesses the credentials to do so. Cap. The Whitebeard of his peak? How nostalgic. I wonder how the other heroic spirits compare. Hawk. Cap. You should pay attention to the rules of the Holy Grail War. The strengths of the heroic spirits are balanced, and they cannot differ too greatly. In fact, Whitebeard's power is likely greater now than in his prime. Sakazuki, that Lin Hao, who instigated this Holy Grail War, is exceedingly dangerous. How did he manage to summon Whitebeard? Marco, Dad looks so cool. He will undoubtedly emerge as the victor of the Holy Grail War. Portgas D.Ace. Go, Dad. Go seize the Holy Grail and resurrect. The imposing aura emanating from Whitebeard is not merely the manifestation of Conqueror's haki. Rather, it is a unique ability bestowed upon him by the Holy Grail system. Enhanced specifically for heroic spirits. When a heroic spirit possesses profound confidence in their own strength, they instinctively reveal their presence, allowing adversaries lurking in the shadows to perceive them effortlessly. Such actions inevitably precipitate conflict among heroic spirits. For not all of them are cowards afraid to engage in battle. There will always be those eager for confrontation. Before the population auction site on the first island of the Saber archipelago, two figures clad in white suits halted abruptly at the entrance. Upon sensing the formidable aura that Whitebeard exuded, the broad-shouldered individual with blood-red pupils broke into a savage grin of excitement. Observing the crimson gaze of Deus Ho Yakumo, a few pirates nearby, who had originally intended to cause trouble, were instantly paralyzed with fear, turning on their heels and fleeing in the opposite direction. To think that another heroic spirit would willingly expose their location. It seems they possess a great deal of confidence in their abilities. If I were to torment such an individual, it would surely satisfy my desires. Hey, you there. Let those fools linger inside a while longer. I am exhilarated and on the verge of engaging that fellow in battle. The two men in white suits are none other than participants in this Holy Grail War. The heroic spirit Deus Ho Yakumo, manifesting as a Berserker, and his master, Spandam. As a heroic spirit of the Berserker class, Deus Ho Yakumo is inherently combative. Upon detecting the powerful aura released by Whitebeard, he resolved to seek out the confrontation. Yet, as he took a couple of steps forward, his master Spandam quickly intervened, positioning himself directly in Yakumo's path. Having just witnessed Whitebeard's deliberate display of power to attract other heroic spirits for a challenge, Spandam was fully aware that their opponent was none other than Whitebeard himself. While Deus Ho Yakumo may not recognize Whitebeard, Spandam certainly does. Who is he? One of the four emperors recognized throughout the Grand Line. Undeniably a pinnacle of strength among pirates, Deus Ho Yakumo is not yet in his most formidable form. What purpose does he have in rushing forward to provoke Whitebeard before Deus Ho Yakumo attains his ultimate state? Spandam is resolute in preventing him from exposing his presence. Berserker, I am your master, and I command you now. Do not proceed. If you seek battle, wait until you have reached your fullest potential. Damn it! Who do you think you are to control me? If you dare obstruct me again, I shall first incapacitate you and then engage that individual, with a fierce glare at the arrogant Spandam. Deus Ho Yakumo's blood-red eyes glinted with malice. He thrust his palm forcefully against Spandam, pushing him aside, and swaggered towards the direction of Whitebeard. However, before he could take 2 steps, a powerful binding force abruptly halted him in his tracks. Glancing back, he saw Spandam, now exuding an air of arrogance, raising his right hand. In the next moment, as Spandam issued his command, the 3 command seals on the back of his hand shone with dazzling light. I command you by this seal. Return to me at once. Once you have consumed enough power to reach your strongest self, only then may you engage in battle with other heroic spirits. As soon as Spandam issued the command, a dark purple glow radiated from the back of his hand. Moments later, one of the 3 luminous command seals began to flicker and fade away. You little brat, I shall heed your words this time, but should you waste another command seal on unnecessary orders, I will certainly find an opportunity to devour you. Under the influence of the command seal, Deus Ho Yakumo, who had intended to confront Edward Newgate, was forcibly compelled to halt. Before arriving at this population auction house, Deus Ho Yakumo had thoroughly explained the uses of command seals to Spandam, which included enhancing heroic spirits and special long-distance transportation techniques. Now, Spandam's wasteful use of a command seal had deprived Deus Ho Yakumo of a vital opportunity for enhancement. That I understand what a bloodthirsty fool like you is thinking. Rest assured, I am no fool. This is also an opportunity for you to grow stronger. Seeing the sinister grin on Deus Ho Yakumo's face, Spandam instinctively recoiled slightly, but soon regained his composure. As a master, he had no reason to fear retaliation from a heroic spirit. The dynamic between a master and their heroic spirit is not unfamiliar to Lin Hao. However, Witnessing this exchange between a berserker and his master piqued his curiosity, as few berserkers engage in such candid dialogue. Even the exceptionally restrained Heracles could only comply with Iliasvil's commands without offering input on battle strategies. As he observed Spandam and Deisho Yakumo nonchalantly enter the population auction house, Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Hey, system, it is evident that these two have nefarious intentions. Shouldn't the supervisor intervene to some extent? Being an aficionado of the second dimension, Lin Hao was well aware of the so-called enhancement methods employed by Deisho Yakumo. If allowed to proceed, the Saber archipelago would likely descend into chaos. While the auction house currently housed no innocent souls, merely unfortunate pirates captured from the first half of the Grand Line. The prospect of mayhem was still troubling. Ding. The Holy Grail War does not explicitly prohibit masters and heroic spirits from utilizing ordinary humans, unless actions disrupt the normal course of the war. The supervisor cannot intervene. Indeed, Lin Hao mused, realizing that the supervisor's role is merely to oversee and maintain the integrity of the war, thus precluding any interference. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Hao nodded. Deep in thought, as a seasoned viewer of Fate Zero and other related anime, he recalled that during the Fourth Holy Grail War, the caster group had not been subjected to supervision until their actions began to impact ordinary people. It was only then that the church commissioned other participants to eliminate them. Meanwhile, during the Fifth Holy Grail War, the caster's team directly exploited Medea's abilities to use the citizens of Fuyuki City as a source of mana. Yet this too went without interference from the supervisor. Consequently, for the moment, Lin Hao could only observe the actions of Deisho Yakumo and Spandam. Fortunately, the auction house did not harbor innocent civilians, alleviating Lin Hao's psychological burden. After focusing on the Berserker group for a few moments, he shifted his attention to other participants on the amusement park island of Saber Archipelago. Smoker, now a rear admiral, looked somewhat helplessly at the girl named Main before him. After arriving in this world and forming a contract with Smoker, this playful little girl had insisted on exploring the island. Reluctantly, Smoker had taken his heroic spirit on a tour of the scenic areas and specialty shops on islands 40 to 49, where they had amassed a plethora of beautiful clothes and accessories. They then ventured to the bubble-themed amusement park on islands 30 to 39. Only when Whitebeard Edward Newgate exuded his distinctive aura did the joyful Main reluctantly disembark from the bubble ride. Whitebeard Edward Newgate? Do you know this guy? Is he really strong? Upon observing the profoundly pallid countenance of Smoker, the spirit, Main, could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, This fellow is indeed an extraordinarily formidable individual. One of the renowned Four Emperors, a pinnacle of piracy. 2 years prior, our navy had mustered all its might at the Marine headquarters, barely managing to defeat the Whitebeard pirates and ultimately slaying him at Marineford. It is truly astonishing that this man has re-emerged in the guise of a heroic spirit. The overseer of this Holy Grail War, Lin Hao, is quite remarkable. Upon hearing Main's inquisitive remarks, Smoker's expression grew grave. He was not overly fearful of Whitebeard being summoned by other masters. After all, unless he secured the ultimate victory, he would inevitably vanish from this world once the conflict concluded. Rather, it was Lin Hao, the overseer and initiator of this Holy Grail War, who concerned him. If he could manifest Whitebeard as a heroic spirit here, could it not be possible for legendary pirates like Shiki, Roger, and even Rox, who have long since departed, to similarly descend upon this realm in the next Holy Grail War? Contemplating this, Smoker couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the direction of Island 53, that Lin Hao. He truly poses a significant threat to the world government. Indeed, he represents a threat to you. But for me, he is a pivotal figure capable of fulfilling wishes. Now that we are participants in this contest, let us not dwell on such matters. Observing Smoker's serious and ashen expression, Main, now adorned in a white casual dress, resolutely pulled the lever of the romantic cannon. Let us go. We shall confront that Edward Newgate at once. What? You intend to approach him so boldly? Seeing the eager anticipation on Main's face, Smoker's countenance transformed from grave to one of sheer disbelief. Even if you are unfamiliar with Whitebeard, you must have sensed the overwhelming aura of such a powerful being. Shouldn't someone of his stature be approached with caution, allowing other heroic spirits to take the lead? Why does this young girl seek to initiate an offensive? Have you forgotten? I am an archer. My forte lies in ranged attacks that I merely intend to gauge the opponent's strength and prepare an appropriate strategy. There is no need for concern. It is absolutely safe. Now, come along swiftly. We must proceed. With that, Mayne hoisted the immense romantic cannon onto her shoulder and strode confidently towards the island where Whitebeard resided. Observing his heroic spirit's proactive approach, Smoker could only shake his head in resignation before following suit. Perhaps this would also serve as an opportunity to evaluate the strength of his heroic spirit. Meanwhile, on Island 79 of Saber Archipelago, Esters and Bonnie, having secured lodgings, were likewise attuned to the terrifying aura emanating from Whitebeard. Gazing towards the direction of Whitebeard's island, the Imperial General Esters displayed a hint of anticipatory delight. Could it be my restrained Lancer class? To openly reveal one's identity suggests considerable confidence. Defeating and interrogating such a formidable character should certainly not prove tedious. As Esther spoke, an aura of formidable intensity radiated from her, though unlike Whitebeard, who brazenly unleashed his presence across the island, Esther's deliberately concealed her might. Only Bonnie, standing beside her, could fully perceive the terrifying nature of this military-clad woman. Miss Esters, Whitebeard was once a fearsome pirate in this world, renowned for his strength if he so desired. He could plunge the entirety of Saber Archipelago into silence. We should observe the situation before proceeding. Noticing Bonnie's worried expression, Esters softened her demeanor, resembling a caring elder sister, and gently embraced the young girl. Do not fret, Bonnie. I am hardly foolish. Until I ascertain the opponent's capabilities, I shall remain discreetly observant. It is disheartening. If only that Tasmi fellow could be as concerned for me as you are. Feeling Esther's warmth, Bonnie, who had never known a mother's affection, clung tightly to Esther's slender waist. Rest assured, sister, you shall undoubtedly achieve ultimate victory in this Holy Grail War, and I shall assist you with all my might. Ah, that is truly wonderful. Meanwhile, at the port of Island 44 in Saber Archipelago, Luffy, having just seen off several companions aboard the Sunny, paused momentarily before a look of shock spread across his face. What the hell? Is that the Whitebeard uncle? He has entered the fray as a heroic spirit. That man was Ace's captain. At this moment, the slightly weakened members of the Straw Hat crew, following Robin's advice, had maneuvered the Sunny to a location just shy of 10,000 meters from Saber Archipelago, hoping to shield their friends and the ship from the chaos of war. Remaining on the archipelago were Luffy and the heroic spirit Natsu. Along with Zoro, Sanji, and Robin. As the three mainstays, Zoro and Sanji naturally stayed behind to assist their captain. Robin, with her unparalleled strategic acumen, would ensure that the Straw Hat crew could maximize their potential in this Holy Grail War. Ah, what a troublesome character. I wonder who the master summoning Whitebeard could be. Observing Luffy's astonished expression, Zoro's face also bore an unusual seriousness. According to Robin's plan, they remained to aid Luffy in battle, prepared to strike at the master should the heroic spirit prove problematic. Although the identity of the master remained unknown, it was evident that whoever successfully summoned Whitebeard would not be weak. After all, a master must earn a heroic spirit's recognition to forge a contract. In contrast to Zoro's grave demeanor, Sanji maintained a more composed attitude that, of course, if he were not fixated on Robin. With a red heart-shaped gleam in his eyes, that would be even more reliable. Fear not, Robin's schemes are infallible. Even against formidable adversaries, we shall not be outmatched. We need only adhere to Robin's directives. However, before Sanji could finish speaking, a look of exhilaration appeared on Natsu's face. To elicit such a reaction from a master, that Edward Newgate fellow must be quite impressive. I wonder how he compares to Gildarts. He will be perfect for me to test my skills. I am fired up. With that, flames of intensely high temperature surged from Natsu's hands. Without even ascertaining who Whitebeard was, he erupted into laughter, launching himself like a missile towards the island where Whitebeard resided. Ha! Let this first victory of the Holy Grail War be claimed by me, the Dragon Slayer mage, Natsu. Observing Natsu's exuberance, Luffy initially stood stunned. Then, the trepidation that had previously clouded his expression vanished. Before Robin and Sanji could utter a word, he threw his arm around Natsu's shoulder, and together they raced towards their adversary. Yes, leave the heroic spirit to the heroic spirit. I will take care of the master. Hey, Sanji, Zoro, Robin, hurry up and catch up. We're about to engage in battle. Witnessing Naz and Luffy vanish in an instant, Sanji and Zoro felt veins pulsating on their foreheads. That insufferable fool, acting completely against the plan. When he returns, I shall smash his head with the sheath of my sword. After the battle concludes, I will kick him to death, using the legs I have honed over the past 2 years in the wilderness. Hey, Newgate, is it truly wise for you to flaunt your identity so brazenly? Are you not concerned that other heroic spirits will prepare strategies targeting you once they learn of your identity? In a secluded area on the 44th island of Saber archipelago, precisely where Bonnie had successfully summoned his death, 2 elderly men, their beards and hair turned completely white, were meticulously observing their surroundings. The normal-sized elder bore an uncontrolled gravity on his face, while the other, towering nearly 7 meters tall, akin to a small giant, appeared unfazed, preparing to face the imminent challenge. These 2 were none other than the Lancer team's participants, Master Rayleigh and the heroic spirit, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. Upon hearing Rayleigh's somewhat anxious inquiry, Whitebeard, summoned by an unexpected twist of fate, let out a hearty laugh. Gurura, Rayleigh, this is where your considerations fall short. That I in this world, who does not know me. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, who was unaware that I perished in that war 2 years ago. Here I stand, brazenly, and even a child would recognize me as a heroic spirit. There is no secrecy left. By revealing myself, I might even draw out some foolish heroic spirit. Listening to Edward Newgate's response, King of Hell Rayleigh nodded thoughtfully. You do have a point, but do you truly believe any heroic spirit would voluntarily engage you in battle? Suddenly, as Rayleigh pondered the next course of action, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air abruptly reached their ears. This sound was so subtle that an ordinary person would have never perceived it. Yet, both Rayleigh and Whitebeard possessed remarkable mastery over observation hockey. Thus, upon hearing the sound, they immediately recognized it as the sound of a bullet cutting through the air. The bullet traveled at an astonishing speed, with an exceptional degree of stealth. However, even so, upon hearing the faint sound, Whitebeard reacted with a booming laughter, tilting his head with a smile that in a fraction of a second, he evaded the impending danger. The next moment, a sound akin to a dozen cannonballs exploding simultaneously reverberated from the ground behind him. The force of the explosion was tremendous, showcasing the terrifying power of a mere ordinary bullet capable of penetrating a warship's armor. Had Whitebeard not dodged, it would have undoubtedly resulted in a tragic fate of having his head blown apart. Old man, that despicable scoundrel, resorting to underhanded tactics. If you have the guts, face me openly instead of lurking in the shadows. Coward, you will never emerge victorious using such vile methods. At this moment, the Holy Grail War chat group began to live stream the spectacle of Whitebeard, who had first displayed his formidable presence, upon witnessing Whitebeard narrowly evade the incoming bullet. Members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in furious exclamations. In contrast, the expressions of renowned elder warriors in the chat group turned grave. With the omniscient perspective of the live stream, they clearly saw who the assailant was. Observing the little girl in the distance, poised with a sniper rifle, Rox, Shiki, and Roger, among other legendary pirates, etched her into their memories. The stealth of that shot was extraordinary. Had they been in Whitebeard's position, they likely wouldn't have detected it any sooner. Meanwhile, on another island, 7 islands away from the 44th island of Saber archipelago, the petite figure of Maine, clad in a white casual dress, displayed a look of astonishment. Even as a heroic spirit, such a distance should render detection impossible. How did he manage to effortlessly evade my lethal strike? Hey, Smoker, that guy, aside from his earthquake powers, must have other means, right? Why didn't you inform me of these? At that moment, Maine found herself enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Combined with the island's natural foggy environment, even if someone passed by her, they likely wouldn't easily spot the petite sniper. As she voiced her complaints to Smoker, she swiftly hoisted the massive sniper rifle, romantic cannon, onto her shoulder. Before Smoker could respond, she took a step, her small frame darting away like a nimble sprite from their previous gathering point. For a sniper, failing a shot typically signaled the end of an assassination attempt. Though she was unfamiliar with Whitebeard's identity, she understood that Lancer-class heroic spirits excelled in close combat. Just from his evasive action, the highly perceptive Maine deduced that Edward Newgate, who once held the title of a Yonko in this world, had already discerned her position. If she did not depart swiftly, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly become problematic. Curse that observation hockey. How could I have overlooked it? My apologies, Maine. As Main hastily vacated the area, the white smoke around her dissipated rapidly, coalescing into a human form not far from her, none other than Smoker. While he was astonished by Main's precision in long-range sniping, the seemingly perfect opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard had been squandered due to his negligence regarding observation at that moment. Even as Main voiced her grievances, he refrained from retorting. Observing Smoker's silence, Main wore a reassuring expression. Hey, Smoker, you don't really believe every shot a sniper takes will succeed, do you? This is war, not assassination. In the end, we must confront our enemies face to face. Once we return, you must thoroughly explain what this observation hockey is. I will. This time, I will meticulously detail all of Whitebeard's abilities to you, not merely his most formidable one. Hearing that Main held no grudge against him, a flicker of gratitude crossed Smoker's face that in mere moments. This Uncle Lily duo swiftly departed the island they had just occupied. Upon reaching a safe distance and confirming that Whitebeard would not pursue them, Main gazed in the direction where Whitebeard was, her strikingly beautiful face reflecting a hint of surprise. What is it? Noticing the fleeting astonishment on Main's face, Smoker could not help but inquire out of curiosity. I am just a bit taken aback. Apart from our probing ambush, it appears there really is a foolish heroic spirit and his master who have chosen to confront that guy in a head-on duel. Perfect. Let us witness a grand spectacle. After speaking, Main set down her romantic cannon, using it as a makeshift bench. After sitting, she patted the side of her weapon, signaling Smoker to sit beside her and watch. Meanwhile, Smoker's expression was one of utter dejection. Miss, I do not possess your extraordinary visual prowess. The inaugural battle of the Holy Grail War concluded in a most unexpected manner, observing the swift relocation of Main and the absence of Whitebeard, who chose not to pursue. Lin Hao, reclining leisurely in a sunlit chair, stretched languidly. Your penchant for sniping suggests that you would be more aptly suited to manifest as an assassin, considering both you and your companions are indeed assassins. If all goes as anticipated, Whitebeard has likely deduced your identity. After all, as a heroic spirit, his observation hockey has been significantly enhanced to an extraordinary degree. At this moment, Lin Hao found himself in a state of omniscience. When compared to the formidable beings who have already made their names in the pirate world within the chat group of the Holy Grail War, his perception extends even further. For instance, Whitebeard's observation hockey now allows him to cover the entirety of Saber archipelago, akin to Enel. Thus, after evading Main's exceedingly covert strike, Whitebeard was able to instantly pinpoint the opponent's location based on the trajectory of the bullet. In fact, within Whitebeard's mind, he had already discerned the appearances of Smoker and Main, the duo competing in this conflict. Consequently, rather than immediately pursuing Main following her assassination attempt, Whitebeard seemed more intrigued to shift his focus to another pair of contenders. Of course, Main's attack was not entirely without merit. A heroic spirit manifesting in the guise of an archer, her original identity as an assassin bestowed upon her a hidden ability akin to the unique aura of the assassin class. Even Whitebeard could only barely detect Main's ambush moments before the bullet reached his head. Those in the chat group were utterly oblivious to the fact that Lin Hao, in his omniscient state, could perceive that Main and Smoker had no intention of striking again. Curiosity piqued, Lin Hao turned his attention to the pair of competitors now racing towards Whitebeard. This battle promised to be far more entertaining than the previous ambush. One could only wonder if Rayleigh would confront his newly trained disciple here. Hey, Whitebeard, you must have identified their location by now. Why not give chase? On Island 44 of the Saber archipelago, seeing Whitebeard, who had just evaded a lethal strike, show no intention of pursuing, Rayleigh, the Dark King, felt a surge of urgency. He had no doubts about Whitebeard's strength, but it seemed a grave loss to endure such an attack without acquiring any intelligence. Observing the anxious expression on Rayleigh's face, Whitebeard smiled and stretched his neck. Gurura, I already know who that little rascal behind the ambush is. Now we have other adversaries to contend with. What? Other adversaries? Upon hearing Whitebeard's jovial remark, a look of bewilderment crossed Rayleigh's features. However, the next moment, he understood precisely what Whitebeard meant. At that instant, Rayleigh sensed an overwhelming surge of energy rapidly approaching their location. Moments later, a fervent and almost melodramatic roar erupted from the forest before them. Accompanying this was a violent explosion that uprooted the trees in their vicinity, the roar of the fire dragon. Boom, boom. Before the figure even revealed itself, The towering crimson flames surged towards Whitebeard and Rayleigh as the inferno drew nearer. The ground beneath them trembled violently. Entity-wielding flames. How nostalgic. Which class do you belong to? Gazing at the approaching inferno, Whitebeard's expression turned exuberant. He stepped forward, shielding Rayleigh behind him, and began to channel the powers of the Gura no Mi through his formidable weapon, the Yud in an instant. Whitebeard wielded his colossal blade, striking fiercely at the crimson flames. As the two energies clashed, a cataclysmic tremor reverberated across Island 44 of the Saber archipelago. For several seconds, the terrifying energies collided, and astonishingly, Whitebeard's attack cleaved the blazing inferno in twain. Yet, as the flames were split, the energy from Whitebeard's strike was noticeably diminished. Ha! What a ferocious blow! Its intensity surpasses Ace's Flame Emperor. Boy, this is no ordinary fire. Is it? My haki proves ineffective against these flames. After parting the blazing inferno, Whitebeard's eyes fell upon a striking young man adorned with a checkered scarf and vibrant cherry-red hair. At this moment, the youth was enveloped by scarlet flames, his face alight with a combative smirk. Upon witnessing his fire dragon's roar shattered in a single blow, excitement danced across the boy's visage. He be able to directly shatter an elemental attack. Such prowess reminds me of that fellow, Kil'jaeden. It is a pleasure to face off against you. Uncle, let us settle this once and for all. Upon their initial meeting, the two exchanged cordial greetings. Yet, despite their friendly exchange, Whitebeard's Yoru showed no signs of halting. As they conversed, the blade imbued with the Gura no Mi surged towards the boy's head, descending with lethal intent. Yet, the cherry-haired youth exhibited no fear as the massive blade approached. At the critical moment before the blade struck, he executed a bare-handed maneuver, seizing Whitebeard's renowned sword firmly between his hands. However, the next instant, astonishment washed over the once eager youth's face, for upon contact with the blade, a terrifying shockwave surged through the metal, transmitting a formidable force that coursed through his arms and into his very core. The youth staggered momentarily, yet as the energy dissipated, he managed to maintain control over the colossal blade, which was nearly the size of his upper body. However, in stark contrast to his earlier bravado, a crimson droplet of blood now trailed down his forehead. Not a split, but rather a shockwave. Uncle, your abilities differ from Kil'jaeden's. Gura, few dare to confront my Yoru with bare hands. Boy, you are quite intriguing. I am Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Before we engage in this life and death struggle, do share your name. In the face of the indomitable youth, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Whitebeard's gaze. Upon hearing the boy voluntarily disclose his name, a defiant expression emerged on the youth's face. I am Natsu Dragneel, a wizard from the Fairy Tale Guild. I apologize, uncle. Though you are formidable, I shall not relinquish the Holy Grail so easily. As Naz concluded his words, his hands, tightly gripping the famed sword Song Yunsi, suddenly ignited with an even more fervent crimson flame. In an instant, the intense heat emanating from the fiery blaze in Naz's grasp rapidly surged towards Whitebeard, facilitated by the legendary blade, feeling the scorching temperature that threatened to sear his palm. Whitebeard, a formidable figure among the four emperors, did not dare to underestimate the situation. That he tightened his grip, and a dark, ink-like aura swiftly enveloped his arms. This was the manifestation of his haki, as the haki coiled around him. The overwhelming heat that scorched his hand diminished significantly. However, even so, the damage inflicted upon his arm by the heat of Song Yunsi could not be entirely averted. Garara, he exclaimed. Indeed, this is no ordinary flame. It can even penetrate my haki. It seems that brute strength is the only way to overcome you. As he felt the temperature of his haki-wrapped hand rise once more, a hint of admiration flickered across Whitebeard's face. This confrontation unconsciously reminded him of a youth from 5 years prior, one who had battled him dozens of times, also wielding flames. Yet, in comparison to that young man, this self-proclaimed mage, Naz, was undeniably on a different level of power. Before Whitebeard could finish his thought, the veins on his robust arms erupted, resembling a network of intertwining paths. In that fleeting moment, Naz, who was firmly controlling Song Yunsi with his bare hands, felt an exaggerated and terrifying force emanating from Whitebeard. Had it been anyone else, Whitebeard's sudden surge of power would have undoubtedly sent them flying. However, as a dragon slayer mage raised alongside the fire dragon Igneal, Naz appeared to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Despite the extreme strain distorting his otherwise handsome face, he maintained an unwavering grip on Whitebeard's weapon. In that moment, the two individuals, whose physiques were vastly unequal, found themselves in a stalemate, equally matched as seconds ticked by. Beads of sweat began to form on Whitebeard's forehead, a testament to the exertion of his renowned strength. "Hey, Rayleigh, this spirit is quite formidable. It seems I won't be able to subdue him anytime soon. You should seek out his master," Whitebeard instructed the Dark King Rayleigh, who stood behind him, glancing at Naz, whose expression was contorted yet resolute. This what a spirit is like. Truly remarkable beings indeed. "I'll go find this fellow's master right away. Just try not to destroy this island in the process." Upon hearing Whitebeard's suggestion, Rayleigh nodded solemnly. However, despite their long-standing rivalry, he held full confidence in Whitebeard's abilities. His departure was not due to an inability to contend with the youth before them, but rather because the infamous pirate, who had once been known as one of the Four Emperors, was preparing to unleash his full power. Presently, he was not only in peak physical condition, but had also been significantly enhanced after becoming a spirit. Engaging in a full-scale battle here would inevitably involve Rayleigh, which was why Naz's master had not accompanied him. After exchanging a knowing nod with Whitebeard, Rayleigh stepped forward and vanished from sight. The one with the 3 command seals on his hand must be this kid's master, right? If I eliminate them, this kid will disappear as well. As Rayleigh spoke, he activated his observation hockey to its fullest extent. In less than a fraction of a second, he pinpointed several figures hidden within the distant thicket. In addition to the spirit, there are other allies present. No matter, we shall dispose of them all together. A smirk crept across Rayleigh's lips as he confirmed the location of the enemy master. He swiftly unsheathed his long sword, and in an instant, the surrounding time and space seemed to come to a standstill. The very fabric of reality appeared to freeze around him. Following this, a terrifying aura, interlaced with faint black lightning, rapidly coiled around Rayleigh's blade. In a mere fraction of a second, a colossal blade of energy, infused with black lightning and unparalleled ferocity, surged toward the figures concealed in the forest. God's avoidance. As Rayleigh's voice resonated, the unleashed blade of energy expanded rapidly, leaving behind the smooth, polished surfaces of sturdy tree trunks and hard rocks in its wake. The 4 figures targeted by the attack displayed evident shock upon sensing the sheer terror of the approaching energy blade. In that critical moment, a swordsman wielding 3 blades, with one clenched in his mouth, stepped forward to shield the others. I never expected the enemy master to be a swordsman. This one is mine, he declared. 3-sword style, 3,000 great tornado. With that, the swordsman enveloped his 3 swords in a dense coating of hockey, clashing against Rayleigh's formidable energy blade. With all his might, he swung, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy towards Rayleigh. Due to the thick forests separating them, neither combatant could discern the other's visage. The 2 energy blades drew closer. The thicket between them was swiftly decimated. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as the 2 energy blades collided, unleashing a violent shockwave. Fortunately, Whitebeard had already directed his aura to divert attention away from the island's civilians, who had evacuated in the nick of time. Otherwise, the catastrophic explosion resulting from the clash would have surely caught the island's inhabitants in its destructive grasp. The explosive aftermath roared like a tempest, causing Naz's garments and Whitebeard's scarf to flutter wildly. "Gurara," Whitebeard chuckled, "to withstand Rayleigh's attack, it seems your master is no ordinary individual," as he reveled in the aftermath of the explosion. A proud smile emerged on Naz's face, who was still struggling to maintain control of Tsong Yunsi. "Of course, my master, Natsu Dragneel, is exceptionally powerful, and he's not alone. Then we certainly cannot waste any more time here." Hearing Naz's response, Whitebeard tightened his grip even more, as a surge of white energy began to emerge from his arm. Conclude this evenly matched contest, Whitebeard once again invoked the power of his tremor fruit. As the violent tremors erupted, the ground beneath Naz's feet, already resembling a spider's web of cracks, splintered further. Under the tremendous vibrations of Whitebeard's power, Naz's arm reached its breaking point. "Damn it. If this continues, I might truly collapse. Uncle, your strength is simply overwhelming." Feeling the searing pain radiating from his arm, Naz intensified the temperature of the flames coiling around him. Moments later, amidst the violent tremors, the blade of Whitebeard's sword. Song Yunsi began to show signs of melting. Subsequently, globs of liquid red metal, resembling candy, began to drip slowly from the blade. Upon witnessing the molten iron, Naz's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and gulped down the fiery liquid before Whitebeard's astonished gaze. "Kid, what in the world is your ability? You can even consume the molten iron from a blade." The scene before Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, left him utterly astounded. Yet, before he could fully recover from his shock, a fiery, rune-like symbol abruptly manifested in the air before Natsu, who had just tasted molten iron. In the next moment, a garbled roar erupted from Natsu's mouth. Fire Dragon's iron fist. "Ah, my leg." With that, as Natsu's shout reverberated, the red metallic molten iron he had just ingested was expelled from his mouth like saliva. Remarkably, the iron he spat out was even more incandescent than before. Witnessing the sudden appearance of this metallic liquid, Whitebeard's face registered clear astonishment. He quickly relinquished his famed blade, Song Yunxia, and created an invisible tremor barrier before the fiery metallic liquid could reach him. The power of the tremor fruit activated, instantly shattering the oncoming metallic liquid into countless crimson shards. "Kid, I never expected you to employ such clever tactics. You are indeed far superior to my foolish son, who plays with fire." "Uncle, this isn't a fight where either you or I can afford to lose. It would be wise to discard such naive notions." "Huh? Excellent. I am increasingly fond of you and this lad. If you were in my world, I would certainly want you as my son." "Humph, I have only one father, and that is the fire dragon Igneal." As the searing metallic liquid was shattered, both Whitebeard and Natsu stepped back, creating a safe distance between themselves. Observing the excitement on each other's faces, they simultaneously summoned their inner strength to its pinnacle. True warriors need not exchange many words. They sought to settle this in a single decisive blow. In less than a second of preparation, a cataclysmic wave of tremors surrounded Whitebeard. Meanwhile, the flames that had previously encircled Natsu's arms were now entirely concentrated on his right arm. "Galalala, let us see if you can withstand my full-powered punch." "Old man, don't get too cocky. Uncle, take this fire dragon's iron fist." With their words barely spoken, both combatants charged at one another with ferocity. Whitebeard was enveloped in a soft white glow, while the ground and even the very fabric of space around him began to fracture. Natsu, on the other hand, had transformed the flames on his right arm into a deep crimson, and behind him, a spectral fire dragon enveloped his robust figure. Boom! In the next instant, the two unleashed their most formidable powers in a cataclysmic clash. From afar, one could see that Island 44 of the Saber archipelago was forcefully obliterated from existence. In an instant, shattered island fragments and soaring flames turned the entire Island 44 upside down. Witnessing this spectacle, all-powerful beings watching the live broadcast in the chat group were left in utter shock that in a single strike, an island had been destroyed, affecting even the surrounding islands to varying degrees. As the towering flames slowly dissipated and debris rained from the sky, the Navy and pirates in the chat group swallowed hard, their silence palpable as they fixated on the utterly destroyed Island 44. Fearful of missing the outcome of this monumental battle. However, mere seconds later, the anticipated conclusion did not materialize. Instead, the obliterated Island 44 began to restore itself, as if time were reversing, regaining its original form at a visible pace. Rocks D to Zebek, to destroy an island with a single blow, such power rivals that of ancient weaponry, that I never possessed such strength in my lifetime. But is this the nature of a battle between heroic spirits? GOLD. Roger. Hey, Rocks, is that the point? Having become a heroic spirit, it is only natural to be enhanced or diminished to some extent. I find it even more astonishing that the battlefield could be restored after being obliterated. Kazuki Odin. Such a battle is truly exhilarating. I only hope to be summoned back in the form of a heroic spirit someday. Sengoku. That Lin Hao is becoming increasingly inscrutable. What could his purpose be for initiating this Holy Grail War? Spandam. Hey, Spandane. Your father has been captured and impelled down. If you cannot secure victory in this Holy Grail War, we are all doomed. Charlotte Linlin. Mama. This Holy Grail War is utterly fascinating. Once it concludes, I must seek out that instigator, Lin Hao. I wish to participate in the next Holy Grail War. After regaining their composure from the initial shock, The renowned warriors from the Grand Line began discussing the strength of the heroic spirits and the instigator of the Holy Grail War. Lin Hao, meanwhile, back on the now restored Saber archipelago, Natsu and Whitebeard, who had just obliterated an entire island through their confrontation, reappeared before the onlookers. Contrary to everyone's expectations, after the explosive exchange, neither Natsu nor Whitebeard bore any significant injuries. Only minor scrapes and torn clothing. Observing the rapid restoration of their surroundings, both heroic spirits wore expressions of astonishment. This remarkable recovery was orchestrated by Lin Hao, the orchestrator and overseer of the Holy Grail War. Not only was the destruction they had caused flawlessly repaired, but even the forest previously ravaged by Rayleigh and the mysterious figure had regained its verdant splendor. Who exactly is this enigmatic figure who wielded such power to initiate the Holy Grail War? Truly a formidable being. Isn't this splendid? With a battlefield that never deteriorates, we can fight to our heart's content. Galalala. All right, today, we shall fight to the finish. Unlike Whitebeard's grave demeanor, Natsu's face was alight with excitement. Observing Natsu's unwavering battle spirit, Whitebeard, who had been astonished by Lin Hao's abilities, felt a surge of boldness. After a brief moment of adjustment, they prepared to engage once more. Halt. Do not continue fighting. However, just as the two formidable heroic spirits were about to clash once again, an elderly yet commanding voice suddenly resonated from the nearby thicket. Turning to look, they saw Rayleigh, the Dark King, who had previously battled alongside Natsu's master, approaching them leisurely with his sword sheath. Behind Rayleigh stood none other than Monkey D. Luffy, Natsu's master, along with Zoro, Sanji, and the archaeologist Robin, who had remained to assist their captain in the Holy Grail War. Upon seeing the astonishment on Whitebeard's face, Luffy broke into a hearty laugh. Huh? Ace's captain. It has been a long time. Rayleigh is my mentor. We just discovered each other's master identities. Since we both wish for Ace's revival, we have decided to join forces. You are no longer our enemies. As Luffy's boisterous laughter echoed through the air, the expressions of the Navy members in the Holy Grail War chat group turned a shade akin to that of pig's liver, just moments prior. When the legendary figures Whitebeard and Natsu clashed, Rayleigh, known as the King of Hell, discerned that the disparity between the servants was minimal to swiftly conclude the battle. The only recourse was to target the opposing master's essence. Thus, as Whitebeard and Natsu began their struggle, Rayleigh launched a formidable divine avoidance towards the direction of the enemy master. Given the vast expanse of dense forest that lay between them, and the fact that the one receiving the attack was not the Straw Hat Pirates' Captain Luffy, Zoro was able to engage Rayleigh in a mock duel without initially recognizing his adversary's visage. It was only when Zoro found himself on the verge of yielding that both parties finally discerned each other's identities. Upon realizing who stood before them, they promptly ceased hostilities. Subsequently, at Nico Robin's suggestion, both Rayleigh and Luffy, united by their shared desire to resurrect Ace, forged an alliance. For the Masters, it mattered little who emerged victorious between Rayleigh and Luffy. As for the servants' aspirations, those could be settled through a fair battle once their positions of victory were secured. Upon hearing the explanations from Rayleigh and Luffy, both Whitebeard and Natsu nodded in agreement. Despite their brief encounter, these two formidable servants had already acknowledged each other's strength. With a powerful ally at their side, their odds of triumph in this conflict had significantly increased. Hey, Nico Robin, I've long heard of your strategic prowess. According to the countdown above, this war has yet to officially commence. Do you have any plans during this interval? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Rayleigh turned his eager gaze towards the Straw Hat Crew's archaeologist. Robin is a child who had navigated the Grand Line and survived the onslaught of numerous factions. Even the likes of Rayleigh and Whitebeard, titans of the Grand Line, could not help but admire her. Particularly Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who, upon seeing Nico Robin, mused whether, had she been present as a top strategist in the war 2 years prior, the Whitebeard pirates might have emerged from that world-shattering conflict with minimal losses. Contemplating Robin's unparalleled strategic abilities, coupled with the fact that they were now allies, Rayleigh, after posing his inquiry to Robin, shared all he knew regarding the competitors in the Archer group with Whitebeard. Observing the expectant expressions on Rayleigh and Whitebeard's faces, Nico Robin adopted a serious demeanor and began her analysis. After a few moments of contemplation, an unusual smile graced her stunning visage. Considering the nature of the Archer class, The servant that descends onto the battlefield must excel in ranged attacks. So, Mr. Whitebeard, can you still sense the presence of that group of competitors? It seemed that due to the mechanisms of the Holy Grail War system, the memories and information regarding the other competitors had been wiped from the minds of Luffy's companions, including Sanji, Zoro, and Robin, who had joined him in the battle. Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, Whitebeard's expression grew grave. I must admit, the concealment abilities of that servant are exceptionally formidable. I only discerned their appearance at the moment they launched an attack against me, utilizing my enhanced observation haki. That individual has since retreated from this battlefield, and unless she approaches within a certain range, I am unable to perceive her. I see, if that's not an issue. As long as we can confirm her presence when she enters the attack range, we're fine. During their prior exchange of intelligence, Whitebeard had already informed Robin of the approximate distance at which she had attacked him. Utilizing her exceptional analytical skills, Robin estimated the maximum range within which Whitebeard could sense the opponent. Armed with this information, she was now poised to execute her plan with ease. Nico, Robin, now that we possess information regarding the opponent, shall we focus our objectives on the servant and master of the archer group? Upon hearing Rayleigh's inquiry, Robin immediately displayed a relaxed smile. Certainly not. After all, aside from the information about the archer group's competitors, we lack intel on any other foes. Rather than eliminating this group at the first opportunity, it would be wiser to have them assist us in wearing down the opponents from other groups. Following their previous failed ambush, it was likely that the servants of the archer group would redirect their attention towards more easily targeted adversaries. Let us utilize the servants and master of the archer group to gather intelligence on the other competitors. No sooner had Robin spoken than admiration illuminated the faces of Rayleigh and Edward Newgate. Judging by her strategic capabilities and cunning, this demon child, who had been a target since the age of 7 and carried a bounty of several million, was undoubtedly comparable to any top-tier pirate crew strategist. With her safeguarding the Straw Hat crew, it was only a matter of time before they made a name for themselves in the new world. Splendid. Let us proceed as Robin suggests. Hey, you unreliable fellow. The one who should heed this the most is you. As expected of Miss Robin, I, as a knight, shall ensure your safety throughout this war. Once the battle strategy was established, the expressions of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji of the Straw Hat crew radiated excitement. After a brief overview of the specific implementation details of their plan, the competitors from the Lancer and Rider groups swiftly vacated the battleground where the conflict had just transpired. Although the skirmish had been brief, the significant disturbance it caused was likely to have drawn the attention of other hidden competitors that it was prudent to leave quickly, minimizing the transmission of useful intelligence to the enemy. Meanwhile, in the Holy Grail War chat group, witnessing the two teams depart together, the pirates erupted into hearty laughter, while the Navy's elite wore expressions of deep concern. GOL, Roger. Two teams have actually chosen to ally. What a formidable combination this is. Both of these servants possess considerable combat prowess, and in a direct confrontation, they could undoubtedly sweep away all other competitors, seeing his first mate Rayleigh gain a powerful ally. The pirate King Roger, who had been executed 24 years prior, could not contain his exuberance within the chat. Observing the somewhat smug demeanor of Roger, the Golden Lion Shiki felt a twinge of envy, but remained unconvinced. Shiki, Roger, don't get too ahead of yourself. The common goal of these two groups is to resurrect that Fire Fist Ace. If you wish for his revival, Rayleigh must secure victory in this war. Captain John, well, for that guy Roger, as long as Ace can be resurrected, he seems quite content. Haku, damn it, the pirates have formed an alliance? This is nothing short of cheating. I must report this. Marco, you fool, the rules of this Holy Grail War are clearly outlined, which clause forbids competitors from forming alliances. Borsellino, this is truly troublesome. It seems our Navy's competitors consist solely of smoker. We must bolster our ranks with more Navy participants. Wang Ji. In this war, the Navy is destined to be the loser. As long as the pirates achieve victory, no wish is beyond your endurance. In an instant, the chat group for the Holy Grail War erupted into chaos as pirates and marines clashed fiercely. However, at this moment, Lin Hao, now omniscient and omnipotent, had no interest in the mutual attacks of those pirate characters. His attention was instead focused on a particularly remote island within the Saber archipelago. Indeed, the sixth master is you. I wonder, will your servant be a caster or an assassin? He gazed at a tall man adorned in a flamingo coat. Sporting trendy sunglasses perched upon his brow, reclining on a deck chair, Lin Hao stretched languidly. On that secluded island of the Saber archipelago, Don Quixote Doflamingo wore his signature arrogant smile. Just moments ago, he had spectated the battle between Whitebeard and Natsu through the Holy Grail War chat group. Initially, he harbored doubts about whether the Holy Grail could truly grant any wish. However, upon witnessing Whitebeard descend onto this island in his servant form, amplified to a terrifying degree, the restless stirrings within the heavenly demon Doflamingo could no longer be contained. The entire process of the Holy Grail War is broadcast live within the chat group. Yet, it is evident that the servants are unfamiliar with one another. Upon securing their eligibility to participate, masters have their memories of other competitors erased, ensuring no prior intelligence is available to the contenders. This is truly intriguing. The Holy Grail will undoubtedly fulfill my wish, with 2 slots remaining in the Holy Grail War. Hey, Supervisor Lin Hao, I know you are watching me right now. Tell me, how can I obtain eligibility for this Holy Grail War? I am eager to join the fray. After a bout of self-reflective analysis, Doflamingo's grin grew increasingly maniacal. Watching the wildly laughing Doflamingo, a hint of a smile crept upon Lin Hao's lips. That I never expected to see you here, but the eligibility for the Holy Grail War is not within my purview to decide. Simply wait patiently. As the initiator and overseer of the Holy Grail War, Lin Hao was the first to learn of Doflamingo's qualification. Indeed, this knowledge came to him far earlier than it did to Doflamingo himself. After a few moments of maniacal laughter directed at the sky, a brilliant light suddenly appeared on the back of Doflamingo's right hand. This unexpected sight transformed his expression of wild glee into one of astonishment. Yet, in the next instant, 3 peculiar sigils emerged upon his hand, illuminated by that dazzling radiance. Ding! Don Quixote Doflamingo, you have acquired the status of master in this Holy Grail War. Please complete the summoning of your servant before the end of today, or your master status will be transferred to another. Upon hearing the ethereal electronic voice in his mind, Doflamingo was momentarily stunned, but then his face lit up with uncontainable excitement. I truly have attained eligibility for this war. Splendid! I shall claim the Holy Grail and wish for eternal life. I will turn this world ruled by the celestial dragons upside down. After a bout of laughter directed at the holy land of Myriad, Doflamingo swaggered with his characteristic gait to an open area on the island. This island was already quite remote and sparsely populated. Upon seeing the enormous sky screen announcing the commencement of the Holy Grail War, the few civilians and pirates present hastily fled by boat, fearing the impending chaos. Now, apart from Doflamingo, the island was virtually deserted. Initially, Doflamingo had merely wished to scout for abandoned enterprises to exploit, but he stumbled upon this extraordinary Holy Grail War. A truly fortuitous turn of events. Gazing at the sun blazing in the sky, a smirk unfurled at the corners of Doflamingo's mouth. Within a few minutes, following the images in his mind, he meticulously inscribed the summoning circle to call forth his servant. Summoning a servant requires a relic, does it not? While I am unaware of what other masters may use, this war does not stipulate that the relic must be a physical object, does it? Then I shall summon a servant to fight for me with my fervent desire for eternal life. O powerful servant, who wishes to join me in achieving immortality, please respond to my call and help me secure victory in this Holy Grail War. As Doflamingo's voice echoed, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the summoning circle, accompanied by a brilliant surge of deep black light. As the obsidian glow intensified, a figure clad in a suit and wearing a top hat, approximately 6 feet tall, gradually materialized at the center of the summoning circle. Had he seen the frail form of the servant earlier, Doflamingo would have been deeply disappointed. However, having witnessed the live battle between Whitebeard and Natsu, and understanding the servant's true strength, Doflamingo's face now radiated with excitement. Finally, after a moment, the black light within the summoning circle began to fade. As the darkness dissipated, a tall, strikingly handsome young man appeared before Doflamingo. Gazing up at the sun, the young man, dressed in a suit, was momentarily taken aback. Then, a bloodthirsty yet exhilarated smile graced his features. How splendid! Upon manifesting as a servant, I have overcome even the weakness to sunlight. I am invincible now. Observing the servant's exuberant laughter, Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of surprise. Yet, upon hearing the assertion that without the weakness of sunlight he was invincible, Doflamingo's excitement surged. Servant, I am your master who has summoned you to this world for the Holy Grail War. State your name, and let us participate in this conflict together. Oh, you are the one who summoned me. How peculiar. It is my first time encountering such a towering figure. You are no weakling. If we were in my world, I would surely appoint you as one of the upper ranks in the 12 Kazuki. Upon hearing Doflamingo's inquiry, the servant in the suit paused slightly. However, upon seeing Doflamingo's towering stature, a peculiar smile played at the corners of the servant's mouth. I am Kibutsuji Musen. I have manifested in the form of a caster to partake in this Holy Grail War. Now, boy, reveal your name. Such an arrogant fellow, but I quite like it. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo, seeking to achieve eternal life through the Holy Grail. Musen, will you assist me in securing victory in this war? Ah, a fellow who desires eternal life. I do not despise that, for my wish aligns with yours. Upon hearing Doflamingo's wish, Kibutsuji Musen momentarily paused before a sinister smile crept upon his face. You may be rude, but for now, I shall acknowledge you as my master. Thus, our contract is established. Ding, the participants of the 6th group in this Holy Grail War, specifically the caster class, have taken their positions. Master, Don Quixote Doflamingo, heroic spirit, Kibutsuji Musen. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards, String Fruit, from Doflamingo, and Blood Curse, from Kibutsuji Musen. In an instant, Lin Hao felt two extraordinary powers manifest within his body. One of these powers stemmed from the Devil Fruit, a sensation that Lin Hao was not unfamiliar with, as he already possessed the Tremor Fruit and the Age Fruit. The impact of acquiring the String Fruit did not seem overwhelmingly significant. What truly captured Lin Hao's attention was the blood curse derived from the Demon King Kibutsuji Musen, the Blood Curse. A power belonging to the ultimate antagonist of the anime Demon Slayer, allows its user to convert ordinary humans into demons endowed with special blood demon arts through their blood, once transformed into a demon. Although one gains exceedingly rare blood demon arts, they are condemned to live their lives in the darkness, devoid of sunlight. Furthermore, their very existence is tightly controlled by Musen, who can extinguish the lives of those he has transformed at will. Lin Hao vividly recalled the termination conference at the end of the first season of Demon Slayer. However, he harbored no concerns, for he was leisurely basking in the sun on a recliner. Just as when he obtained RC cells from the formidable Yagyu, acquiring Musen's blood curse this time did not come with the inherent weaknesses of the ability. Indeed, this blood curse appeared to be far more advantageous than RC cells. Perhaps, in the future, he might even establish a 12 Kazuki akin to Mr. Krabs. Lin Hao was exceedingly satisfied with the reward of the blood curse. Meanwhile, in the chat group of the Holy Grail War, upon witnessing the announcement that the 6th group of participants had exited, the high-ranking officials of the Navy were thrown into disarray. Akainu, damn it. How is it that the 6th group consists of pirates once again? And that dangerous Doflamingo at that. What are the Navy forces on Saber Archipelago doing? Kizaru. Oh dear, this truly is a rather unfavorable situation. Hey. Marshal, should we not launch a demon-slaying order on Saber Archipelago immediately after Smoker's defeat? Sengoku, Kizaru, are you a fool? That Lin Hao's strength is simply too formidable. Such actions would only provoke him further. Fujitora. Currently, the only capable Navy officer left on the island is Momonosuke, if he cannot participate. Relying solely on Smoker would be far too perilous. Rox D. Zebek. Has the Navy fallen to such depths in my absence? This is truly satisfying. When the day of my resurrection arrives, I shall personally storm Myriad to avenge the grievances of God Valley. Shiki. Indeed, just the sight of Myriad infuriates me. Once I return, I shall obliterate it. In the chat group, the Navy's high-ranking officials were all in a state of furious agitation. Conversely, those pirates, whether still alive or deceased, who had made their names renowned throughout the Grand Line, reveled in the Navy's panic, eagerly sending messages to ridicule them to that moment. Within the sacred city of Panga City, 5 venerable figures standing at the pinnacle of global power were gravely observing the chaotic exchanges between the Navy and pirates in the chat group. They were none other than the 5 elders, the nominal apex of authority in the current world government. After observing the verbal skirmish for a while, one of the 5 elders, Saint Satan, leaning on a cane, gravely inquired, "What are your thoughts on this war of mutual slaughter for the Holy Grail?" Hearing Saint Satan's inquiry, the bald Nesujuru, who was meticulously polishing his famed blade while seated on a sofa, cautiously halted his movements. Though his actions were remarkably graceful, his expression revealed considerable concern regarding this Holy Grail War. In essence, it was merely a matter of whether the Holy Grail would genuinely fulfill the wishes of its possessor. "I believe it is better to trust in its existence than to dismiss it. The nature of those heroic spirits remains unclear, yet the revival of Whitebeard, who perished 2 years ago, raises significant alarm. Just this alone grants the Holy Grail, which is said to fulfill any wish, unfathomable power." Upon hearing Nesujuru's analysis, the faces of the other 3 elders gradually turned ashen, following a moment of silence. Saint Satan finally rapped on the luxurious small table beside the sofa. Seconds later, a naval officer draped in the justice cloak of the Navy entered the opulent office of the 5 elders with utmost respect. "Immediately contact Rob Lucci and have him relay a message to Momonosuke under the aegis of the world government's intelligence agency. On the 53rd island of Sabaody Archipelago, not long ago, Momonosuke, who had just suffered a complete defeat at the hands of Lin Hao, was feeling quite dejected as he received medical assistance for his injuries that in that previous battle, the opponent had merely made a cursory strike, resulting in the annihilation of all his naval soldiers and pacifists. Had it not been for the opponent's deliberate decision to spare his life, he would have likely ended up like those naval soldiers and pacifists, reduced to mere ashes. If possible, I would absolutely prefer not to encounter such a person again." Reflecting on the harrowing scenes he had experienced, Momonosuke, with bandages wrapped around various parts of his body, muttered to himself with a grim expression, just as he was contemplating taking a moment to rest before departing the island. The transponder snail he kept close at hand suddenly began to ring. Upon seeing the snail's vividly expressive face, Momonosuke's already grave demeanor darkened further. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely picked up the receiver of the transponder snail. "This is Rear Admiral Momonosuke of the Navy Headquarters. Lucci, what brings you to call at this moment?" After a few seconds of silence, Rob Lucci's somewhat grave voice came through from the other end of the line. "Momonosuke, your application to leave Sabaody Archipelago has been denied by the world government. You have a new mission to fulfill on this island." "A new mission? What do you mean?" "I absolutely refuse to engage in battle with that overseer of the Holy Grail War. Lin Hao again. That man is utterly terrifying." Upon hearing Lucci's serious words, Momonosuke's expression fell. The shadow Lin Hao cast over him was insurmountable. If he were to be sent after Lin Hao again, it would be akin to inviting his own demise. However, the next moment, Lucci's response left the straightforward Rear Admiral momentarily stunned. "The directive given to you is not to apprehend Lin Hao. The world government has altered its strategy regarding him. As for you," after a slight pause, Rob Lucci proceeded to relay the orders directed at Momonosuke. "The world government requires you to secure the final participant slot in the Holy Grail War. 6 groups have already entered the fray, yet we, the Navy, have only 2 spots. You should be aware that only Smoker remains as a viable combatant for the Navy, should the 7th slot fall into pirate hands." Lucci, I believe I am ineligible to participate in this Holy Grail War, right? The chat group has made it abundantly clear that only those with fervent wishes can be selected as participants. I merely wish for a life devoid of worries, and for Mr. Vegapunk to remain safe and sound. With both of these aspirations now fulfilled, there seems to be no justification for my selection as a master in this Holy Grail War. Regarding the directive conveyed by Rob Lucci for him to participate in the Holy Grail War, while Tamamoto did not outright refuse, his response unmistakably communicated his sentiments to the other party. This is a harrowing conflict where lives are risked in mutual slaughter. He certainly does not wish to forfeit his own life so easily. Listening to Tamamoto's obvious implication of refusal, Rob Lucci remained unfazed. "Having already prepared a countermeasure, Mr. Tamamoto, I comprehend your feelings, yet the circumstances have changed. You must participate in this Holy Grail War." Why is that?" Upon hearing Rob Lucci's somewhat coercive tone over the Den Mushi, Tamamoto became visibly irate. Though he held the rank of Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters, his allegiance lay with the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk. If it were a command of compulsion, no one aside from Vegapunk could compel him to undertake anything he was unwilling to do. However, in the next moment, just as Tamamoto was preparing to hang up the phone with determination, Rob Lucci unveiled a piece of reliable information that left the straightforward Vice Admiral momentarily speechless. There are indeed personnel from our CP intelligence agency stationed on Sabeti Archipelago. Just moments ago, an agent returning from the archipelago brought back some rather grim news. While one of the participating masters, Charlotte Pudding, was summoning her heroic spirit, that agent had concealed himself in the shadows and witnessed firsthand. At the moment of a successful summoning, our agent distinctly heard Pudding articulate her wish. She intends to use the Holy Grail to eliminate Vegapunk, seeking vengeance for her father. As Rob Lucci's words echoed, Vice Admiral Temamoto stood frozen in place. After a brief pause, he erupted in fury towards the phone. Damn it, what happened with Kuma is far from what she imagines. How can she blame Mr. Vegapunk without hearing any explanations? No, this absolutely cannot be allowed. She must not wield the Holy Grail against Mr. Vegapunk. At that moment, Tamamoto was utterly frantic. He had no certainty whether the so-called omnipotent wishing machine, the Holy Grail, could genuinely fulfill the holder's every desire. Yet one thing was certain. The Holy Grail could indeed conceptually end the lives of anyone. After all, even Whitebeard, a formidable figure confirmed dead 2 years prior, had been resurrected. Eliminate Vegapunk with the Holy Grail? That would be astonishingly easy. There were only 2 ways to ensure Vegapunk's safety. First, seek out the initiator and overseer of the Holy Grail War, Lin Hao, to see if he could annul Pudding's eligibility to compete. The second option would be for Tamamoto to become a participant himself and secure victory. In that case, the Holy Grail would be surrendered to the world government, ensuring Mr. Vegapunk's safety. Ultimately, how to proceed would be for him to decide. After delivering this ultimatum, Rob Lucci abruptly ended the call. In an office situated within the outer regions of Mariawa, Rob Lucci hung up the Den Mushi with a hint of irritation. Beside him, his companions, Khalifa, Kaku, Bruno, and others, cast worried glances at their leader. Unlike 2 years ago during the CP9 era, Kaku and the others had donned pristine white suits, their faces obscured by white masks, formally becoming CP0. Directly dispatched by the Celestial Dragons, Lucci, you still possess such a knack for deception. Yet given your current position, who would believe that the information just shared was false? Observing Lucci's visibly displeased demeanor, the most cheerful among them, Khalifa, attempted to offer some comfort. However, for reasons unknown, her intention to console inadvertently morphed into a jest. The members of CP0 were well acquainted with their former captain, Lucci, though adept at falsehoods. He was not inclined to engage in them. While his previous undercover mission in Water 7 had been remarkably successful, he had also formed genuine attachments during his time with the shipwrights. That truly is quite bothersome. Upon hearing Khalifa's teasing, a flicker of resignation crossed Lucci's face. Yet in the next moment, his displeasure and resignation were swept away, replaced by an unusual excitement. Previously, I lacked choices and could only passively engage in actions I was reluctant to undertake. But now, I have the opportunity to make my own decisions. Hey, Lucci, you aren't seriously considering this, are you? Witnessing the exhilarated expression on Lucci's face, Khalifa, Kaku, Gabra, and other CP0 members were all taken aback. Lucci's excitement grew. He addressed his astonished companions. Indeed, this is merely the first Holy Grail War. After this conflict concludes, there will be a second, perhaps even a third. When the time is ripe, I will participate in the Holy Grail War as a master and achieve victory. At that point, we can all pursue the lives we desire and do as we wish. Will you stand with me then? In an instant, the room descended into an eerie silence, gazing at Lucci's eager and hopeful expression. The CP0 members remained uncharacteristically quiet, yet after a moment, Gabra, who had previously had a contentious relationship with Lucci, was the first to speak up. Lucci, you must consider this carefully, but if you have already made your decision, I shall stand beside you, no matter what. Damn it. Why does Pudding take her anger out on Vegapunk? Such a thing must not occur. After Rob Lucci had ended the call, Tamamoto sprang from his seat. Until now, his sole focus had been to protect his benefactor, Vegapunk, and to live without concerns for sustenance. However, the situation had now changed. At this very moment, his primary worry was Vegapunk's safety. Vegapunk was being targeted, and no one wished more than he to prevent Charlotte Pudding from engaging in her madness. Damn it. I must prevent Pudding from acquiring the Holy Grail and committing such reckless acts. What must I do to gain eligibility for the Holy Grail War? In a state of agitation akin to an ant on a hot pan, Vice Admiral Temamoto pondered, "To seek out the overseer and initiator of the Holy Grail War." Lin Hao, to annul Pudding's eligibility? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. The only option left was to participate in the competition. As long as he could protect Vegapunk, he would be willing to do anything. With that thought, Tamamoto gazed helplessly at the sky. He then tentatively inquired, "I wish to participate in this Holy Grail War to protect Vegapunk. Can such a desire qualify as a condition for entry into the Holy Grail War?" In the next moment, as Tamamoto's words faded, an ethereal electronic voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Your wish meets the eligibility criteria. You have obtained the final master qualification for this Holy Grail War. Given your unique circumstances, you are specially permitted to make a choice. By choosing to participate in the war, you may continue to summon heroic spirits. By choosing to forego, you may maintain your current status." Upon hearing the ethereal electronic voice in his mind, Tamamoto was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of excitement spread across his face. Was there even a choice to be made? Of course. He would participate in this Holy Grail War. "Ding! You have been granted the qualification of a master in this Holy Grail War. Please summon your servant to participate in the battle as soon as possible. Should you fail to do so before the end of today, your master qualification will be automatically transferred to another day." As that ethereal electronic voice faded, 3 glowing command seals materialized on the back of Vice Admiral Zhang Taowan's hand. Simultaneously, the summoning array for the servant was imprinted in his mind with crystal clarity, as if stamped by a mental brand. "Wonderful. I have finally obtained the qualification to partake in the Holy Grail War. Uncle Beijapang, rest assured, I shall not allow Chao Ilapo to harm you in the slightest." With those words, Zhang Taowan swiftly departed from the naval base on Island 53, but upon arriving at a nearly deserted island, he meticulously inscribed the summoning array in accordance with the patterns etched in his mind. Gazing at the array glowing before him, Zhang Taowan felt a sudden pang of headache. The array is complete. But I still need a holy relic, right? Damn it. What should I use as a holy relic? For someone as straightforward and honest as Zhang Taowan, the concept of a holy relic was immediately confined to the realm of tangible objects. He found himself troubled by what item could serve as the holy relic for summoning a servant. Observing the pained expression on Zhang Taowan's face, the omniscient Lin Hao couldn't help but display a hint of exasperation. "Stuck at this juncture, it seems I must lend you a hand." After a brief moment of light-hearted sarcasm, Lin Hao placed his finger against his templed eye. In the next instant, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in Zhang Taowan's mind. "Hey, you're being exceedingly thick-headed, aren't you? Who said a holy relic must be a physical object? You can use your character, will, or even your desires as a holy relic to summon a servant. As long as your holy relic is specific enough, a servant will respond to your call. Don't hesitate. Complete the summoning ritual and join this Holy Grail War. Where are you? How can you speak to me in my mind? Why are you helping me?" Lin Hao's voice was soft, yet each word was conveyed with utmost clarity to Zhang Taowan's consciousness. The familiarity of the voice startled Zhang Taowan. He had witnessed Lin Hao's immense power firsthand. Now Lin Hao was proactively suggesting what could serve as a holy relic. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, observing Zhang Taowan, who resembled a country bumpkin experiencing a city for the first time. Lin Hao couldn't help but wear a wry smile. "I am the initiator and overseer of the Holy Grail War. How can this battle proceed if you choose not to participate? If you doubt this, feel free to relinquish your master qualification, and someone else will undoubtedly take your place. This reminder is already an unexpected boon. Do as you see fit." After Lin Hao's words, he severed the private conversation with Zhang Taowan for Zhang Taowan. After enduring a prolonged period of shock and confusion, his expression gradually turned solemn. "If even something as ethereal as will can serve as a holy relic, then I shall use my conviction to protect Uncle Beijapang as my holy relic. Servant, who guards important existences just like me, manifest here and fulfill your own desires alongside mine." No sooner had Zhang Taowan's words left his lips than a terrifying aura erupted from the summoning array before him. As that fearsome presence surged forth, the brilliance of the array intensified. Straining against the blinding light emanating from the array, Zhang Taowan squinted and managed to discern a frail figure gradually taking shape within the radiance. Moments later, as the luminous glow of the summoning array began to dissipate, Vice Admiral Jean Wan was astonished to find a gaunt figure, clad in somewhat disheveled attire, shouldering a katana, and bearing a visage that seemed even older than Uncle Beijapang. Curiously surveying the surrounding environment, upon noticing the stunned Jean Wan, the emaciated elder's eyes gleamed with recognition. I did not expect my summoner to be so spirited. I am Sasaki Koger, summoned as an assassin to participate in this Holy Grail War. So, this rather dim-witted brute before me is my master. Staring at the frail, elderly figure who appeared as though a gust of wind could easily carry him away, Vice Admiral Jean Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. You are the servant I summoned? You don't seem particularly formidable. Uncle, why don't you return to your world, and I'll summon someone else? This war is not merely a competition, it's perilous. Although he could discern the old man's extraordinary nature at a glance, after a meticulous examination, Jean Wan's face fell as he realized the absence of any overwhelming presence or extraordinary abilities. In his estimation, this elderly figure, who appeared even older than Vice Admiral Karp, might have once been a significant force in his own world, but at this age, he was likely enjoying a peaceful retirement. Hardly fit to endure the brutalities of the Holy Grail War, the recent cataclysmic battles involving the likes of Whitebeard and Natsu were still fresh in his mind, confronted with this frail elder. Should they encounter other servants, who would rely on whom in their pairing? A momentary breeze swept through, and an awkward tension rapidly enveloped the duo of master and servant. Alas, it seems I have been underestimated. However, it matters not. Even when I was confirmed as a participant, those extraordinarily powerful beings consistently underestimated me. Noting the distrustful expression on Jean Wan's face, the aged and emaciated Sasaki Koger merely smiled faintly. He then leaned his katana, which was nearly as long as his own body, against the ground as if it were a cane. In an instant, the wind that had previously rustled their garments vanished entirely. As Sasaki Koger positioned his sheathed sword before him, their surroundings transformed into a space seemingly detached from the world. Witnessing the surprising aura emanating from the elder, Jean Wan's previous doubts were swiftly replaced by astonishment. Uncle, I take back what I said. I was far too hasty and should not have judged by appearances. You are precisely the servant I seek. Let us seize victory in this Holy Grail War together. Aren't you even going to ask what my wish is? Observing the suddenly transformed attitude of Wataru Mamakawa, Sasaki Kojiru couldn't help but chuckle teasingly. There's no need to ask, for I already stated during the summoning that a heroic spirit, who, like me, protects something of great importance, has answered my call. That I trust that you, my good uncle, feel the same. With something precious to safeguard in your heart, how could you possibly be a villain? Let us together seize the Holy Grail. Looking at the goofy grin of Wataru Mamakawa, Sasaki Kojiru raised an eyebrow. What an honest and straightforward master you are. If only that Bjarn Hild were as sincere as you. Now, my lord, our pact is thus sealed. In this Holy Grail War, I, Sasaki Kojiru, shall exert every effort to aid you in realizing your wish. Ding! The contestants of Group 7, Assassin Class, are now in position. Congratulations, host, on receiving rewards. Senjumuzu, from Heroic Spirit, Sasaki Kojiru. Congratulations, host, on receiving rewards. Marine 6 Styles, from Master Wataru Mamakawa. All contestants of Group 7 are now in position, and the Holy Grail War officially commences. From this moment forth, all contact with the outside world will be severed within a 10,000-meter radius of the Holy Grail War chat group and the Sabaody archipelago. The rule regarding non-participants vacating the battlefield remains unchanged until the moment Wataru Mamakawa and Sasaki Kojiru established their contract. An ethereal voice resonated within Lin Hao's mind. Simultaneously, the countdown suspended in the sky above the Sabaody archipelago came crashing down. At this instant, the inaugural Holy Grail War within the pirate world officially commenced. Has it finally begun? The rewards for the contestants of Group 7 have all been obtained. Now, we merely await the emergence of the victor to claim that so-called Holy Grail War grand prize. As the ethereal electronic voice gradually faded from his mind, Lin Hao, reclining on his chair, stretched languidly. This moment, he possessed several divine devil fruits from the pirate world and numerous abilities from various anime characters. Even if he were to lose the system's dimensional level manifestation during the Holy Grail War, Lin Hao could undoubtedly stand as a formidable force within the pirate realm, far surpassing any marine admiral. The Knights of God, or even the emperors of the sea on the Grand Line. Such figures no longer hold any significance in his eyes. What truly piques Lin Hao's interest is who will emerge victorious in this quasi-nurturing Holy Grail War. Adjusting his reclining position slightly, Lin Hao closed his eyes and continued to observe each contestant group of the Holy Grail War with his omniscient perspective. Simultaneously, the ethereal voice manifested within the minds of every contestant pair participating in the inaugural Holy Grail War. However, there was a slight difference. The voice announcing Lin Hao's rewards and the introduction of the master and heroic spirit of Group 7 were automatically muted as for the information regarding Whitebeard, who had revealed his identity due to the battle. It remained intact and unaltered despite the positioning of all contestants in the Holy Grail War at this moment, amidst a dense forest on the outskirts of the Saber archipelago. The participating heroic spirit main concealed herself within a cloud of white smoke, her face alight with excitement. All contestants have descended into battle. This moment has finally arrived, Main exclaimed, cautiously maintaining her romantic artillery with various tools at her side. Witnessing this scene, the smoke-manipulating smoker formed his face from the vapor before Main. Hey, now is not the time for excitement. There are surely formidable enemies among them with keen detection abilities if discovered. We would be in grave trouble. Hearing Smoker's concerned reminder, Main, having finished maintaining her sniper rifle, pulled her gun's bolt with a determined expression. Master, you still do not comprehend my abilities. In truth, I eagerly await the arrival of threats. Seeing Main's confident smile, Smoker, who was using his smoke fruit to conceal her, was momentarily taken aback. Far away from the recently ravaged Island 44, the heroic spiritess Death, alongside her master Joel Pony, diligently observed the direction of Island 44 with utmost caution. A half-hour prior, this sword-class duo had witnessed the earth-shattering clash between Whitebeard and Natsu. They had also seen the aftermath, where the obliterated Island 44 was restored to its former glory by the mysterious initiator and overseer of the Holy Grail War. Utilizing awe-inspiring powers at this moment, Joel Pony, perched atop Isteth's shoulder, was filled with curiosity that a master. She had felt the tremors from the cataclysmic battle, but had not seen the combatants themselves. Meanwhile, the heroic spiritess Death had completed her intelligence gathering. Saber sister, those two are incredibly powerful. Do you have confidence? The devastating battle that had annihilated Island 44 left Joel Pony feeling unsettled, prompting her to inquire about Isteth's assurance. Those two are indeed strong, but merely strong enough to pique my interest in personally eliminating them. Fear not, Pony. The heroic spirit you summoned is quite formidable. Upon hearing Joel Pony's concerns, Isteth affectionately ruffled her hair, a hint of madness glinting in her eyes. Now, we should head toward Island 1, where an exceedingly unpleasant individual is engaged in some rather repugnant activities. We must intervene. Saber sister already possesses intelligence on the adversary, although Joel Pony had learned Isteth's true name. She refrained from using it to prevent any remote detection by other heroic spirits. Upon hearing Pony's inquiry, Isteth's face displayed an unmasked expression of murderous intent that I do not know who they are. But the overwhelming stench of blood is unmistakable. It is a scent absent even from the battlefield. This is not combat, but slaughter. We must move now. With that, Isteth stamped her foot heavily, with a deafening boom. She and Pony vanished from sight, leaving behind a vast fissure in the ground slowly mending itself. Within the Kicking the Bucket bar on the 13th island of the Saber archipelago, the pirate king Rayleigh and the Straw Hat crew members who remained to participate in the war gathered. After witnessing the might of the heroic spirits, Rayleigh had sent his bar owner, Shaki, with whom he shared a flirtatious relationship, aboard an uncoated ship to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield of the Holy Grail War. At this moment, the Kicking the Bucket bar was occupied solely by the masters and heroic spirits of the Rider and Lancer classes. All contestants of Group 7 are finally assembled. The inaugural Holy Grail War has officially commenced. After taking a hearty swig of liquor, a glimmer of anticipation graced Rayleigh's visage. Nearby, the Straw Hat crew, with Luffy heartily devouring food, Zoro tending to his 3 legendary swords, and Sanji, whose eyes had turned into little red hearts, clinging to Robin like a love-struck puppy, painted a scene of delightful chaos. Observing her 3 clearly eccentric crewmates, Robin, the architect of the alliance, could only manage a wry smile at Mr. Rayleigh regarding the intelligence on the other contestants. Aside from us, Only the archer group remains, correct? How is the monitoring work progressing? Huh. Such inquiries are not for me to entertain, for I am merely a drunken old fool. Upon hearing Robin's question, Rayleigh smiled faintly before turning his attention to the nearby Whitebeard, who was engaged in a lively conversation. Noticing Robin's inquisitive gaze directed at him, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Though it required some effort, I have successfully located that individual. The MY observation hockey has been significantly enhanced, now encompassing the entirety of the Saber archipelago. Despite the strong concealment abilities of the archer group as servant, her master, Smoker, is not beyond my perception. Rest assured, the archer group is now entirely within my grasp. Upon hearing Whitebeard's response, Nico Robin's exquisitely beautiful visage broke into a stunning smile. This scene filled Sanji with exhilaration, his spirit invigorated and blood racing. Then there is no cause for concern. We shall maintain our position here and await the archer group as competitors to effectively wear down the others. Should those rascals dare to approach, we shall send them flying. Indeed, I shall take charge of the perimeter reconnaissance. You, with your green algae hair, are to remain here and go nowhere. I absolutely refuse to allow you, the hopeless navigator, to cause any trouble. You culinary pervert, how dare you say that again? In an instant, the bar owned by Shachi and Rayleigh resonated with the joyous laughter of two competing teams. Castor, you have lived for over 1,000 years, truly an enviable fellow. Speaking of which, this castle is quite marvelous. How on earth did you manage to create it? Within an opulent tea room in the Infinite City, Castor's master, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and his servant, Muzan Kabutsuji, were leisurely savoring the steaming tea before them. Notably, Muzan's teacup contained a blood-red brew. Observing the ever-changing architecture of their surroundings, Doflamingo wore a curious smile. Since summoning Muzan, who shared his desire for immortality, he had witnessed the extraordinary powers of this self-proclaimed demon king. He had initially opened a space to perfectly conceal their presence and subsequently showcased various remarkable abilities known as blood demon arts within this infinite city. Upon learning that Muzan was over 1,000 years old, Doflamingo could no longer suppress a smirk, were it not for the fact that becoming a demon meant being eternally under Muzan's control. He would not have minded being transformed, as it would grant him a lifespan far exceeding that of an ordinary human. In response to Doflamingo's query, Muzan, now in female form, took a leisurely sip of the fragrant tea before them. This was a unique manifestation of Castor's class skill, moving workshop, unexpectedly unveiled through the blood demon arts of a female demon. Nevertheless, it mattered not. With this infinite city and all the blood demon arts at their disposal, they had secured an invulnerable position. I have gathered substantial intelligence regarding the other competitors, Muzan stated thoughtfully, as his pupils flickered. In that instant, the pupils trembling, numerous blood-red orbs, resembling glass spheres, silently took their positions in the hidden corners of the Saber archipelago. The sights captured by these orbs were shared entirely within Muzan's mind. Upon manifesting as a servant in this realm, Muzan was delighted to discover that not only had he shed his weakness to sunlight, but he could also wield all the blood demon arts of his 12 Kazuki subordinates without restriction. He now possessed the most formidable reconnaissance abilities among all participating servants. At that moment, Maine, who had been maintaining her firearms on a distant island, the Lancer and Rider teams within Shachi's bar on the 13th island, and the swiftly approaching targets, Bonnie and Disdeath, alongside the Saber group, were all unwittingly observed by Muzan Kabutsuji. Despite all servants and masters attempting to conceal themselves, any inadvertent revelations about the Holy Grail War during conversations allowed Muzan to instantly ascertain their identities. Secured an invulnerable position, so you have discerned the identities of the other competitors? Seeing the calm expression on Muzan's face, Doflamingo felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that the servant he summoned possessed such formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities. Within merely an hour of manifesting, this entity had extracted information from other competitors who had their memories related to the Holy Grail War deliberately erased. Yes, I have identified the identities of 5 competing teams. As for the last summoned team, the Assassin Group, their concealment skills are commendable. Even with my eyes on the entire battlefield, they remain undisclosed. A truly troublesome adversary. Throughout Muzan's discourse, he maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, seemingly dismissive of the yet-to-be-revealed assassin team. However, the next moment, As he leisurely prepared to search for the last group of assassin competitors, his blood-red pupils widened in shock. Instantly, his expression shifted from astonishment to distaste. How dare they so shamelessly debase and toy with their prey? Such brutish behavior is most displeasing, though. A being who has lived for over 1,000 years can indeed feel anger. It is not anger, but rather an innate revulsion stemming from my bloodline. Should the opportunity arise, I would not hesitate to personally send that berserker to hell. Witnessing the sudden shift in the demeanor of Muzan Kibutsuji, Doflamingo's expression turned perplexed. Since becoming a participating master, he could no longer access the Holy Grail War chat group, and thus remained oblivious to the context of Muzan's words. Meanwhile, within the population auction house on the first island of the Saber archipelago, gruesome scenes reminiscent of hell itself were unfolding. Observing the crazed and unrestrained actions of Berserker, Daiso Haken, some members of the Navy and pirates, who had endured multiple brushes with death, could no longer suppress their revulsion. What a repugnant individual to so defile this Holy Grail War. Let us start with your elimination. Sensing the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from the auction house, Isthetha's face rarely displayed a hint of anger. After gently placing her master, Joan Elibani, down from her shoulder and advising her to stay close and protect herself, the imposing figure of the imperial general, clad in military attire, unsheathed her western sword with a decisive flick. Hey! Is this fellow truly a high-ranking official of the world government, to commit such heinous acts merely to enhance his servant's strength? Even I, a pirate, cannot abide by such actions, Marine. World government? What a joke. Do you still believe they possess a moral compass? Have you forgotten the God Valley incident 38 years ago? Hey, Captain, in comparison to the scene before me, I find the events of the Valley of Gods to be far less severe than I had previously imagined. To my astonishment, there exist individuals in this world even more depraved than the celestial dragons, and to think they are affiliated with the world government. Kaido, this spectacle is truly nauseating. I suddenly feel that my actions in Wano were insignificant in comparison. Of course, when measured against this scum at this very moment, the chat group for the Holy Grail War has erupted into chaos. Through the live broadcast in the chat, nearly everyone witnessed the horrific deeds of the Berserker team's participants at the human auction venue. The auction hall has transformed into a veritable sea of blood. Weak cries of agony reverberate among the audience and the auctioneer's platform. The walls and floors of the venue are stained crimson with the blood of those commodities. Mangled human limbs and dismembered remains lay scattered about. Even through the live feed, the participants in the chat felt their stomachs churn violently. Even seasoned Navy veterans and experienced pirates, who had faced death before, could not help but vomit their stomach acid upon witnessing this scene. What is even more chilling is that the spirit, the great Shy Yagumo, is relishing a severed human arm with unrestrained greed. In the center of the auction stage, a dozen individuals, still clinging to life, emit pitiful pleas that are barely audible. These bound souls are not beseeching the now bloodshot-eyed Yagumo for mercy. Rather, they are pleading with Spandam, who still retains a semblance of humanity, hoping for a swift end. Observing the pitiful commodities that have been tortured beyond recognition, Spandam, as their master, furrows his brow slightly. He turns to the great Shy Yagumo, who is mercilessly tormenting a conscious human, and cannot help but voice his disgust. Hey, Berserker, is this revolting manner of feeding truly your path to strength? Since you regard humans as mere food, is it necessary to torture them so excessively? As Spandam speaks, he draws his sword, imbued with the powers of the Zozo no Mi, intending to grant a swift end to the dozen slaves bound to their chairs. However, before he can act, the blood-soaked Yagumo suddenly appears before him in a flash. Hey, you brat, this is the best way for me to grow stronger. If you wish to join them, feel free to take a step forward and try. Faced with the terrifying visage of Yagumo, resembling a fiend, Spandam, who had just intended to assist the slaves in their liberation, immediately retracts his blade behind him. A forced smile of obsequiousness spreads across his face. How could I possibly impede my spirit's growth? As long as I can secure victory in this Holy Grail War, you may do as you please. If this place is insufficient, I know of other auction sites where rare species like giants and fur tribes can be found. Under the dual influences of Yagumo's intimidation and the aspiration to become the sovereign of the world, the last shred of humanity within Spandam's conscience is utterly cast aside. Witnessing the sycophantic smile on Spandam's face, Yagumo's blood-red visage breaks into a satisfied grin. Having scum like you as my master is simply delightful. Ha! As long as we can win this Holy Grail War, what does it matter if a few lowly beings perish? Hurry up and continue. In an instant, the madness of Yagumo and Spandam's shamelessness filled the entire human auction venue. This horrifying scene was broadcast without reservation to all the members of the chat group participating in the Holy Grail War. Sakazuki, despicable. How could the world government harbor such filth? We must immediately petition the Holy Land to have this scoundrel expelled. Sengoku, such conduct is unworthy of humanity. If I were to lay my hands on him, he would find no mercy. Monkey Deed Garp, those detestable celestial dragons allowed such a wretch to become a CP agent. How can we, the Navy, justify this to the public? Kazan, I deeply regret having entrusted my golden transponder snail to such a person 2 years ago. As they gazed upon the hellscape depicted in the live broadcast, the Navy personnel in the chat were filled with shame. Even when taunted and provoked by notorious pirates, they found themselves lacking the face to respond. Inside the Panga city of the Holy Land, the 5 nominal elders of the world government stared grimly at the bloody live feed. After a moment of silence, the Justice Minister, Topman Vacheli, felt veins resembling tree roots bulge on his forehead. He then roared at the black-clad agents stationed at the door. Contact the Navy headquarters immediately. Spandam has dared to bring such disgrace upon the world government. He must be expelled at once. From this moment forward, he is the most heinous criminal in the world. Meanwhile, at the auction venue on the first island of Sabaody Archipelago, the great SHY Yagumo, who was enjoying the torment of a victim's dismembered limb, suddenly snapped back to reality. He abruptly turned to face the human auction hall at some point. A beautiful woman clad in military garb, wielding a western sword, stood there with an icy demeanor. Upon seeing her, Yagumo's initial wariness transformed instantaneously into fervent desire and madness. Have you finally arrived? I have long been eager to engage in battle with you participants. The vitality of a spirit is indeed formidable. Tormenting you spirits will undoubtedly prove far more entertaining than tormenting ordinary humans. With that, Yagumo cast aside the already lifeless victim beside him and charged with a sinister grin toward the military-clad woman. Compared to you, even the Prime Minister of the Empire is a good person. Prepare to be ravaged, you disgusting creature. As the menacing Desho Bayun lunged forward with a sinister grin, a bloodthirsty and frenzied smile spread across his death's face. In the next instant, the temperature of the entire auction venue plummeted dramatically, centering around his death. Before the 2 heroic spirits could engage, the terrifying chill transformed the auction hall into a pristine, snow-covered realm. The ground, littered with severed limbs, and the dozen or so humans on the auction platform, who were now on the brink of death, were instantaneously encased in crystalline ice sculptures. Subsequently, under even lower temperatures, those who had just been frozen shattered into a flurry of icy shards. Faced with the imminent specter of death, the remaining humans in the auction hall exhibited no trace of fear. On the contrary, before they were completely frozen, their gazes towards his death were filled with heartfelt gratitude. Realizing the dire situation as the temperature dropped, Spandam hastily retreated, slipping out through a side door of the auction venue before the frost could reach him. Just as he exited, the hellish scene transformed into a winter wasteland. A thunderous explosion erupted from behind him, nearly knocking him unconscious. Moments later, several massive ice pillars erupted from the ground, shattering the ceiling of the auction hall. Upon these towering ice columns, one of Desho Bayun's arms was firmly ensnared. At that moment, Desho Bayun was covered in horrific wounds, his flesh laid bare to the bone. Yet, as he gazed at the woman standing atop the ice column not far from him, the crazed ghoul displayed no hint of fear. Feeling the terrifying cold emanating from the ice piercing his left arm, Desho Bayun let out a sinister laugh, channeling his strength to violently wrench his impaled arm free from his shoulder. Such exquisite swordsmanship. You must be the Saber-class heroic spirit. What a delight it is to torment a being like you. Just as the 2 engaged in combat, his death's razor-sharp sword inflicted several deep, bone-exposing wounds upon Desho Bayun's body. Before he could retaliate, a thick ice pillar pierced through his left arm. Fortunately, having sufficiently fed beforehand, the RC cells within him sprang into action, allowing his severed arm to regenerate before he even hit the ground. I am a ghoul, transcending the limitations of humanity. You shall perish in regret. Upon completing his declaration, his back split open, and countless crimson flesh fragments rapidly coiled around his right arm, solidifying in less than 2 seconds. These blood-red masses hardened into a deep brown, impenetrable shell, resembling a colossal human arm from a distance. Ha! The moment I assume this form, you are finished. Prepare for my assault, and do not die too easily. At this point, Bayun had fully embraced his most potent half-ghoul form. However, just as he aimed to attack the nearby death, her murderous intent left him momentarily paralyzed. Oh, you know how I tame the dangerous creatures lurking at the Empire's borders. You hideous wretch, I play a delightful game with them, called, What is 1000-7? How do you know this? Upon hearing that familiar game title, the previously triumphant Bayun's face twisted into an uncontrollable expression of terror. For a fleeting moment, a white-haired youth, who had left a significant psychological scar on him, resurfaced in his mind. This peculiar individual possessed a unique trait, with only one of his red-eyed ghoul markers exhibiting such a characteristic during their fierce battle. In the agonizing minutes of being ruthlessly tormented, Bayun had calculated 1000-7 down to the final digit. It was the only time he had shed tears of fear and regret since joining the Bronze Tree. But that was merely an experience from my own world. Who is this heroic spirit before me? Why does she know my most unspeakable secret? Observing Bayun's momentary fear and daze, a murderous smile crept across Isthetha's face. You, who have committed unforgivable sins, shall perish in agony. With Isthetha's command, her sword danced through the air, creating an afterimage in an instant, under the tempest of her strikes. Bayun's already wounded upper body was inflicted with dozens more horrific lacerations, as for the RC shell enveloping his right arm and head. Isthetha forcefully severed it from his body. As he faced the rain-like barrage of sword strikes, Bayun, reeling from the sudden onslaught, unleashed his true power. Seizing the moment when Isthetha prepared to strike again, he summoned all his strength and charged at her with a furious roar. Seeing the oncoming Bayun, resembling a battering ram, Isthetha scoffed derisively. Pathetic creature, your strength is utterly insufficient. I have lost interest in tormenting you. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. Bayun barreled towards her. Isthetha's sword suddenly glimmered with a frost-laden sheen. In an instant, the temperature around the two combatants plummeted. The following moment, as Bayun surged forward, Isthetha's frost-encased sword struck precisely at a joint in his arm. With a flick of her wrist, Bayun's muscular arm detached from his shoulder like a mere component of a machine. Realizing he had lost an arm, Bayun finally comprehended the sheer terror of her strength. He abruptly halted his reckless charge, pivoting to retreat at high speed. Humph, such an attack is futile against me. Even if you sever my limbs, I will recover in no time. As the formidable Yun retreated hastily, Estes, with a malevolent grin, closely pursued him. Observing his adversary who sought to bring about his demise, Yun's face betrayed a hint of derision. A ghoul. His extraordinary physical strength and regenerative abilities were the very foundation of his capacity for high-level combat. Especially after indulging in a frenzied feast previously, the RC cells within his body had experienced a significant replenishment, coupled with his physical attributes being enhanced by the manifestation of a heroic spirit in the Berserker class. His capacity to recover and consolidate his abilities had reached an epic level compared to before. However, in the next moment, as he attempted to utilize the abundance of RC cells in his body to mend the arm severed by Estes, a wave of terrifying cold instantaneously severed the pathway of the RC cells at his wound. How is this possible? You can actually interfere with my RC cells? Witnessing the horrifying wound, now frozen in an instant, a look of terror finally crossed Yun's visage. The loss of his self-healing ability would mean that the terrifying woman, who was aware that 1000-7 equals 993, could truly reduce him to a mere stick of flesh. This overwhelming fear lingered only for a fleeting moment. Estes, dashing forward, closed the distance to Yun. She declared, your regenerative capability commences at your wounds. If I can temporarily incapacitate them, I can utterly eliminate you. You repugnant scum, repent for your earlier actions. With Yun's face reflecting sheer terror, Estes wielded her frost-encased sword, transforming it into a flurry of afterimages. Subsequently, amidst Yun's anguished screams, the Imperial General Estes gruesomely reduced the ghoul, who had committed heinous acts at the population auction, into a myriad of white fragments akin to shattered snowflakes. Gazing at the ground strewn with white powder, Estes exhibited a look of disgust. Humph. Worthless trash, incapable even of providing me a proper warm-up. You've sullied my sword. Following her statement, Estes spat disdainfully upon the ground. After a brief stretch, she swiftly made her way towards the concealed Joe Ai Li Bo and I. Hey, Caster, that Saber is formidable. Has the Berserker Team's contestant been eliminated so easily within the Infinite City? Doflamingo and Kibutsuji Musen had just observed the battle between Estes and Deshoya Yun through a specialized surveillance method. The entire confrontation lasted less than 5 minutes, watching Estes achieve victory with overwhelming strength. A grave expression settled upon Doflamingo's face. Although he had previously viewed the carnage on Island 44 from a distance, he had not witnessed the combatants directly. It was only through Musen's unique blood demon art that he truly comprehended the terror of a heroic spirit. While the combat appeared merely as commonplace melee, even through the screen, he felt the daunting pressure emanating from both sides. Doflamingo knew he could not withstand Estes' onslaught. He wouldn't even have time to disperse into threads using his fruit abilities. Even when facing the Marine Admiral Akiji, he had never felt such an intense pressure. What unsettled him further was the recent skirmish. It was evident to any observer that the Saber-class heroic spirit had not exerted her full strength. However, the next moment, Musen's response transformed Doflamingo's expression. The Berserker-class heroic spirit had not sustained fatal injuries. That was merely a doppelganger. Elimination would not be so simple. What? A doppelganger? Upon hearing Musen's answer, Doflamingo's already pale face grew even more ashen. The body that had been reduced to mere pulp was simply a doppelganger. Is this true? I distinctly heard a heartbeat and breath from it. Could this Berserker's doppelganger be so convincingly lifelike? As a user of the Ito no Mi, Doflamingo had thoroughly developed his mastery over devil fruits. One of the techniques he had devised involved using his thread to create a remarkably convincing doppelganger. However, such creations always bore weaknesses. Any expert with knowledge of haki could generally see through such tricks in a short time. Yet, throughout the nearly 5-minute battle between Deshoya Yun and Estes, Doflamingo had failed to notice that he was not facing the true Deshoya Yun. Oh, where was the true Berserker? With Estes' departure, the once ravaged population auction venue fell into a profound silence. Unlike the previous battle between Naz and Whitebeard, this time, after the clash between Estes and Deshoya Yun, the miraculous restoration power did not return the auction venue on Island 1 to its former state, but left it in a state of utter ruin. I cannot answer your question either. After all, that fellow is hiding in a place completely undetectable by my blood demon art, that we can only wait quietly to see whether that garbage comes to retrieve the doppelganger or... Before Musen's words could conclude, the remnants of Deshoya Yun, which Estes had nearly reduced to pulp, suddenly began to stir. Under the astonished gazes of Musen and Doflamingo, the meat fragments rapidly regained their normal temperature and shed the ice encasing them. Subsequently, these fragments began to wriggle with remarkable speed towards a large tree adjacent to the auction venue. Finally, upon reaching the unassuming tree, the once robust trunk exploded from within. In the next moment, amidst the flying wood shavings, the naked form of Deshoya Yun emerged in the surveillance footage viewed by Musen and Doflamingo. This Saber-class heroic spirit is indeed powerful. Yet it is precisely because of this that it becomes all the more significant to torment her to death. Ah! As Deshoya Yun cackled, a large crimson gash appeared on his lower back. Observing the signal from his true form, the meat fragments previously severed by Estes began to writhe vigorously. In less than a few seconds, they merged seamlessly with their true form, Deshoya Yun. Feeling the surge of strength within his body, Deshoya Yun could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! I have gathered enough RC cells and discerned the appearance of the Saber-class heroic spirit. This venture has indeed been a tremendous profit. Hey, you've gone too far, haven't you? It's better to act discreetly in the future. If other contestants catch wind of this, your doppelganger will be far less convincing. Just as Deshoya Yun reveled in his unrestrained laughter, Spandam, who had previously fled during the skirmish with Estes, suddenly reappeared. Witnessing the naked form of Deshoya Yun, Spandam felt a chill of dread. That Saber-class heroic spirit was terrifyingly powerful, capable of wielding ice, akin to Admiral Akiji, that I hope to avoid encountering that individual again. What? Are you afraid? Noticing Spandam's expression of fear, Deshoya Yun turned towards his master with a sinister grin. Didn't I tell you before? The command spell in your possession not only compels the heroic spirits to obey commands, but also has the capacity to enhance their powers. The strength of the original body is not comparable to that of a mere avatar. Next time, I shall utterly annihilate that haughty woman. I understand. You are formidable, so let us hasten our departure from this site. I am aware of several other venues for the trafficking of souls. Once you attain your utmost strength, we shall unleash a massacre. As Spandam spoke, he swiftly whisked away the grinning Deshoya, vanishing from the now completely ravaged auction house. Rather than being a mere avatar, it seems more akin to a division of self. Such an ability bears a striking resemblance to the soul avatars of the four emperors. Charlotte Linlin, the only difference being that this fellow divides his own body. Watching the figures of Deshoya and Spandam disappear from the surveillance footage, the grave expression on Doflamingo's face lightened considerably. He then turned to gaze at the now feminine form of Kabutsujin. Hey, Caster, if you were to face such an opponent, you would surely defeat him, right? Upon hearing the inquiry from his master. Doflamingo, Kabutsujin leisurely took a sip from her cup of red, fragrant tea. Of course, I can, and I shall not grant him the opportunity to slip away. However, at this point, Kabutsujin paused slightly, her expression taking on an unusually serious demeanor. That Saber is indeed a troublesome adversary. To vanquish her, we will likely need to devise a meticulous strategy. Meanwhile, within the estate designated as a safe lock on the 53rd island of Saber archipelago, Lin Hao had risen from his reclining chair, in stark contrast to his earlier relaxed demeanor. A hint of gravity now graced Lin Hao's features. The Berserker class, upon its manifestation, is endowed with a unique passive skill by the job center. Under the influence of this skill, the heroic spirits attributes experience unprecedented enhancement. However, in exchange, certain combat techniques rooted in rationality are stripped away. Thus, most berserkers rely predominantly on their instinctual combat prowess during battles. Naturally, figures like Lancelot or Li Shuwen, who have integrated martial arts into their very instincts, or Heracles, who maintains formidable rationality even in a berserker state, find the weakening effect of madness nearly negligible. In this Holy Grail War, Deshoya, already somewhat unhinged, appears to have been paradoxically strengthened by the madness effect. Enhanced by the madness skill, does that mean he can evolve from a semi-hero to a complete hero as long as he receives sufficient sustenance, without needing to partake in devouring others? As a berserker, you have indeed exploited a significant loophole. Having contemplated the series of operations within the Berserker group, Lin Hao stretched languidly. Suddenly, just as he intended to shift his focus to other competitors, a haunting electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the actions of the Berserker group have incited an increasing resistance among the populace towards the Holy Grail War. Currently categorizing the Berserker group as a key subject for review. Should the review fail, the host must take corresponding measures against the participants of the Berserker group. What? Does this Holy Grail War even consider the sentiments of the common folk? Upon hearing the system's notification, a large question mark appeared above Lin Hao's head. The next moment, the system promptly responded to his inquiry. This system requires a certain degree of belief power. The actions of the Berserker group have severely impacted the public's faith in the Holy Grail War. The growing resistance among the global populace will, to some extent, affect the normal operation of this system. So it's like that? Then take your time with the review. I am quite eager to see the results. Once Lin Hao finished speaking, he redirected his gaze to the other competitors. The recent confrontation between Deshoya and his death had not been fully witnessed by the other contestants on Saber archipelago. However, within the chat group of the Holy Grail War, numerous high-ranking Navy officials and infamous pirates from the Grand Line observed the live stream with clarity, watching Spandam and Deshoya, who had retracted their avatars and proceeded towards the next auction venue. The pirates in the chat group began to mock the Navy. Kaido, what a shame. That swordsman failed to eliminate him completely. How many more slaves will suffer? Your world government operates with far more horror than we pirates. Charlotte Linlin. Mama. I have never encountered such a race before. Heroic spirits are truly fascinating. I wish to collect them for my world encyclopedia. Marshall D. Teach. Ha! Surely everyone witnessed such a scene. With scum like Spandam, the celestial dragons will find it difficult to maintain their heavenly gold this year. Crocodile. Humph. Heavenly gold. Merely a jest. As far as I know, the island of Bartolomeo in the South Sea also belongs to a world government member state, and they have paid their heavenly gold in full. What happened? Just because Roger displayed a paternal side here, what absurd actions did the Navy and world government take? Vince Smoke Judge. That was indeed a massacre. Yet Roger's child lives on well, doesn't he? Who within the world government has spoken up for those innocent mothers? As the pirates in the Holy Grail War chat group continued to banter about the Navy and world government. The previously silenced high-ranking Navy officials could no longer remain composed. Sakazuki. Humph. Foolish pirates. These sacrifices are necessary to sever the bloodline of Pirate King Roger. Had it not been for your disruptive actions, those mothers would not have been drawn into this turmoil. Their demise is on your heads. Green Bull. Indeed, everything is your fault, pirates. You are the ones who ought to pay for the innocent lives lost. Fire Fist Ace. You lowly pirates, cease your arrogance. One day, we Navy will thoroughly purge you scum from the seas. Monkey D. Dragon. Humph. A bunch of hypocrites. It is you who should be cast out. At this moment, a cacophony erupted in the Holy Grail War chat group, with both Navy and pirates engaged in heated disputes. Even some Revolutionary Army officials joined in to deride the world government. Simultaneously, on the first island of Saber archipelago, Esteth, having just reduced the Berserker de Shobayun to mere pulp, successfully reunited with Jolie Bonnie at their previously arranged location. Esteth, has the battle concluded? Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Upon seeing Esteth rush towards her, Jolie Bonnie, unaware of the battle's outcome, approached with concern. Noticing Jolie Bonnie's worried expression, Esteth affectionately lifted her up. Silly girl. I am the mightiest general of the Empire. That twisted, sadistic scoundrel could never be my match. I have completely dispatched him, and from this moment forth, no Berserker-class heroic spirits remain in this Holy Grail War. How splendid. Sister Esteth is truly remarkable. Upon hearing the response from Esteth, Joelle Bonnie suddenly opened her arms in exuberance and embraced the heroic spirit tightly around her neck. However, in the next moment, just as Esteth intended to carry Joelle Bonnie away from the island back to their inn, her expression shifted from one of joy to a look of intense apprehension. This change came as a white-haired old man, slender and disheveled, unexpectedly materialized before her, wielding a large sword over his shoulder. Gazing at the smiling elder, Esteth instantly became alert. Though the distance between them was not great, her keen senses had failed to detect his presence until he revealed himself just a few meters away. Had he not chosen to appear so close, she might not have noticed him even if he had approached closer. Such impeccable stealth was beyond the capabilities of even Brand's noble phantasm. The demon of the abyss, you are the heroic spirit assassin. After gently placing Joelle Bonnie behind her for protection, the cautious Esteth swiftly drew the slender western sword from her waist. Ah, you are indeed very prudent. Had it been someone else, they might have been caught off guard and swiftly eliminated, remarked the heroic spirit Sasaki Koger, casually flicking his long sword in his hand. Despite his seemingly nonchalant gesture, Esteth instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. Although they had yet to engage in combat, she recognized that his martial prowess was of an extraordinarily terrifying caliber, capable of disregarding any numerical disparities between heroic spirits. To be honest, I did not wish to reveal my identity so soon. However, it seems my master has overheard a tragic event unfolding here through something called a telephone bug. Thus, before a confrontation ensues, I wish to confirm a few things with you, Sasaki Koger stated, lightly tapping his sword against the ground. In an instant, the once rustling leaves in the forest fell silent, and even the surrounding breeze seemed to come to a standstill. Witnessing this scene, Esteth's face first registered surprise, but it quickly transformed into a fierce determination. Initially thinking that assassins merely lurked in the shadows to strike from ambush, she was taken aback to encounter someone like him. If it is you, then I suppose I can unleash my full potential in this battle, Esteth declared, revealing a radiant smile. She then gently nudged Joelle backward, ensuring she was safely out of the combat zone before she took a decisive step forward. In an instant, her agile form vanished from sight, reappearing mere centimeters from Sasaki Koger's throat with her sword poised for a thrust, just as Esteth's blade was about to pierce the air separating them. Sasaki Kojiro remained calm, crossing his weapon before him. Despite the minuscule distance, Isdeth's sword could advance no further. After flawlessly blocking her surprise attack, a somewhat troubled expression emerged on Sasaki Kojiro's face, and he gracefully evaded backward. Propelled by the force of Isdeth's strike, landing silently on the ground. Witnessing this, Isdeth's excitement intensified. So beautiful women are indeed so fiercely tempestuous. I have yet to pose my questions. Tell me, are you truly not a berserker? Berserker? That wretch has already been dealt with. If you have questions, then let us see if you can prove your worth, Isdeth replied, her face adorned with a bloodthirsty grin. In a flash, she vanished once more. Sensing the violent winds generated by her rapid movement, Sasaki Kojiro could not help but murmur in exasperation, Master, your goodwill has truly drawn us into a formidable predicament. Before he could finish his lament, a multitude of sword shadows surged toward him from all directions, accompanied by a terrifying rush of wind. As he beheld the chaotic flurry of blades, Sasaki Kojiro's expression finally shifted from ease to seriousness. He deftly weaved through Isdeth's onslaught, evading countless lethal strikes with a series of remarkably agile movements. When faced with unavoidable attacks, he skillfully wielded his weapon to deflect her fierce blows with unparalleled finesse. Though the disparity in their physical prowess was substantial, Sasaki Kojiro's mastery allowed him to withstand Isdeth's relentless assault, rendering her dominance on the battlefield mere appearance, as she could not truly gain the upper hand. What formidable strength and swordsmanship! You surpass any swordsman I encountered in life. It is no wonder you could vanquish a berserker. You are a Saber-class heroic spirit, are you not? Finally, after skillfully parrying Isdeth's ferocious strike once more, Sasaki Kojiro seized the fleeting opportunity presented by his opponent's momentary lapse. With an exquisitely cunning angle, he launched a counterattack against Isdeth. This strike, though subtle, was undeniably lethal. Amidst the torrential flurry of sword shadows emanating from Isdeth, Kojiro discerned a minuscule path that would reveal itself only in a fleeting instant. He thrust rapidly toward Isdeth's throat. Recognizing the gravity of this fierce assault, Isdeth dared not underestimate it in an instant. She retracted her long sword and forcefully aligned it with her opponent's blade, hoping to deflect this covert attack with sheer strength. However, in the next moment, a deafening sound of metal grinding and a dazzling spark erupted. Isdeth's agile form swiftly retreated, creating a safe distance between herself and the single-strike Kojiro. Observing the withdrawal of Isdeth from his attack range, Kojiro's countenance betrayed a mix of disappointment and regret. How formidable she is, to evade my decisive blow. Chances like this may well become mere fantasies in the future. As he mused, Kojiro elegantly flicked his weapon, creating a series of dazzling sword blossoms. Beneath the sun's rays, a subtle crimson hue was effortlessly cast from his long sword. Turning his gaze back to Isdeth, he noted a striking blood-red gash adorning her alabaster neck. Fortunately, though the wound appeared alarming, its depth was not fatal. As she traced the half-finger-length cut on her neck, a thrill of excitement surged through Isdeth's expression. Just moments ago, she had intended to leverage her strength to forcibly redirect his cunning strike, only to discover how well concealed his power was. It had evaded even her expectations. Were the wound any deeper, I might have been forced to withdraw. To encounter an opponent who necessitates my utmost effort is truly exhilarating. Weren't you eager to pose a question? Speak. You have earned that privilege, Isdeth declared, her face breaking into a bloodthirsty smile. Her smile grew increasingly frenzied. The temperature surrounding them plummeted at a noticeable rate. Can she manipulate temperature? This is quite troublesome. Observing the rapid coagulation of the wound on Isdeth's neck due to the chilling air, Kojiro's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The temperature was dropping swiftly, and he could feel the joints of his body growing sluggish under the chilling effects. Meanwhile, his opponent seemed impervious to the cold. In such dire circumstances, his thoughts shifted from defeating the sword-wielding spirit to merely surviving her relentless onslaught. That power? Admiral Akiji. Is that you? Is this the voice of Wataru Tamamura? How did you come to be here? Where is Vegapunk? Just as the cackling Isdeth prepared to advance, two voices suddenly emerged from behind both Kojiro and Isdeth, causing them both to pause in surprise. Moments later, Wataru Tamamura appeared beside Kojiro, while the furious Joan of Arc confronted Isdeth, glaring angrily at Tamamura. Oh, it isn't Admiral Akiji. It appears spirits can possess abilities akin to devil fruits. Noticing the thick frost accumulating on Esdeath's sword, Tamamura hesitated momentarily. Yet, in the next moment, he focused intently on Joan of Arc, who had reverted to her youthful appearance. "That I won't divulge that Mr. Vegapunk is not on this island. My lips are sealed. I entered this Holy Grail War to protect Mr. Vegapunk. Bonnie, you had best harbor no ill intentions toward him." After successfully forming a contract with Kojiro, Tamamura had erased any memories regarding Joan of Arc's status as a master. Nevertheless, he still recalled that he had joined this Holy Grail War due to concerns over a master with malevolent intent toward Vegapunk. Seeing Joan of Arc, he couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. Once this Holy Grail War concludes, I shall have a proper reckoning with that old fool. Tamamura, you had best not interfere." Upon hearing Joan of Arc's furious words, Tamamura's heart sank. "That it seems that the master who intends to harm Mr. Vegapunk is most likely this little girl." An awkward silence enveloped both parties for a moment. After a brief pause, recognizing that they were acquaintances rather than enemies, Esdeath sheathed her sword. Given the circumstances, if the master did not issue a command, this battle would be unable to continue. After all, the longer the fight dragged on, the more information she would expose to other competitors. Seeing Esdeath sheath her sword first, Kojiro exhaled slowly in relief, likewise returning his weapon to its sheath. Although the situation appeared to favor him temporarily, should the confrontation resume, he would likely be forced to flee for his life. As his earlier cunning strike had depleted much of his stamina, the force with which Esdeath had blocked his attack was merely a fraction of her strength, while he had exerted all his power. If all went as expected, his little tricks would now be anticipated by her. Should they meet again, it would be impossible to replicate this scenario. "Master, shall we continue this battle?" Warily eyeing the situation before her, Esdeath once again shielded Bonnie behind her. Observing the wound adorning Esdeath's pristine neck, Joan of Arc felt a pang of sympathy. Without hesitation, after shooting a fierce glare at Tamamura, she grasped Esdeath's hand and stormed off in the opposite direction. "My sister is injured. She must recover before we resume combat. Having already defeated Berserker, today's battle ends here." Watching as his master led Esdeath away, a flicker of relief crossed Kojiro's face. Yet, in the next moment, before he could fully relax, his expression abruptly froze. Tamamura strode forward, halting their departure with a booming voice. "Hey, you two can't just leave like that. Certain matters require clarification." In an instant, Esdeath, who had intended to follow Bonnie, turned coldly to face Tamamura, a manic smile dancing on her lips. "Oh, you wish to continue. I find myself rather inclined to reclaim the honor from assassin at this very moment," Esters declared, swiftly drawing her previously sheathed western longsword with a sharp sound. Instantly, the temperature, which had only just begun to warm up, plummeted once more. Witnessing this scene, Sasaki Kojiro could not help but deliver a forceful slap to his forehead with his right hand. After their earlier confrontation, he had formed a rough estimation of Esther's combat prowess. The previous injury inflicted upon her had merely been a consequence of a tactical oversight, should they engage in battle again under the current frigid conditions. He knew there would be no opportunity for another decisive blow. Yet, observing the resolute expression on the face of Matoi, Sasaki Kojiro could only grimly place his hand upon his sheath. "Alas, I must retract my earlier statement. If that Bjarnhild fellow is as foolish as this master, then humanity truly has no hope," he mused, steeling himself for the impending conflict. However, in the next moment, Matoi unexpectedly stepped forward, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Bonnie, who was firmly shielded by Esters. "Jolie Bonnie, although our time together has not been extensive, we have formed a bond of friendship, have we not? Setting aside our identities as Navy and pirate, I implore you to respond earnestly. Was it you and your heroic spirit who orchestrated the events at the auction site?" As a high-ranking officer of the Navy, Matoi was well aware that Jolie Bonnie had evaded the world government's surveillance in the South Sea 3 years ago and had since become a pirate. Furthermore, according to accounts from Navy personnel who had previously crossed paths with Bonnie, she was indeed a notorious figure, leaving behind a trail of defenseless elders and children wherever her crew went. Although Matoi had not seen the detailed reports, the snippets of information circulating had left him deeply unsettled, particularly considering the profound impression left by Bonnie's father, Kuma, who was renowned for his kindness. Now, observing Jolie Bonnie's furious countenance, Matoi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Kuma's daughter might evolve into a truly heinous pirate. Moreover, During the rescue mission, his heroic spirit, assassin, had informed him that certain classes of heroic spirits could draw upon the bodies or souls of ordinary humans to replenish their own required mediums, thereby becoming more formidable. Matoi could scarcely fathom the possibility of Kuma's daughter engaging in such malevolent actions. Gazing at the earnest Matoi, Esther's initially hesitated before furrowing her brow and sheathing her long sword once more. Though Matoi was the master of a rival heroic spirit, the white cloak of justice draped over his shoulders reminded her of comrades from the Imperial Army in her past world. Strangely, Matoi's forthright and impudent inquiry evoked no feelings of disdain in her. Instead, it brought to mind a subordinate who, like Tasmi, bore an armored noble phantasm and possessed an equally candid disposition. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward between the two parties. Sasaki Koger stepped forward, casting a pleading glance at Esther's dada. My apologies, Saber. This is a question I had intended to pose to you. My master is rather straightforward, and unless this matter is clarified, he will not depart. If you have no desire to engage in combat any longer, I kindly ask that you share the answer to this question with this fool. Upon hearing the same inquiry from Sasaki Koger and his master, Esther's, having already acknowledged their strength in her heart, turned to glance at her master, Bonnie. After receiving a nod of affirmation, she replied with a hint of resignation, I am a soldier, not a bloodthirsty maniac. My presence here is solely due to the scent of blood wafting from afar. We came to put an end to this atrocity. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. These individuals were slain by Berserker. Given his consumption of human limbs, it is evident that he is not human, but rather a special type of dangerous entity that preys upon mankind. Upon hearing Esther's response, Sasaki Koger let out a slow sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, just as he was about to bow and take his leave, he suddenly noticed that his master, Matoi, had no intention of departing. That moment, Matoi stood rooted, fixated on Bonnie beside Esther's. Bonnie, I demand you answer me personally. Observing Matoi's stubbornness, Bonnie sighed in exasperation before shouting back, You fool, do you truly believe I would commit such heinous acts? All of this was the doing of Berserker. We arrived to eliminate him and then encountered you. It is as simple as that. If you believe me, then leave at once. If not, let us fight until one of us retreats. As she spoke, Bonnie's form transformed from that of a 12-year-old girl into that of a 24-year-old woman. Then, to Sasaki Koger's astonished gaze, Bonnie's right arm expanded dramatically, the power of the fruit of years, reminiscent of Nika's future. Seeing Bonnie prepared for battle, Matoi's earlier seriousness unexpectedly shifted to a look of relief. If you did not perpetrate this, then I am at ease. Thankfully, the daughter of that gentleman is not a villain. Let us regard today's ordeal as a mere accident. Assassin, we shall depart. Upon hearing his master's command to retreat, Sasaki Koger also felt a weight lift from his shoulders, but just as he turned to leave, Esther's, who had previously engaged in battle, stepped forward and called out to him, Hey, assassin, you are quite the formidable opponent. Before I slay you, you have the privilege of sharing your name. Huh? I am truly honored. I am Sasaki Koger, often regarded as the most unsuccessful man among humanity, perpetually mired in failure. My deepest apologies, fair lady. May I inquire your name? Sasaki Koger, upon realizing that Esther's viewed him as a trophy to be collected, could only manage a wry smile before stating his name. Though the most unsuccessful man, that title scarcely befits you. However, you are entitled to know my name. I am General Esther's of the Empire, the strongest within its ranks. Ah, splendid. This way, should I meet my end, I shall not do so in ignorance. With that, Sasaki Koger departed alongside his master, Matoi, from the dense thicket. Moments later, beside the battlefield they had vacated, a blood-red eye slowly rolled out from among the leaves of a large tree. Simultaneously, within the confines of Infinity City, the expressions on the faces of Doflamingo and Muzan Kibutsuji, seated in one of the chambers, turned grave. Hey, master, do you know the masters of those two heroic spirits? Saber and Assassin? Muzan Kibutsuji turned to Doflamingo, his face etched with unprecedented severity. I am acquainted with both, and neither can best me. Caster, is there a problem? Observing the pallid visage of Kibutsuji Muzan, Don Quixote Doflamingo felt a tightening in his chest. Such an expression clearly indicated that the heroic spirit he had summoned could not contend with the opposing force. It is not a significant issue. Merely a precautionary measure that I in my world. There once was a swordsman who caused me considerable distress. And these two sword-wielders invoke a sense of unease within me. As Kabutsui Musen spoke, he extended his right hand to touch his own back. In the next moment, to Doflamingo's astonishment, Musen forcibly extracted his spine from his body. Once exposed to the air, the red and white vertebrae revealed a multitude of blood-red eyes that opened wide. Under Musen's command, the spine, now adorned with eyes, began to transform its shape. That in mere seconds, it astonishingly morphed into a long, sinister blade of red and white. Iwanatsu, your sword is also forged from your own body, is it not? This time, it is your moon breathing that shall demonstrate its prowess in this world. After proclaiming this, Kibutsuji Musen shifted his form, appearing in an expansive area within Infinite City. With the full capacity of 5 brains at work, Musen commenced the intricate fusion of the sword techniques he had previously observed from Saber and Assassin with the initial form of moon breathing. As Doflamingo witnessed Kibutsuji Musen flawlessly executing the various sword techniques that his death and Sasaki Kojiro had employed, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. What manner of swordsman could possibly challenge this so-called king of demons, possessing such formidable strength and intellect? Meanwhile, on a secluded island in the Sabaody archipelago, Maine, concealed within a thick fog and white smoke, rubbed her eyes and withdrew her gaze. The area she had been observing was precisely the battlefield where his death and Sasaki Kojiro had clashed. Noticing Maine's grave expression, Smoker, who was shrouding her form with the smoke-smock fruit, materialized his face beside her. Hey, you actually have the audacity to show such an unsightly expression. Are you intimidated by the prowess displayed by those two? From a distance, a face resembling that of an older man suddenly appeared amidst the white mist surrounding Maine. This scene would undoubtedly shock anyone else into unconsciousness, given its eerie nature. Upon hearing Smoker's inquiry, Maine shook her head with a hint of resignation. It is not the strength that troubles me. Rather, one of those individuals is someone I am acquainted with. That person is not merely powerful. Her unique abilities surpass your imagination, albeit usable only once a day. Well then, if a direct encounter occurs, do you have confidence in defeating her? Smoker felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing that even a heroic spirit found the opponent troublesome. There is no need for excessive concern that if push comes to shove, I possess the capability to take her down with me. Before we reach that point, we should investigate the other contestants and their gradual elimination plan. At Maine's proposal, Smoker, who was transforming into smoke to conceal her further, nodded in agreement that as they moved to a new hiding spot, they utilized Archer's unique visual abilities to gather intelligence on several heroic spirit combinations. Once they identified all remaining contestants, they could systematically eliminate them from the shadows. That we are already aware of the identities of Lancer, Rider, Saber, Assassin, and Berserker. What remains uncertain is the identity of the caster group and whether the Berserker spirit is truly deceased. Main, for us, this war is ill-suited for a protracted battle. We need to accelerate our pace. Hearing Smoker's admonition, Main stood from her previous kneeling position, stretching her arms as she did so. Fear not. I am more adept at the sniper's combat style than you realize. I shall hasten our progress. However, we must relocate now. With that, Main stepped forward, and within a few breaths, her petite figure vanished from the spot. Watching her change hiding places once again, Smoker could only shake his head in exasperation. He then transformed entirely into smoke and followed in her wake. Meanwhile, in the knock-up stream bar on Sabaody Archipelago's 13th island, Luffy, Sanji, and Natsu had all departed. They claimed to be on lookout duty. But those remaining in the bar understood their true nature. Fortunately, with Sanji watching over them, they could perform the baiting task flawlessly. Were they to be released without supervision, who could predict the chaos Luffy and Natsu might unleash? Mr. Whitebeard, your observation hockey should be functioning without issues, correct? Robin inquired, perusing a novel while observing Whitebeard, who was sharing laughter and drinks with Rayleigh and Zoro. Upon hearing her question, Whitebeard let out his signature hearty laugh. Worry not, archaeologist. My observation hockey has reached an extraordinarily enhanced level. Archer, Ryder, and those two little brats on your ship are all under my watchful eye. Should anything occur, I can immediately rush in to set an ambush. Robin's face lit up with a beautiful smile at Whitebeard's jovial words. La. Now I can rest easy. Truly, you are a reliable figure, befitting one of the 4 emperors on the other side. At the entrance of an amusement park in Saber archipelago, two figures clad in white suits approached slowly. Observing the jubilant residents frolicking about and the occasional Navy presence, Spandam's face broke into a mocking grin. What is this? There are still people here. Ignoring the warning to steer clear of the battlefield of the Holy Grail War, it can only be deemed unfortunate for you wretched commoners. You shall all become mere sustenance for the Berserker. Observing the mocking smile on Spandam's face, the heroic spirit, Berserker de Shoyagamo, nodded in satisfaction to AT this moment. His master had completely lost the last vestige of humanity. Such a creature deserves to fight alongside him. Before the Holy Grail War officially commenced, the majority of the populace and staff on the Chabadi Islands, fearing the repercussions of this conflict, opted to leave by boat well in advance. After all, a colossal countdown loomed in the sky, and notifications echoed in everyone's minds that in such circumstances, most chose to believe it was better to err on the side of caution, particularly after they had ruthlessly slaughtered the attendees of the population auction on the first island of Chabadi. Other branches of the population auction swiftly initiated their evacuations. It was said that amidst the previous victims, someone had managed to make a few calls for help via a telephone bug before being discovered. Evidently, those distress calls had borne fruit, as when they arrived, the other branches of the auction had already been abandoned. Thus, at the suggestion of his master Spandam, this duo made their way directly to the amusement park area, the most densely populated part of the Chabadi Islands. From the current situation, it was indeed apparent that a considerable number of stubborn fools had chosen to disregard the warnings of the Holy Grail War. Furthermore, the staff from the population auction branches had failed to notify this area during their evacuation. Clearly, these ordinary citizens had become the bait for the safety of those scoundrels. Ha! How splendid it is that a rascal like you is my master. After exchanging a glance, the mad duo of master and heroic spirit grinned wickedly and charged into the amusement park. In an instant, what had been a vibrant atmosphere transformed into a blood-soaked hell on earth. Meanwhile, within the luxurious manor on Island 53 of the Chabadi Islands, serving as a safe haven, a resonant electronic voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Ding! The Holy Grail War system has completed its review of the slaughter perpetrated by Berserker participants Desho Yagamo and Spandam. Upon review, the group's actions have exceeded the limits tolerable by the Holy Grail War. The war supervisor and initiator are urged to disqualify this group of participants using permissible means. Has the review finally concluded? It certainly took its time. Hearing the ethereal electronic voice in his mind, Lin Hao's previously tense expression finally broke into a smile. System, enlighten me about the rules and restrictions. After Lin Hao posed his query, the system's ethereal voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding! According to the rules of the Holy Grail War, as the initiator and supervisor of this event, you possess the authority to issue warnings to violators. Should the warnings prove ineffective, you are permitted to manually eliminate the violators within the confines of the established rules. Please elaborate on the permissible scope of this rule. At this moment, Lin Hao maintained an omniscient state. Thus, as Desho Yagumo and Spandam indulged in their frenzied slaughter within the amusement park, Lin Hao observed with clarity. This vile duo had no intention of receiving guidance or warnings from him. He planned to eliminate them outright. Would I allow such scoundrels to obtain the Holy Grail? Ding! The supervisor may only retaliate against participants when they attack the supervisor or initiator. So I cannot directly deal with them. Upon hearing the explanation from the Holy Grail War system, a look of disappointment crossed Lin Hao's face. However, he soon experienced a moment of inspiration. While I cannot act directly, no matter, I can find someone to deal with you. Surely that poses no issue. Meanwhile, the chat group for the Holy Grail War erupted in chaos. Roxd.jibek. After traversing the Grand Line for so many years, I thought no one could be more despicable than I. Yet upon seeing this fellow, it appears your world government's agents resemble thieves. Shiki. Precisely. Most pirates seek only wealth. We absolutely do not engage in unnecessary slaughter. Such scum are your upper echelon, and you dare to claim righteousness? Marshall D. Teach. Thieves. Ha! To the onlookers witnessing this atrocity, do you not see? The staff at the population auction would rather sacrifice innocent civilians than allow misfortune to befall themselves. You should hand over the heavenly gold to us pirates instead. I am a Yonko, and will surely protect you. Charlotte Linlin. Mama, mama, mama. My Tato land welcomes you all. In my territory, you need not pay a dime. Merely sacrifice 1/6 of your lifespan. and you may live happily and safely until old age. Ivankov. What a repugnant act. These individuals pay a hefty sum of heavenly gold each year. Even so, they must endure such atrocities. If it were me, I would prefer to pay protection fees to pirates. In an instant, the chat group filled with pirates, revolutionaries, and even ordinary citizens began to condemn Spandam's actions, which incited public outrage. However, after a period of denunciation, the tone of the chat group gradually shifted, due to Spandam's identity as a direct agent of the world government, coupled with the deliberate guidance from several veteran pirates and revolutionary leaders. The originally vocal critics of Spandam began to vehemently denounce the CP intelligence agency he belonged to, observing the vile deeds of Spandam and to Shoyagamo. Some kings of non-member nations who initially aspired to join the world government found their resolve wavering. Meanwhile, the hesitant kings of smaller nations in the New World expressed their intent to seek refuge under the protection of Yonko-level pirates. After all, when compared to the terrifying sums of heavenly gold demanded by the celestial dragons, the protection fees demanded by pirates seemed to offer better value. Particularly the condition proposed by Yonko Charlotte Lin, asking for merely 1/6 of one's lifespan, appeared rather acceptable. Watching the chat group's narrative gradually skew, Akainu, the fleet admiral, could no longer remain passive. Upon discovering that the chat group allowed for voice messages and short video uploads, he immediately launched a counteroffensive against the pirates and revolutionaries within the chat. Sakazuki. Humph, you scoundrels of the sea, do you think such trifling tactics can tarnish the world government's reputation? I previously stated that Spandam is no longer a member of the world government. They have now issued a bounty on him, amounting to 500 million berries, an unprecedented initial bounty. The words of Admiral Akainu silenced the pirates and revolutionaries within the chat group, simultaneously as Akainu spoke. A brief video was shared beneath his avatar. In the video, Spandam's father, Spandane, appeared dejected as he was escorted by 2 Marine vice admirals into the prison of Impel Down in a bid to quell the anger of the populace. Admiral Akainu had taken it upon himself to apprehend Spandane, the leader of the former CP organization, without prior approval from higher-ups. Observing Akainu's actions, the members of the chat group temporarily set aside their intense dissatisfaction. However, the very next moment, an unexpected figure materialized in the chat, causing Admiral Akainu's expression to darken considerably. Charlo Saint. Humph, just a bunch of wretched commoners. What is there to worry about? Anyone who dares to refuse to join the world government should be met with naval force and suppressed. We can capture them all and send them to Bridge Kingdom for bridge repairs. Monkey D. Dragon. Humph. Is this how the celestial dragons, who claim to rule the world, behave? Your actions are utterly revolting. Scoundrels, your days of arrogance are numbered. Prepare to meet your reckoning. Rox D. Jibek. I never imagined that in this day and age, there would still be individuals brave enough to defy the world government. It seems that not everyone in this world has completely lost their fighting spirit. Ha ha ha. Shiki, I recognize you. You are the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, aren't you? Ultimately, I have a significant connection with your son. Kaido, ha ha ha. Well said. The world should always be engulfed in the fiercest of battles. In an instant, the chat group, which had been subdued with great difficulty by Akainu, erupted once more with the fervor of pirates and revolutionaries. The disheartened expressions returned to the faces of the common folk and kings alike. Meanwhile, in Akainu's office at Marineford, the admiral nearly smashed his fist through the wall in frustration. The reputation of the world government had taken a hit, with the immediate cause being the tyrannical behavior of the celestial dragons, let alone the revolutionary army and the pirates. Even the fleet admiral Akainu harbored a desire to storm the Holy Land and drag that blathering celestial dragon Charlos out to deliver a sound thrashing. Darn it! How did you escape death at the hands of the Straw Hat Kid 2 years ago? A tide of anger and murderous intent swirled within Akainu's heart. Just then, as the hawkish admiral contemplated whether to propose to the 5 elders the disposal of the loquacious Charlos in the chat, a pinned message suddenly captured everyone's attention. Ding! According to the rules of the Holy Grail War, the actions of Berserker group participants Spandam and Deiso Yakumo have exceeded the permissible limits of the Holy Grail War. Hence, the Overseer has decided to designate the Berserker group as the primary target for elimination. Other participants are to gather at the safety location on Island 53 of the Saber archipelago to meet with Overseer Lin Hao to discuss relevant matters. Participation is voluntary. Those who successfully eliminate the Berserker group will receive additional rewards from the Overseer. The Overseer is summoning all participants at this time. What exactly did the Berserker group do to warrant such a response? Inside the knock-in bar, a few individuals remaining there immediately heard the system notification from Overseer Lin Hao. After a brief moment of astonishment, Robin, the strategist of this temporary alliance, was the first to react. After a moment of reflection, she turned to the now solemn-faced Whitebeard and Rayleigh to Mr. Rayleigh. Mr. Newgate, you are participants in this event. Do you know what that so-called special reward entails? Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, both Rayleigh and Whitebeard shook their heads helplessly. However, the next moment, Whitebeard's face, clearly more knowledgeable about the Holy Grail War, lit up with excitement. Gurura. Although I am unaware of what the reward is, since it is offered by the Overseer, it must be of immense benefit to either the master or the servant. Such occurrences are quite rare in the Holy Grail War. After Whitebeard's jovial remarks, his master, Rayleigh, nodded slightly, setting aside the reward for now. The fact that the Overseer personally issued a kill order for that group suggests that the Berserker servant is likely a considerable threat. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to collaborate with the other participants to eliminate that troublesome group, while also using this chance to gather intelligence on our other enemies, recognizing the wisdom in Rayleigh's suggestion. Robin nodded in agreement. Indeed, relying on the Archer group for intelligence gathering may indeed prove time-consuming. After a brief discussion, Master Rayleigh and Servant Whitebeard departed from the knock-in bar, hastening toward the safety location on Island 53. Zoro and Robin remained behind, while they were not worried about the currently unreachable Luffy and Natsu. Despite the somewhat erratic nature of the Rider Group participants, Sanji, who accompanied them, was a top-tier strategist. And they would undoubtedly act appropriately when the time came that on an island shrouded in thick fog within the Saber archipelago, the expression on Main's face was one of astonishment as she concealed herself amidst the mist and smoke. Suddenly, she leaped atop a towering tree, utilizing her keen eyesight to observe her surroundings with caution. Finally, upon spotting the island housing the amusement park, her expression transformed from confusion to fury. How dare they? This is a Holy Grail War, meant for fair combat among heroes, yet they attack innocent civilians. I will ensure that this scoundrel pays. What's wrong? Archer, what did you see? Noticing the furious expression on Main's face, Smoker, who was currently cloaked in smoke to conceal Main's presence, materialized a face beside her. Although he was gazing in the same direction as Main, he lacked her keen perception and could not discern the situation. Seeing Smoker's puzzled face, Main placed her hand atop his head. In the next moment, Smoker's bewildered expression was replaced by one filled with bloodshot intensity. The scene that Main observed was instantly transmitted into Smoker's mind. That scoundrel Spandam actually condones such heinous acts by his servant. Even if he is a high-ranking member of the world government, I will surely slay him. Once Smoker finished speaking, his smoky form was about to rush toward the hellish scene Main had witnessed. But she called him back. Foolish Smoker, return. I can sense that the strength of that individual is already formidable. We are not their match. What shall we do then? Are we to simply stand by and watch as they eliminate all the civilians? Seeing that Main was preventing him from acting, Smoker's face contorted with anger. However, the next moment, Main's words left him stunned. That I can sense that the current Berserker's strength is exceedingly overwhelming. Our arrival would be futile. You should head to the Overseer. If we can collaborate with other groups, perhaps we might stand a chance of taking them down together. Moreover, as she spoke, Main's serious expression deepened. She readied her romantic artillery, aiming its scope toward the site of the unfolding tragedy. Other group participants were already en route to engage in battle. Let them handle the charge while I provide support from here. You must attend to the important matter. Observing Main enter a sniping stance, Smoker nodded reluctantly. Very well, I will seek out the Overseer. Please, be cautious. With that, Smoker's smoky head transformed back into a wisp of white smoke and quickly vanished from Main's side. What? That Berserker fellow is still alive. I distinctly shredded him to pieces. How is that possible? At the same time, Esther's, who was returning to the inn with Master Bonnie, also received the gathering notification in her mind. After a brief moment of astonishment, disbelief spread across her face. Could that individual possess a similar ability to create clones? Yet, those clones are far too convincing. As a devil fruit user who has been at sea for 3 years, Jolie Bonnie had encountered various pirates and marines with cloning abilities. Such clones, created through fruit powers or technological means, could typically be distinguished with a keen eye. However, during Esther's battle with Deus Ho Yakumo, Bonnie had clearly heard the opponent's breathing and heartbeat. If the entity battling Esther's was not the original, then where was Berserker's true form hiding? To deceive even Esther's senses? Contemplating this, a grave expression settled upon Bonnie's face. Saber, I am aware of your intentions. I shall respond to the summoning from the supervisor.as for you. No, you would surely expose your identity upon hearing that Master Joalaponi intends to meet Supervisor Lin Hao. Death immediately interjected to prevent it. Regarding that Supervisor Lin Hao of the Holy Grail War, although she had never encountered him in person, she was already cognizant of his formidable strength. Previously, during her battle with Deshobayun, Lin Hao had, through extraordinary means, implanted a message directly into her mind. The message was quite straightforward. It instructed Death, the Empire's most formidable general, to inquire of the Berserker she was currently engaged with. What is 1000-7? While Death did not grasp the supervisor's intent at the time, she complied, resulting in a perplexing question that caused the previously vigilant Deshobayun to falter. Such a powerful unknown entity would never compel Death to allow her master to take risks. However, in the next moment, Joalaponi's actions left Death, who had never witnessed her capabilities, completely astonished, in the blink of an eye. Joalaponi transformed from a charming little girl into a stunning adult woman. Before Death could react, Joalaponi swiftly morphed into an elderly woman who appeared to be in her 80s or 90s. You need not worry, Death. I am, in fact, most adept at concealing my identity, she declared. Meanwhile, in the Infinite City, Doflamingo and Kibutsuji Musen were gravely observing the surveillance footage of Deshobayun and Spandam's misdeeds at the amusement park. Like the other competitors, they had already received the summoning notification from Supervisor Lin Hao. Hey, Caster, shall we respond to the supervisor's summons? Doflamingo inquired. Unlike the other masters, he felt little sympathy for the common folk. After all, during his childhood, due to his family's celestial dragon status, he had endured unspeakable acts from enraged citizens. His grim expression was a result of witnessing the growing number of humans being devoured by the manufactured doppelgangers in Musen's surveillance footage. The true form of Berserker Deshobayun was gradually losing its human semblance. Even from behind the screen, Doflamingo could sense the overwhelming power emanating from Deshobayun at that moment. Humph! That arrogant fool plans to strengthen himself to the utmost and eliminate all other competitors in one fell swoop. Such a naive notion. Upon hearing Doflamingo's query, Musen, now in the guise of a child, displayed a hint of disdain. In some respects, he and Deshobayun were alike, both being non-human entities that feasted upon humanity. Yet, as he observed Deshobayun's atrocities at the amusement park, this demon king, who had consumed countless lives over the past millennium, could not suppress his fury. While he too consumed humans, he would never recklessly orchestrate such a massacre. In fact, one of his human disguises included a wife and daughter. When large-scale human slaughter occurred in areas not plagued by demons, he would personally investigate and intervene. Musen, humans were not merely sustenance. They deserved a modicum of respect. After all, he himself had once been a dying human. Rude, despicable, unworthy, disgusting. In the words of that wretch, they are entirely unfit to exist in this world. He declared, this time, let us make an exception and join forces with the other competitors to eliminate this scoundrel. Even a second longer of such trash like Berserker is infuriating. With that, Musen promptly shut off the surveillance feed. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he and Doflamingo vanished from their location, simultaneously, on the 53rd island of the Chambord archipelago. Supervisor Lin Hao, lounging in his rocking chair under the sun, lazily raised his eyelids. He glanced in a particular direction and uttered a tone of weariness mixed with nonchalance. Assassin and Watanabe no Tsuna. Why do you hide in the shadows? Do you not desire the reward for eliminating Berserker? Just as Lin Hao's words echoed, the door swung open, revealing a somewhat reluctant Sasaki Kojuro and an awkward Watanabe no Tsuna, who cautiously entered the temporary safe house Lin Hao had established. Observing Watanabe's sheepish demeanor, Lin Hao couldn't help but smirk playfully. Fear not, you shan't remain here for long. After all, the other competitors will soon arrive. What? The other competitors are coming too. Upon hearing Lin Hao's jest, the honest and straightforward Watanabe's face instantly registered surprise. Noticing his master's naive expression, Sasaki Kojuro wore a look of resignation. That is certain. Only someone like you would come for the sake of so-called justice, while others seek rewards. Sasaki Kojuro mocked Watanabe. A blood-red eye suddenly emerged from the ground nearby, rolling swiftly towards Lin Hao. It halted a few meters before him and stood there quietly, resembling a ping-pong ball. This truly is a fascinating magical phenomenon. Could it be a magical artifact from Castor? Sasaki Kojuro remarked, curiosity lighting up his face. With such a naive master as Watanabe, it seemed unnecessary to conceal his identity. After all, this fellow had claimed to be tight-lipped, yet the next moment divulged secrets that required discretion. Regardless, he possessed formidable stealth capabilities. Even if his appearance was known, others would find it challenging to locate him. Gazing at Sasaki Kojuro's intrigued expression, the blood-red eye mirrored a sense of curiosity. Assassin, you are indeed a powerful swordsman. In my realm, I would surely have you join the ranks of the 12 Kazuki-do. That would be quite an honor. But upon encountering demons, I might be inclined to strike at once, Watanabe replied. As the two spirits exchanged playful banter, a wisp of white smoke gradually drifted into Lin Hao's courtyard. Observing the ethereal vapor, Lin Hao's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Are the Navy so prideful? Ashamed to reveal themselves after a single defeat. At Lin Hao's jest, both Sasaki Kojuro and the blood-red eye of Muzan paused momentarily. However, the unnoticed white smoke quivered slightly, just as Muzan and Sasaki Kojuro were puzzled by Lin Hao's statement. A boisterous laugh erupted from the distance. Gurura, I had hoped to catch a glimpse of the other competitors' prowess, but it seems everyone is reluctant to reveal their identities. Mere moments later, the imposing figure of Whitebeard, akin to a colossal beast from the ancient world, along with his master Rayleigh, materialized before them. Unlike other competitors, this duo had no qualms about revealing their identities, brimming with confidence in their strength. They had previously exposed themselves intentionally to lure other competitors, yet they found themselves with an additional, seemingly unwise ally. Just as Whitebeard was jovially mocking the other competitors, a diminutive, gaunt old woman appeared without anyone noticing. It appears all groups are represented here, except for those of the rider class. Shall we commence our discussions now? Upon hearing Lin Hao's jovial remarks, the previously silent king of the underworld, Rayleigh, stepped forward without hesitation. I apologize, but the contestants from the rider group are currently in an alliance with us. Thus, I shall represent those two fools. If we succeed in the ambush against Berserker, they should certainly receive their share of the rewards. Ah, I see. That poses no issue. Lin Hao replied that as long as they participate in the assault on Berserker and ultimately survive. For the all-knowing Lin Hao, he was well aware of the current whereabouts and activities of Naz and Luffy. However, to prevent any discontent among the other contestants regarding the rewards earned by that particular group, he deliberately awaited an explanation from Rayleigh. Upon hearing Rayleigh's response, all contestants present, save for Muzan Kabutsuji, who possessed island-wide surveillance capabilities, could not suppress their tension. The Lancer's servant, Whitebeard, had previously demonstrated his prowess. It was evident that the rider, who had managed to escape his grasp, would not be lacking in strength either. Who would have thought that these two teams of contestants had formed an alliance? From now on, any engagement against either Lancer or rider would likely provoke retaliation from the opposing side. The dynamics of this war had suddenly shifted dramatically. Observing the varied expressions of the contestants, some relaxed, others grave, Lin Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of gathering you here is to discuss how to deal with Berserker, according to the rules of the Holy Grail War. As the overseer, I cannot intervene unless attacked. Thus, this matter must be left in your capable hands. That I trust you are all aware of the misdeeds perpetrated by that individual. As Lin Hao spoke, the nefarious actions of Daisho Yagumo and Spandam, from the human auction venue and the amusement park respectively, flashed through the minds of all present. In response to the hellish scenes, Muzan, already privy to the circumstances, exhibited little reaction. However, Whitebeard and Rayleigh, having just realized the reason behind Lin Hao's targeting of the Berserker group, were instantly taken aback. In mere moments, their astonishment morphed into indignation. They had anticipated that the Berserker group might have committed some egregious acts, but never could they have fathomed the extent of their transgressions. Even they, pirates notorious along the Grand Line, would never stoop to such atrocities against innocent civilians. In an instant, A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Rayleigh and Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Smoker and Jinbei from the Navy were also affected. Smoker, despite having known of Desho Yagumo's misdeeds prior to arriving, found himself overwhelmed by emotions as the memories replayed in his mind. The transformation into smoke barely concealed his distress, almost exposing his true identity. As for Jinbei, he initially exhaled in relief, realizing that Bonnie had indeed spoken the truth. All the chaos stemmed from the Berserker. The gentleman's child had not turned to evil, yet soon after, his expression mirrored that of Whitebeard and Rayleigh, erupting with unrestrained murderous intent. In stark contrast, Bonnie, now appearing as an elderly lady, displayed a pallid complexion. Though she had encountered grand spectacles as a pirate, the brutality of this scene was still too harrowing for her youthful mind of merely 12 years. Among the crowd, only Muzin maintained a steady demeanor. His blood-red eyes glanced at the other contestants before rolling towards Lin Hao. We are all aware that the troublesome Berserker will soon face execution at the hands of everyone present. So, Mr. Overseer, Muzin paused momentarily. What shall our reward be after we vanquish Berserker? Upon hearing Muzin's inquiry, the other contestants cast disdainful glances at the Crimson Orb. Such heinous acts warranted intervention, even without the promise of rewards. This individual had shown no hint of anger throughout, his focus solely on the prospect of rewards. The caster's servant could not be of good character, surely that in stark contrast to the mixed emotions of disdain and fury among the other contestants. Lin Hao remained remarkably composed. He regarded the piercing red orb on the ground and rose from his reclined position. Under the perplexed gazes of the assembly, he rolled up the sleeves of his arm. The next moment, astonishment swept across the faces of all present. Countless intricate sigils adorned Lin Hao's arm, a dizzying array of mystic markings. Observing the stunned expressions of his fellow contestants, Lin Hao offered a slight smile. Provided we successfully eliminate Berserker, I shall grant each contestant team an additional conversation sigil as a reward. Of course, this is predicated on the assumption that you will still be alive by then. Observing the myriad of colorful sigils shimmering on Lin Hao's arm, the participants of the Holy Grail War within the manor were suddenly stirred with excitement. Heroic spirits engaged in the Holy Grail War. They were all too familiar with the significance of these commands. Should the master wield these sigils with skill, even a single additional command could grant a heroic spirit an extra lease on life. After a moment of astonishment, all present, spirits and masters alike, finally reached a comprehensive agreement to collaborate. Meanwhile, within the amusement park of the Shambered Islands, what was once a cacophony of joy had transformed into a veritable hell drenched in blood. In comparison to the previous population auction site, the amusement park offered a geometrically superior array of nourishment for Berserker Desho Yagumo. The appearance of Desho Yagumo had utterly forsaken its humanity. Its entire form encased in the scabs formed by RC cells. Beside it stood a multitude of horrific, blood-red humanoid creatures, devoid of skin, all birthed from the crimson bags at Desho Yagumo's waist. Upon landing, they frantically preyed upon the panicked populace, swiftly dispersing to blockade every exit of the amusement park in less than 10 minutes. Over 100 innocent lives had perished at the jaws of Desho Yagumo and its grotesque progeny. "Mama, please wake up," a girl, not yet 10 years of age, wept as she collapsed upon the lifeless body of her mother, who had lost her lower half. Mere moments earlier, the young mother had rushed forward with her daughter in an attempt to escape this inferno. Charging headlong into the monstrous guards blocking the amusement park's exit, she had not harbored any illusions of survival. Her only hope was to throw her daughter to safety before her own demise. However, reality proved to be merciless. The mother barely came within a few meters of the exit before two of the RC clones surged forward, devouring her lower half in an instant. Upon witnessing the girl frozen in despair over her mother's corpse, the two ghastly clones returned to their post, continuing to intimidate those desperate to flee. Such a magnificent display of maternal love. I have discovered yet another fascinating toy. Tormenting such emotional beings is far more entertaining. Just as the girl wept over her mother's remains, Desho Yagumo, now fully enveloped in RC cells, maliciously grinned upon spotting her. The moment he laid eyes on the sorrowful child, he abandoned all other terrified prey. For one who relished in the art of torture, a toy that could experience fear was merely a snack. It was a true feast when familial bonds triumphed over terror. With a maniacal laugh, Desho Yagumo's crimson bag suddenly split open, and a massive tendril shot forth, aiming swiftly at the grieving girl. Yet, in the next moment, just as Yagumo was about to ensnare her, the blood-red appendage halted mid-air. A terrifying gust of wind revealed a look of surprise upon his otherwise grotesque visage. "You bastard! Release that girl! Rubber! Rubber! Giant pistol!" A furious voice echoed from beyond the amusement park's entrance. Before Yagumo could process this, the heavy door of the amusement park was shattered with a resounding crash, sending tremors through the AIRTO his astonishment, and to the elated gaze of the fleeing civilians. A colossal black fist, comparable to the size of a house, obliterated the amusement park's entrance. This blow was swift and unexpected, leaving the RC clones stationed at the exit no time to react before they were pulverized into a fine mist of flesh. Following the complete destruction of the entrance, the immense fist continued its trajectory towards Yagumo's face. The sight of this gargantuan appendage only intensified the sadistic glee on Yagumo's visage. To torment prey that could resist was infinitely more amusing than to play with those who could only whimper for mercy. In an instant, the crimson bag at Yagumo's waist began to swell dramatically. Within less than a millisecond, a massive crimson hand, formed from a multitude of RC cells, materialized just as the obsidian fist was about to collide with his face. In a swift motion, the enormous crimson hand enveloped the gigantic black fist, bringing it to an abrupt halt. In just 1 second, the once mighty fist that had shattered the amusement park's exit was stymied completely. The extremity of the colossal black fist, Luffy, previously seething with rage, was now drenched in cold sweat. The hand was not only impossibly hard, but also bore an astounding force. The moment the blood-red palm intensified its grip, the seemingly indestructible fist began to contort under the pressure. Ha! To encounter a toy with a spirit of resistance is truly delightful. You little brat. I shall ensure you experience every one of my methods before your life reaches its end. As Yagumo's wicked grin widened, his eyes greedily fixated on the boy whose face now bore the fiery runes of rage. That a crisp, resounding female voice suddenly rendered his previously frenzied expression into a mask of stillness. In an instant, the temperature that had been rising rapidly around them plummeted. Behind the cherry-haired youth, Naz, a military-clad beauty wielding a western longsword, approached with a manic grin. "You vile pervert, how dare you deceive me with such tricks as doppelgangers? This time, I shall eradicate you completely." On an island shrouded in thick fog, 3 islands away from the amusement park, Smoker had returned to the side of Archer Main. She beheld Naz and Esther's appearing before the formidable Yagumo. A smile graced Main's lips. She promptly began adjusting the scope of her romantic artillery, swiftly scanning the entire amusement park. Who would have thought that as a revolutionary, I would one day join forces with the Empire's mightiest general? Hey, cigar uncle, you must know the identity of that fellow's master, right? While others hold off that pervert, let us take him down here and now. Upon hearing Main's command, Smoker's face, formed entirely from smoke, darkened with a shade of consternation. He knew all too well that the host of Berserker was Spandam. However, from such a distance, he was utterly incapable of observing the battlefield clearly. Currently, within the amusement park, Archer Main could utilize her clairvoyant abilities to see everything with clarity. Yet, to Smoker, that area remained an enigma. "Hey, Archer, please don't put me in a difficult position. I can't see anything over there. How am I supposed to locate your opponent's master?" As Smoker voiced his frustration, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Main's face. That was my oversight. My vision is exceptionally keen. Even from afar, I can see you. Just proceed to the battlefield, and once you spot Spandam's location, point it out to me directly. At that moment, Main's gaze was fixed intently on the imposing Yagumo. Although she had gleaned Spandam's appearance through Smoker's recollections, she dared not divert her focus. It was already a challenge to stealthily eliminate a few of Yagumo's doppelgangers without being detected. If she were to split her attention in search of Spandam, she would likely compromise her ability to ensure the safety of the innocent. Suddenly, while Smoker and Main were entangled in indecision about whether to risk their concealed position to uncover Spandam's whereabouts, a strange disturbance rippled beside Main. In the next moment, to their astonishment, the warlord Doflamingo materialized before them, accompanied by a frail-looking man in a suit. Did you think your position was secure? You have long since been exposed. Sniper To remain undetected. One must constantly change locations. Upon his arrival, Doflamingo wore his signature mocking smile, and casually adjusted his flamingo sunglasses as the two newcomers appeared. Main's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly aimed her romantic artillery at Doflamingo and the pale-suited man beside him. At the sight of Main's gun barrel trained on them, Muzin, who had previously worn a languid expression, was suddenly taken aback. He had indeed contemplated taking advantage of the distraction created by the heroes and their masters focusing on Berserker to eliminate a few competitors. However, just a moment ago, as he prepared to strike Archer, an instinctive thought arose from his 5 brains. Attacking now could lead to his immediate demise. This was not a fleeting fantasy. It was the instinct for survival honed over millennia of existence as a demon king. Gazing at the dark muzzle of Main's firearm, Muzin abandoned his earlier intent to launch a surprise attack. You have hidden rather well. Even I only detected your presence when that smoking fellow went to meet the overseer. Your sniping capabilities are impressive, aren't they? How about we join forces? Upon hearing Muzin's proposal, Main and Smoker were momentarily taken aback, followed by a hesitant contemplation. With such formidable surveillance abilities, you must be a caster, right? What manner of alliance do you propose? Observing as Main redirected her weapon's aim towards the amusement park, Muzin let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Both I and Berserker are not human. Although we are of different species, I am confident in my ability to uncover its weaknesses swiftly. As for that scoundrel master of his, while he hides well now, you can trust my abilities to find him in no time. When I mark him, you shall deliver the fatal shot, and once we have eliminated the Berserker group, we can part ways. How does that sound? As Main regarded the pale Muzin with newfound caution. She recognized the alignment of their goals. Yet, they remained adversaries bound to eliminate each other until one was utterly vanquished. With Castor's powerful search capabilities, who could say whether he might turn against her after achieving his aims? Caught in indecision, Main hesitated while her master Smoker, too, wore a grave expression as he contemplated the situation. Observing the indecisiveness of the Archer group, Doflamingo's face curled into a sly grin. Hey, Smoker, I am, after all, a warlord affiliated with the world government. In a sense, we are allies, are we not? You are aware of the rules of the Holy Grail War, right? Inside the Overseer's domain, we cannot engage in combat. At worst, I can let you escape after acquiring a command seal. Upon hearing Doflamingo's suggestion, Vice Admiral Smoker hesitated momentarily. Yet, when he recalled Spandam's abominable actions, the justice-driven Vice Admiral nodded gravely. I accept your proposal. Archer, what say you? If the uncle agrees, then I too shall comply. That I trust the uncle's instincts. Seeing her master Smoker acquiesce to the alliance, Main pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Excellent. Then it falls to me to identify Berserker's weaknesses and master S location. Do not lag behind. With the Archer group having consented to cooperate, Muzin nodded in affirmation. He snapped his fingers, and his emaciated figure vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, Main and Smoker were left in stunned disbelief. Yet, before they could fully comprehend Muzin's eerie abilities, Doflamingo burst into laughter, dashing over to Main and hoisting the petite girl onto his shoulder. What are you doing, you despicable fiend? Upon witnessing Doflamingo's actions, Smoker immediately reverted from his smoke form to normal, drawing forth a sea stone weapon from behind him. Observing Smoker's tense demeanor, Doflamingo flashed a mocking smile. Smoker, I am a man of my word. This place is far too perilous. Let us relocate to snipe Berserker. You should join us. With that, amidst Main's cries, Doflamingo chuckled heartily. He then produced a thin white thread from his hand, binding it to a cloud overhead. We shall ascend to the skies. There, we shall eliminate Berserker. In the next moment, the towering figure of Doflamingo swiftly ascended towards the heavens. Observing the rapidly departing Doflamingo, Smoker's expression tightened and he immediately transformed into a swirling mist, pursuing his adversary as they soared skyward. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, feeling the earth-shattering tremors and the fluctuating temperatures emanating from the amusement park, the two pairs of masters and servants, Lancer and Assassin, quickened their pace. This is indeed a grand battle. We must annihilate that man-eating fiend once and for all. Surely, the servants who failed to meet the Overseer previously have commenced the battle prematurely. Who would have thought there would come a day of alliance with pirates? This shall be a singular occurrence, never to be repeated. Listening to the exchange between Rayleigh and Toki, the faces of Whitebeard and Sasaki Kojuru behind them were alight with excitement. Inferior beings, prepare to be ravaged. Fire Dragon, Hooked Horn, boom. Upon witnessing the formidable alliance of Natsu and his death against him, the cautious Mori Yakumo dared not underestimate his opponents. Without waiting for them to strike, he unleashed all the RC cells contained within his Hekareki. In an instant, Mori Yakumo, once of human stature, morphed into a colossal creature resembling an octopus, its size akin to a small mountain. Observing this transformation, a hint of icy amusement flickered across Esdeath's breathtaking visage. When she and Tatsumi were transported to that isolated island by Shangri-La, the dangerous entities there dwarfed even this giant Mori Yakumo. Such a transformation, in the eyes of the Empire's mightiest general, was merely a trifling spectacle. Before the tentacles of the now octopus-like Mori Yakumo could strike, Esdeath swung her western sword forward, summoning countless ice spikes that swiftly materialized before her. In an instant, Mori Yakumo's immense form was pierced by dozens of ice spikes, each comparable to the size of a house. Seeing Mori Yakumo's body pinned in place by the ice spikes, Natsu, whose right hand was engulfed in crimson flames, seized the opportunity to in a flash. The flames in his grasp blazed even brighter. The temperature around Natsu, reminiscent of an icy landscape, transformed into a searing heat. Denying Mori Yakumo any further chances, Natsu ignited his hands and, with a powerful stomp, propelled flames akin to a rocket from behind him. Before Mori Yakumo could begin to free himself from the ice spike's grasp, two colossal fists of flames struck him with tremendous force. This blow was delivered with such swiftness that it offered Mori Yakumo no opportunity for defense. In one moment, the air was frigid. In the next, it was overwhelmed by a torrid wave. Under the fierce assault of ice and fire, Mori Yakumo's mountainous form faltered, followed by the sickening sound of flesh bursting. Before Natsu and his death, he shattered into a veritable mist of blood. Witnessing the instantaneous obliteration of Mori Yakumo by himself and Saber, Natsu erupted into joyous laughter, akin to a child. "Ha, splendid. We've finally vanquished that man-eater. I'm incredible. Humph, foolish imbecile. This foe is not so easily dispatched. Otherwise, do you think the Overseer would have summoned everyone to eliminate him? Stay vigilant. The battle is far from over." Unlike the carefree and somewhat scatterbrained Natsu, Esdeath, the Empire's foremost general, possessed a formidable sense of alertness. Thus, the moment Mori Yakumo's body exploded, she sensed an ominous threat. That instant, the companions accompanying Rider were still aiding the fleeing civilians against the blood-red humanoid doppelgangers. If Berserker had indeed been utterly slain, then shouldn't his doppelgangers have dissipated as well? Why, in areas overlooked by Rider's allies, did those crimson doppelgangers continue to ravenously hunt down the fleeing humans? In the next moment, Esdeath's pupils narrowed sharply, and she swiftly enveloped herself in a thick layer of ice armor, manipulating the cold to shield her. Meanwhile, Rider, still basking in the euphoria of victory, merely received a reminder from Esdeath before she darted backward, her icy form propelling her away. After the colossal body of Mori Yakumo was shattered by the combined might of Esdeath and Natsu, the two found themselves amidst the fine mist of blood and flesh. Upon hearing Esdeath's warning, the previously exuberant Natsu wore a bewildered expression. Before he could grasp the meaning behind Esdeath's words, the scene before him transformed into a fiery ocean. Boom! In an instant, the bodies of Esdeath and Natsu, who had yet to retreat from the battle, were engulfed in a cataclysmic inferno. As the violent explosion erupted, the entire island trembled in terror. Centered around the amusement park, from a distance, Luffy, who was assisting in thwarting the doppelgangers and sheltering the fleeing civilians, turned pale at the sight of the rapidly approaching flames. Glancing back at the panicked populace and then at the encroaching inferno, Luffy gritted his teeth, raised his arm, and bit down hard. Simultaneously, a pitch-black coating of haki enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, Luffy's form began to swell, as if inflated like a balloon. Before the civilians behind him could comprehend the situation, his haki-clad body expanded into a massive sphere over 10 meters in diameter. "Sanji, Zoro, I leave the rest to you." Standing resolutely like a sumo wrestler before the oncoming flames, Luffy was determined. Meanwhile, upon hearing Luffy's command, Zoro drew his three famous swords, ready to defend, while Sanji swiftly positioned himself behind Luffy, anchoring him firmly in place. Yet in the next second, before they could brace themselves to endure the explosive force and protect the fleeing citizens, the once vibrant flames began to dwindle at a visibly astonishing rate. shocking the trio. A second later, the scale of the explosion started to shrink rapidly, even allowing Death, who had yet to escape the blast zone, to emerge unscathed from the conflagration. She, adorned in ice armor, had suffered no harm from the explosion, yet her exquisite face bore a look of astonishment. Moments later, the previously overwhelming flames began to diminish significantly as they surveyed the center of the explosion. They saw countless fierce flames converging along a peculiar trajectory, all focused on a single individual. That individual was none other than Rider Natsu, summoned by Luffy. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was voraciously consuming the previously cataclysmic flames, gulping them down whole. On the outskirts of the amusement park, the late-arriving Whitebeard and Sasaki Kojiru, among others, wore expressions of sheer disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. That rider, he actually devoured all the explosive flames. This is simply astonishing. As the final flicker of flames was absorbed into Natsu's belly, he patted his round, protruding stomach, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It was truly a remarkable experience to consume such explosive fire for the first time. He expressed his gratitude for the splendid hospitality. The moment the explosion occurred, Natsu utilized his Dragon Slayer magic to completely devour the catastrophic flames that could annihilate the entire island. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the faces of everyone present were etched with sheer astonishment. Observing the 5 heroic spirits on the battlefield, the hidden Spandam's countenance turned a shade of deep anger. How infuriating! What sort of creature is that red-haired brat? Able to withstand such a detonation? Are all heroic spirits so far beyond comprehension? Previously, while assisting the great guardian Yagumo in enhancing his strength at the amusement park, Spandam had received a warning from the war system in his mind that their actions had crossed the threshold of warfare. For the sake of victory in this conflict, Spandam refrained from using his command spell to order Yagumo to withdraw. Naturally, it was not difficult to deduce that they would become the target of other heroic spirits. Before other competitors could come to hunt them down, Yagumo and Spandam had already devised countermeasures. According to Yagumo, by utilizing his Berserk skill to enhance his physical attributes, he could now evolve into the most elite form of ghoul by replenishing his RC cells. The Hecata, although Spandam was unaware of the meaning behind Hecata, Yagumo had claimed that upon transforming into this form, he would gain an immensely powerful new ability, the capacity to self-detonate the RC cells within his split body. This explosion would not only possess tremendous power, capable of obliterating an entire island, but its range and direction could also be controlled by Yagumo himself. When the time was right, if Yagumo were to self-detonate his RC cells, it could potentially eliminate several heroic spirits that approached to encircle them. As for the lost cells, they could simply be replenished from humanity. The plan was progressing smoothly, as 2 formidable heroic spirits had indeed been lured to Yagumo's side. Yet, despite meticulous calculations, Spandam had not anticipated the insidious rider, who had effortlessly neutralized the colossal explosion that he and his heroic spirit had orchestrated. Yagumo had suffered considerable losses to his clones and RC cells, resulting in nothing more than the rider merely belching. Observing the heroic spirits in the distance, who were now searching for Yagumo's true form, Spandam, encased in the Hecata produced by Yagumo, began to contemplate fleeing. That wretched individual had mentioned that as long as he possessed a single RC cell, he could regenerate. Thus, it would be prudent to prioritize his own safety. If the situation turned dire, he could simply summon another heroic spirit. After all, as long as the master remained alive, such a maneuver should be feasible, right? With 4 heroic spirits already engaging that individual, his fate seemed grim. After a brief moment of contemplation, Spandam emerged from the concealment of the dense forest. At that moment, he was entirely enveloped by the RC cells released by Yagumo, making him appear no different from those frenzied Hecata that had previously preyed upon humans. As long as he maintained a low profile, he would not attract attention from other masters or heroic spirits. Seizing the opportunity provided by this disguise, he aimed to swiftly distance himself from the battlefield. However, in the next instant, before Spandam could take more than a couple of steps, he noticed a blood-red eyeball perched upon the trunk of the tree he had been hiding behind, observing him with a mocking expression akin to that of a jester. Upon seeing the eye, an expression of sheer terror instantly crossed Spandam's Hecata-encased face. Before the eye could make a move, he swiftly extended his hand and smacked the eye into a pulp. Having already participated in the Holy Grail War, He was no stranger to bizarre occurrences, such a peculiar I could only belong to the surveillance methods of another heroic spirit. Cursing himself for being careless, Spandam hastened his steps toward the island's edge. With the enhancement of Yagumo's RC cells, Spandam's physical strength now far exceeded that of ordinary humans in the pirate world that in an instant. He had exited the forest and arrived at the bridge connecting this island to another. Meanwhile, high above the Saber archipelago, Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in a flamboyant flamingo coat, wore a signature maniacal grin. Perched upon his shoulder was the serious-looking Maine, who was intently aiming at an island below, resembling a map. Beside them, Smoker, the smoke man, wore a grave expression as he observed da Flamingo in his smoke form. How are we to confront such a formidable combination of Castor's terrifying surveillance techniques and da Flamingo's strength and mobility? Smoker pondered, the gravity of his expression intensifying. Once this temporary alliance concludes, they would once again become adversaries. Would he and Maine truly be capable of handling such an opponent? As Smoker contemplated his strategy in earnest, da Flamingo adjusted Maine on his shoulder. Hey, little girl, you should be accustomed to Castor's visual sharing by now, right? If you know Spandam's location, then wrap it up quickly. At that moment, a peculiar paper inscribed with strange symbols was affixed to Maine's forehead. While the paper remained in place, all visuals captured by Muzin's red eyes could be shared in real time with Maine. Just moments ago, when Spandam discovered one of Muzin's surveillance eyeballs, Maine had already pinpointed the location of that scoundrel of a master. Da Flamingo and Smoker were unable to discern Spandam's exact position from their high altitude, but Maine, employing her clairvoyant skill, could. Observing Spandam frantically attempting to flee, eager to abandon his heroic spirit, a look of disgust crossed Maine's face. Scoundrel, your Holy Grail War has come to an end. Before Maine's words could fully resonate, her romantic cannon emanated a terrifying energy in the next moment. As she pulled the trigger, a tiny bullet shot forth like a meteor, trailing a long tail, aimed directly at one of the islands beneath them. Ha! I've already escaped that guy's range. If he survives, I'll go back for him. If he doesn't, I'll summon a new heroic spirit to join the fray. This time, I must summon someone easy to control, and they must be powerful. I shall become the king of the world. Ha ha! With a boastful and manic grin, Spandam raced along the bridge toward the island's port, which lay within arm's reach. Yet, in the next moment, accompanied by a faint whoosh of wind, the scenery before him began to violently sway. He barely had time to hear the sound of his own collapse before everything around him plunged into darkness. Huh? What's happening? Why do I feel so drowsy? Why has my vision turned red? Why can't I feel my body? In an instant, following the jarring tremor of his consciousness, Spandam felt his awareness swiftly dissipating. As the scenery before him was completely engulfed by darkness and blood-red hues, this scoundrel, who had only recently ascended to the ranks of the CP0 organization as a formal agent, was overwhelmed by a profound sense of fear. Just before losing consciousness, with his shattered visage no longer able to perceive any images, a fierce expression suddenly crossed Spandam's face. Subsequently, with the last vestiges of his strength, he extended his right hand, and the remaining two command spells emitted a brilliant radiance. Spandam's eyes widened. He collapsed onto the bridge leading to another island. In the chat group for the Holy Grail War, a conspicuous pin notification ignited excitement among every civilian present. Ding! Berserker's master, Spandam, has been slain. That if a new master is not found to forge a contract, the heroic spirit Berserker will automatically lose eligibility to participate in this Holy Grail War in 2 hours. How wonderful! That scoundrel Spandam is finally dead. Long live the Holy Grail War. Spandam has perished. Let us eliminate his heroic spirit as well, for such a ghoul must not remain in this world. Not even for a minute. With the death of Berserker's master Spandam at the hands of Maine, the populace within the chat group erupted in cheers, observing the jubilant crowd in the chat. Admiral Akainu, who was in the marshal's office, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, before he could revel in his brief happiness, the expression on the Navy Admiral's face turned ashen. Rox Deethazebek. Ha! How ironic it is that, while the populace suffers at the hands of ghouls, it is the pirates who first arrive to protect them. Shiki, the key point is that the ghouls' actions were fully supported by that Spandam. Citizens, do you still find pirates despicable? Charlotte Linlin. Mama, mama, mama. After the Holy Grail War concludes, Our Tato land welcomes representatives from all non-world government allied nations to visit. Our citizens are quite happy. Indeed, Ivankov. Humph, what meaning does such a world government hold? Our revolutionary army will soon declare war on the celestial dragons. All oppressed peoples of the world, join us in vengeance against the celestial dragons. Sakazuki, you bastards, if you have the guts, don't hide away. Let us face each other directly. You aren't even qualified to shake the world government's position. Borsellino. Oh dear, some things should not be said lightly. The dead are one thing, but living beings engaging in such actions will surely be targeted as the Yonko and Revolutionary Army, along with the already deceased former powerful figures, began to exploit Spandam's and the Great Guardian Yagumo's malevolence within the chat group. The high-ranking admirals Akainu and Kizaru quickly intervened to silence them. Yet, despite their swift reactions, they were still a step behind compared to the Revolutionary Army and the Yonko. Although the high-ranking Navy officials began to counter the Revolutionary Army and the Yonko, Spandam's identity and the evil deeds he had committed were undeniable facts. Consequently, within the chat group of the Holy Grail War, some citizens had begun to boldly express their discontent with the world government. However, in the next moment, just as Admiral Akainu and the other high-ranking Navy officials were becoming increasingly exasperated with the Revolutionary Army and the Yonko, a pirate in the chat group suddenly pointed at the live broadcast from Sabaody Archipelago and exclaimed, "Look, that Berserker, something seems off." With the pirate's alert, everyone's attention immediately shifted to the ongoing battle that had yet to conclude. In the next second, upon witnessing the scene in the live broadcast, the expressions of all those in the chat group turned grave. In the amusement park of Sabaody Archipelago, which had nearly been reduced to ruins, the great guardian Yagumo, having lost all his haki, wore a grim expression as he gazed at the four powerful heroic spirits gradually encroaching upon him. The previous explosion had caused him to sacrifice all the clones enveloping his body. Not only had he failed to eliminate a single opponent, but it seemed that the rider-class heroic spirit had grown even stronger than before. How utterly disheartening. Am I truly the first heroic spirit to be eliminated in this Holy Grail War? Feeling the emptiness within his body, a rare trace of melancholy flickered across the previously manic expression of the great guardian Yagumo. Yet in the very next moment, his seemingly hollow body was suddenly filled with surges of brutal and formidable power. In an instant, a terrifying aura radiated outward from Yagumo's center, under the intimidation of this dreadful presence. The faces of Esther's, Natsu, Sasaki Kajuro, and Whitebeard all displayed expressions of shock at this moment. It was not only the heroic spirits on the ground who sensed this terrifying fluctuation. Even the heroic spirit Main and the two masters Smoker and Doflamingo, far above in the sky, were momentarily destabilized by the pressure emanating from this overwhelming aura. As Doflamingo, holding Main, noticed the clouds he had bound with thin threads being affected. He swiftly extended several nearly invisible threads to secure other clouds that had not yet been blown away. Once he stabilized himself, a grave expression settled on Doflamingo's face. Damn it. Wasn't he Spandam already dead? Why has his heroic spirit suddenly been enhanced? Could it be the command spell? Damn it, I miscalculated. After blasting his head off, I should have destroyed his hand as well because of the shared perspective with his heroic spirit Musin. Doflamingo naturally understood what had transpired on the battlefield. As for Smoker, who had been partially dispersed by the strong winds, upon hearing the conversation between Main and Doflamingo, he quickly grasped the situation on the ground. Did he use all remaining command spells to amplify his heroic spirit in those few seconds before losing consciousness? Main, this is not your fault. None of us anticipated such a turn of events. Hearing her master's words of comfort, the previously tense expression on Main's face softened somewhat. Observing the surveillance footage where Yagumo's expression shifted from despondency to confusion, then from confusion to unbridled joy, Doflamingo retracted his arrogant smile, his demeanor turning exceptionally serious. Hey, Archer, do you still have a way out of this situation? Under specific circumstances, I can still take him down with one shot. However, prior to that, we must rely on those guys on the ground. Meanwhile, within the amusement park, now completely reduced to ruins, the four heroic spirits were cautiously searching for a decisive opportunity for a lethal strike, while braving the terrifying pressure emanating from Yagumo. Observing the four heroic spirits that had completely encircled him, cutting off all escape routes, the expression on Yagumo's face shifted from elation to a chilling grin. Spandam, How fortunate I am to have such a master as you. In the name of the command spell, command me to slay all the heroic spirits present here. In the name of the command spell, command me once more to torment the one above in the most brutal manner until the last moment of life. Master, I am truly exhilarated right now. I shall carry out both commands to the fullest. Ha ha. After Spandam's demise, the great guardian Yagumo received a system notification indicating that he had merely 2 hours of existence left. Yet, he could never have anticipated that, just before his master's complete death, Spandam had utilized the remaining 2 command spells to elevate him to the pinnacle of his power in an instant. Countless RC cells within Yagumo's body rapidly broke through the confines of his haki, flooding every part of his being. Ha! Master, bear witness as I send these fools straight to hell, as the words of Desho Ba Yun hung in the air. Countless hardened particles formed from RC cells erupted violently from within his body. Amidst the agonized yet ecstatic howls of Desho Ba Yun, his humanoid exterior was swiftly supplanted by the formidable particles within. In less than 3 seconds, the once human Desho Ba Yun had been utterly transformed into a colossal centipede-like creature, its size rivaling that of an island. Following this complete metamorphosis, the face of Desho Ba Yun now affixed beneath the centipede's head, or a bloodthirsty grin. Insects, prepare to witness the depths of hell, he cackled. Holy hell, is that not the centipede elder? I never expected Desho Ba Yun to become such a grotesque entity upon fully transforming into a hexer. As the heroic spirits of other competitors converged to besiege Desho Ba Yun, Lin Hao leveraged his omniscient capabilities to observe the unfolding battle within his mind. The unique form of the enormous centipede, adorned with a face, instantly reminded Lin Hao of a group of dragon-class superhumans. Compared to the fully transformed centipede ghoul of Kaneki Ken, Desho Ba Yun's monstrous form exuded a far greater aura of intimidation. After his complete transformation, the frenzied visage affixed to the centipede's head displayed an intensely sanguine expression. Desho Ba Yun initially cast a disdainful glance skyward before locking his unmasked murderous intent upon the 4 formidable heroic spirits before him. In the next instant, a palpable wave of terror surged from the ground beneath everyone's feet. Before the heroic spirits could mount their assault, the earth below them began to fracture rapidly. In an instant, the massive centipede's limbs burst forth from beneath the ground, countless spiny legs sweeping towards Asta and Naz. The speed of the centipede's limbs was astounding, but the 4 heroic spirits reacted even faster. Before the centipede's legs could near them, these renowned powerhouses in their respective worlds deftly leapt in 4 different directions. Observing the exposed centipede limbs beneath them, Whitebeard, who had just leapt into the air to evade the attack, wore a mocking grin. Gorara, a colossal foe is my favorite adversary. You vile scum, I shall claim your head. Before Whitebeard's words could fade, the massive blade of his Tsongyun cut began to coalesce with a transparent, color-shifting energy in an instant. A terrifying shockwave emanated from the blade. Witnessing this, Sasaki Kojiru and Asta, who were not far from Whitebeard, wore expressions of grave concern. Boom! The next second, with a hearty laugh, Whitebeard swung his colossal Tsongyun cut down towards the lower half of the giant centipede that had emerged from the earth. In a heartbeat, a seismic tremor of cataclysmic proportions shook the very island upon which the amusement park was situated in less than 2 seconds. More than half of the island, which had just suffered from Desho Ba Yun's particle self-detonation, was shattered into countless massive fragments by the power of Tsongyun cut. Had it not been for Luffy, Rayleigh, and the other masters escorting the citizens to other islands prior to the duel, the casualties from Whitebeard's strike would have been unimaginable. Crack. With over half of the island beneath their feet reduced to rubble by the horrific earthquake, the lower half of Desho Ba Yun, lying in ambush underground, suffered a devastating blow. Within mere seconds, shattered flesh and fragments of particles were sent swirling through the air, scattering like confetti in an instant. The remnants of the colossal centipede converged upon the 4 heroic spirits engaged in the assault. The severed limbs, astonishingly still under the control of the main body, revealed just how grotesque this creature truly was. The dismembered limbs rapidly closed in around him in midair. Whitebeard's expression turned grim as he attempted to navigate the chaos with a moonwalk, evading the approaching fragments. Despite having mastered all techniques of the Marine 6 styles after his transformation, Whitebeard's immense size hindered his mobility in the air. Seizing this moment, the blood and flesh fragments that had been shattered by Whitebeard surged towards him. Although he was unaware of Deshou Ba Yun's abilities, his instinct as a warrior compelled him to utilize the powers of the Tremor fruit to shatter the incoming limbs into a mist of flesh once more. Meanwhile, Asta, also airborne, wielded her rapier and, before the grotesque fragments could approach, employed her Ice Emperor's powers to freeze the surrounding particle debris into a crystalline frost. It seems these shattered limbs pose a danger. I cannot allow these abhorrent things to get too close. Observing Aiza's actions, Sasaki Kojiru followed suit, swiftly wielding his long blade, which was even longer than his body, to slice through the particle remnants into minuscule morsels. In contrast, the first to arrive at the battlefield, the Dragon Slayer mage Naz, stood upon a plume of flames, launching himself like a meteor towards the head of the centipede Deshou Ba Yun. You little demon who can devour flames, do you really think you can defeat me with such tricks? Go ahead, give it your best shot. Deshou Ba Yun's face twisted into a wicked grin as he observed Naz barreling towards him. You repugnant fiend, even in this unsightly form, you are merely larger. Whitebeard has already obliterated your lower half. I shall bring an end to your upper half. Fire dragons. Wing attack, Naz declared, undeterred by Deshou Ba Yun's arrogant expression. With a curse directed at the grotesque centipede, flames of crimson heat rapidly coiled around his arms, transforming them into wings of a fire dragon, resplendent and magnificent. You naive boy, watch as I consume you. Deshou Ba Yun's face contorted into an even more deranged smile. Subsequently, his human visage was concealed within the body of the Hexer centipede, and the massive head of the centipede lowered as its cavernous maw gaped wide. Poised to engulf the fire dragon like Naz'in the next moment, Naz, with his hands entwined in crimson flames, surged forward, plunging into the gaping maw of the Hexer centipede. A suffocating wave of terror emanated from the centipede's mouth. Not far away, the blood and flesh fragments that had been obstructed by Whitebeard, Asta, and Sasaki Kojiru with their varying techniques suddenly detonated with a terrifying force. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the colossal centipede's head and the area where its dismembered limbs lay, unleashing a terrifying force akin to the end of the world. Amidst this overwhelming blast, the island that once hosted the amusement park was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments in a heartbeat. The immense explosion engulfed its death. Sasaki Kojiru and Whitebeard, while the ground beneath them was transformed into a vast crater by the sheer power of the detonation. As the explosion subsided, the surrounding seawater began to surge into the newly formed chasm. A whole island was inexplicably erased from the geographical map by the self-detonation of Deshou Haken, leaving nothing in its wake. This horrific explosion not only annihilated the island, but also impacted 3 nearby isles to varying degrees. Had it not been for the foresight of Matoi Maru, who had ordered the evacuation of nearby residents, the casualties from this explosion would undoubtedly rival those of any large-scale battle. Turning to the 3 heroic spirits swept away by the blast, Isteth found herself suspended in midair, encased in a thick armor forged of ice. Despite the magnitude of the explosion, the ferocious flames merely melted a layer of her armor, having previously endured a self-destructive attack from Deshou Haken. Isteth had prepared herself and sustained minimal damage this time around. Not far from her, Sasaki Kojiru's body had been reduced to charred remains. Even the acutely perceptive Isteth could barely sense his faint breathing. Although he had witnessed the terrifying explosion, Sasaki Kojiru, lacking first-hand experience, suffered greatly due to insufficient information. Once the flames dissipated, his charred form, emitting plumes of smoke, succumbed to gravity and plummeted toward the ocean below. In his final moment of consciousness, he utilized the unique telepathic connection between a master and their spirit to convey a prearranged signal to his master, Matoi Maru that very moment. On another island within the Chambord archipelago, Matoi Maru, who was organizing the evacuation of residents, was struck with a look of shock and gravity. He promptly raised his right hand and invoked his command spell toward the direction of the recent explosion. Consuming one command spell, he commanded his spirit, Assassin, to regain its peak condition immediately in an instant. As Matoi Maru's command echoed, the command spell on the back of his right hand radiated a brilliant glow before vanishing. Meanwhile, Sasaki Kojiru, battered yet descending through the air, was suddenly enveloped in a radiant light, in the blink of an eye. The once precariously hanging breath of Sasaki Kojuru rapidly restored his body within this sacred glow. Just before crashing into the ocean's surface, the revitalized Sasaki Kojuru steadied himself. The sea, now tumultuous from the previous explosion, calmed instantaneously under his command. Observing this transformation, Sasaki Kojuru smiled faintly, pondering the extent of his physical enhancement after the double command spell. Hadn't this place been utterly destroyed? How had he managed to recover? Such a marvel was truly astonishing at that moment. The lower half of Sasaki Kojuru was submerged in the water, yet beneath the tranquil surface lay the remnants of Daiso Hawkins' obliterated lower half. In the distance, Whitebeard, while not as gravely injured as Sasaki Kojuru from the explosion, had lost an arm, severed cleanly from his shoulder by the cataclysmic blast. Watching the swiftly recovering Sasaki Kojuru and the largely unscathed death, Whitebeard's expression darkened, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Cursed be it, he had failed to eliminate that wretch, wasting a precious command spell. What a significant loss. Prior to shattering the gigantic centipede's lower half, Whitebeard had contacted Rayleigh, requesting the use of a command spell to amplify his attack. According to his strategy, a single command spell would suffice to vanquish Berserker, allowing Rayleigh to claim the reward while others would toil in vain. With a stroke of luck, he might even persuade the Overseer to grant Rayleigh the command spells originally meant for other masters. However, he never anticipated that Berserker would possess such formidable regenerative abilities. To unleash such a powerful attack while still mending its shattered form was beyond his expectations. Such abysmal luck. Feeling the searing pain in his shoulder, Whitebeard could only rely on the moonwalk to remain aloft as he urgently contacted his master. Rayleigh. Hey, Rayleigh, you may need to use a command spell to heal my injuries. The situation is dire. He exclaimed at awe. Has your plan failed? This is a tremendous loss, upon hearing Whitebeard's weakened voice in his mind. Rayleigh, despite his complaints, promptly activated a command spell to fully heal Whitebeard's wounds. Gazing at the mere remnants of his command spells, Rayleigh couldn't help but reflect on the misfortunes that had befallen Whitebeard, betrayed by his own son in life, and now ensnared in a passive position due to misinformation as a spirit. After fully restoring his injuries, Whitebeard immediately assumed a cautious posture, vigilant of his surroundings, although they were currently united in their endeavor to eliminate Berserker. The tension in the air was palpable. However, at the end of the day, the Overseer did not issue a command to cease hostilities. At this moment, the other heroic spirits were to suddenly turn against him. The situation would undoubtedly become extremely precarious. After cautiously observing for a while, Whitebeard gradually exhaled in relief that at this moment, neither Saber nor assassin exhibited any intention of attacking him. Thus far, their greatest adversary remained Berserker. After slightly adjusting his suspended body, he redirected his attention towards the Berserker, who had just been struck by Naz's dragon-slaying magic. The next instant, Whitebeard's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. He beheld that the enormous centipede's head had completely exploded. Meanwhile, Naz, who had charged into the centipede's maw like a shooting star, was now desperately struggling amidst the remnants of shattered flesh. His face bore an expression of distress, although this colossal centipede had temporarily lost its ability to move. The mass of broken flesh clung to his limbs like a parasitic infestation that in order to utterly annihilate this enormous centipede, Naz had not only exerted all his strength in that fiery dragon's wing strike, but had also specifically requested his master, Luffy, to cast a command seal to enhance his attack power. The terrifying output had indeed obliterated the centipede's head. However, Naz could hardly have anticipated the creature's astonishing regenerative capabilities. Even now, it had successfully restrained his limbs. Despite his fervent attempts to summon flames through his dragon-slaying magic, the repulsive entity's recovery speed continued to firmly bind him in place, by the time this creature fully recuperated. He, already nearly exhausted, would undoubtedly be consumed whole. How infuriating. Should he compel Luffy to use another command seal to restore his strength? Why was this creature's recovery ability so formidable? What manner of monster was it? In an instant, Naz's countenance turned ashen as for the other three heroic spirits in the distance. They chose to remain vigilant against Berserker's potential death blow, opting to observe Naz's predicament from afar. Those fiends were utterly despicable. Even as a demon king, I find them repugnant. When I extricate myself from this situation, I shall ensure to exact a fitting revenge on those who delight in another's misfortune. Just as Naz, with a pallid expression, prepared to contact Luffy for assistance through a command seal to restore his vitality. A chilling and mocking laughter suddenly echoed in his ears. "You!" in the next moment. Before the bewildered Naz could react, the massive centipede's body convulsed violently as it rapidly regained its form. With a sickening sound, flesh ruptured from within an inconspicuous spot upon the upper body of the immense centipede. The pallid figure of Yamauchi was forcibly extracted by a gaunt, white-faced man gripping his throat. "Damn it! You! Caster, when did you infiltrate my body? How could you locate my true form?" In midair, Muzan Kabutsuji's face, devoid of color, twisted into a smile that sent chills down Yamauchi's spine. In response to Yamauchi's terror, Muzan's grip morphed into a spiny tendril reminiscent of a vine. Before Yamauchi could react, Muzan let out a sinister laugh and abruptly yanked Yamauchi's robust form into the sky. "Archer, I've found this fellow's true form. Take him out now." Ever since being empowered by the Holy Grail system, allowing him to utilize the blood demon arts of all his subordinates, Muzan had swiftly spread the red eyeballs created by these arts across the entirety of the Chambered Islands. For Muzan, these crimson orbs not only enabled visual sharing, but also served as a medium for his teleportation. Thus, after placing these blood-red orbs throughout every corner of the Chambered Islands, he gained unparalleled mobility, capable of appearing anywhere at any time. Just prior, when Whitebeard had obliterated the lower half of Yamauchi in its awakened form, Muzan had used a nearby eyeball to instantaneously transport himself to this location. Seizing the opportunity as the colossal centipede's lower body began to recover, Muzan disassembled his body into a pool of crimson flesh, stealthily infiltrating Yamauchi's form amidst its restoration, while Yamauchi battled the other heroic spirits. Muzan successfully located his true body within Yamauchi's transformed state. It was only when the Dragon Slayer Naz had pulverized the head of Yamauchi's awakened form that Muzan finally revealed himself. Forcefully extracting the true body. In midair, Muzan exerted his foot, propelling Yamauchi's form skyward. Although he possessed various means to inflict significant damage upon Yamauchi, he understood that to eliminate this foe in one fell swoop, an overwhelming burst of terrifying output was essential. While Muzan lacked such output, the Archer-class manifestation, Maine, was perfectly equipped for the task. Upon hearing Muzan's warning, Maine, perched upon Doflamingo's shoulder, promptly aimed her romantic artillery at Yamauchi's head. Without unnecessary dialogue, upon confirming her target's position, Maine squeezed the trigger of her romantic cannon. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying energy surged forth from the massive sniper rifle. A bullet, gleaming with white light and trailing a long luminous tail, hurtled toward Yamauchi's head, accompanied by a sound that threatened to rend the very air asunder. Sensing the dreadful force rushing from above, Yamauchi's complexion paled, and the remaining RC cells within him began to activate swiftly. In a flash, he enveloped his head in a protective layer. From a distance, Yamauchi appeared as an awkwardly proportioned doll, with an oversized head suspended in the In the next moment, the bullet, trailing a white light, unerringly pierced through Yamauchi's head. As the bullet passed cleanly through, the crimson flesh encasing Yamauchi's head disintegrated. Gazing at the gaping blood hole now visible on Yamauchi's forehead, one could see straight through to the back of his skull. Following this strike, the glimmer of life swiftly faded from Yamauchi's eyes. The next second, his massive form plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the surface of the sea below at a single shot to the head. Surely this creature would not survive. Yet, it was indeed peculiar. Despite such a lethal blow, Berserker's head had not been completely shattered. What on earth was it made of? As one moment passed, the formidable Shoya Yun vanished into the depths of the sea. On the shoulder of Doflamingo, the romantic artillery platform known as Maine also let out a slight sigh of relief upon witnessing Shoya Yun being sniped by Maine's bullet. The expressions of the other three heroic spirits, who had previously suffered greatly at the hands of Shoya Yun, revealed a trace of helpless wry smiles, gazing at the calm surface of the sea beneath them. Death, Sasaki Kajuro, and Natsu couldn't help but lament the futility of their arduous battles. Realizing they had merely served as a diversion for Archer and Caster, it seemed that the true victors of this Holy Grail War were indeed these two. Especially since they hadn't even utilized a command seal. Suddenly, just as the three heroic spirits exchanged glances and prepared to distance themselves before departing, the tranquil sea beneath them erupted into tumultuous waves. Before they could react, a bizarre creature, as thick as an arm yet far longer than the previous hazy centipede, surged towards the sky, targeting Main. Upon closer inspection, the creature's head was shockingly that of Shoyu Yun, while its grotesque body resembled a gory strip of flesh. Ha! Archer, my master has commanded me to make you experience the most terrifying hell. Don't think for a moment that I will simply perish before I finish you off. The speed of Shoyu Yun's ambush was astonishing, traversing the area occupied by his death and the others in the blink of an eye. Observing the frenzied expression on Shoyu Yun's face, the three in midair showed no intention of intervening. They could discern that the current Berserker was merely at the end of his tether. Even if this strike succeeded, he would soon dissipate and exit this Holy Grail War. The Shoyu Yun's exit would mean that their own conflict must continue. If Berserker could take Archer, that sniper, down with him before departing, it would significantly ease the battles for the remaining participants. After all, no one wished to be caught off guard by an unexpected shot from the shadows while locked in a fierce struggle. Sometimes, a single stray bullet could alter the entire course of a battle. Oomph! Those three scoundrels, their schemes have been thoroughly unraveled. This time, I'll ensure your complete obliteration. Master, the task of regaining your strength is entrusted to you. Rest assured, I won't allow you to be ambushed by other opponents at this moment. Upon hearing Main's instructions, Smoker nodded gravely to a soldier. Both he and his heroic spirit understood the brutality of war. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, who was carrying Main, looked at the grotesque form of Shoyu Yun charging towards them with an unsettling sense of urgency. A single flaw could cost a life. Initially, he had intended to flee, but upon learning that Main possessed a guaranteed killing strike, he decided to stay and witness the trump card of this archer spirit. What an extraordinary threat this is, however, for the romantic artillery platform. It was just the right amount of tension. Before Main's words had even fully escaped her lips, Doflamingo sensed a terrifying power rapidly coalescing within the enormous sniper rifle. Before he could fully process the sudden surge of this terrifying energy, Main swiftly pressed the trigger of the romantic artillery platform. In the next instant, a deafening sound of sonic explosion nearly shattered Doflamingo's eardrums. Before him, a blinding beam of light erupted from the barrel of the romantic artillery, dazzling to the point of being nearly blinding. That colossal beam of light closed in on him. The previously maniacal laughter of Shoyu Yun was replaced by a stark expression of fear. In an instant, that radiant beam enveloped Shoyu Yun's entire head. With his extraordinary regenerative abilities, he did not even have time to emit a scream. Simultaneously, beneath the surface of the sea, as the beam of light struck, a towering tsunami surged forth, radiating from the point of impact like a shockwave, quickly sweeping towards the surrounding islands. Ding! The Berserker Group's master and heroic spirit have been completely eliminated from this Holy Grail War. Remaining participants. Sixth, with Main's immensely powerful point-blank shot. Spandam and Shoyu Yun officially concluded their journey in this Holy Grail War. Concurrently, all remaining contestants heard the ethereal electronic notification resonating in their minds. However, at this moment, the attention of all contestants was not focused on the news of the Berserker Group's elimination. Instead, they were more concerned with the colossal waves that had suddenly surged upon the sea. Gazing at the towering tsunami that loomed like a mountain, Whitebeard's face displayed a look of sheer astonishment, as if his jaw had dropped to the ground. Such an exaggerated wave reminded him of a fierce war he had experienced during his lifetime. Back then, to save his son, he had unleashed the powers of the Gura no Mi at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Yet, the tsunami he caused back then paled in comparison to this one. Once this 100-meter-high monstrous wave fully formed, it would likely submerge all the islands of Saber archipelago completely. Is this your trump card? Such power, how on earth did you achieve it? Watching the enormous waves surge forth, sweeping towards the Saber archipelago, Doflamingo, carrying Main, couldn't help but swallow hard. Such terrifying power explained why Muzan had hesitated to directly attack this little girl when he suddenly appeared beside her. Had he truly launched an attack back then, one shot would have likely left him and his heroic spirit Muzan as nothing more than dust. Humph! Don't underestimate the heroic spirit I summoned. Doflamingo, seeing the grim expression on the face of the warlord, finally caught a glimpse of satisfaction on Smoker's face. He then raised his right hand towards Main. In the next moment, the command seal on the back of Smoker's right hand radiated a dazzling light. Subsequently, a strange wave of energy erupted from Main's body, which had appeared somewhat drained after firing that shot. This miraculous wave came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Yet, after the wave dissipated, Maine, who had just been exhausted and weak, immediately regained all her strength. Even the sniper rifle, which had become scalding hot from that powerful shot, returned to a normal temperature in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Doflamingo's expression turned grave. That direction is where Bonnie is. We cannot let the tsunami affect her. In the midst of the air, Esteth gazed down at an island on the verge of being engulfed by a colossal tsunami. A hint of concern etched upon her visage. Shortly thereafter, she planted her foot in the air, and her graceful form vanished from sight in an instant. When she reappeared, Esteth had materialized at the harbor of the small isle, perilously close to being consumed by the monstrous waves. Observing the tsunami, which resembled a primordial beast, Esteth gritted her teeth, determined to summon the powers of her Ice Emperor's equipment to halt the impending disaster, despite her somewhat weakened state from the previous battle. Although she had sustained no significant injuries, the exertion required to withstand the explosions wrought by Berserker had drained considerable stamina. She was not at her peak condition, merely feigning strength to avoid detection. Freezing such a formidable tsunami would likely leave her in a state of exhaustion thereafter. Yet, in the next moment, an eerie wave of energy surged from the epicenter of the tsunami, sweeping across the entirety of the Chambered archipelago in an instant. As this peculiar energy rapidly spread, the previously tumultuous sea, instigated by the main romantic cannon, abruptly stilled mid-air to the astonished gazes of several contestants. The once roiling waters swiftly calmed to the naked eye. And the small island, devastated during the confrontation with Berserker, began to restore itself to its former glory. In less than 2 minutes, a fully revitalized island emerged before the onlookers. Not only had the island recovered, but even the amusement park that had been ravaged during the battle was flawlessly restored. Witnessing this miraculous restoration, every contestant from the 6 groups exhibited uncontrollable expressions of astonishment. The next moment, as all the heroic spirits who had participated in the battle were enraptured by the wondrous powers of the Holy Grail War, the teasing voice of the supervisor, Lin Hao, abruptly resonated in their minds. Indeed, the Berserker group, which had caused a negative impact on the Holy Grail War, had finally exited the stage as a reward. All masters of the heroic spirits involved in this operation would receive an additional command spell. Now, let the Holy Grail War resume. All heroic spirits have revealed their identities, and there is no longer a need for secrecy. You may all come to my supervisory office to claim your rewards. Enjoy some coffee, engage in discussions, or immediately engage in battle. I shall await you in my office after the battlefield has returned to its original state. Lin Hao's somewhat playful voice echoed in the minds of everyone present. Upon hearing Lin Hao's reminder, the heroic spirits, who had been immersed in shock, simultaneously took a step back, creating a safe distance from their previously allied comrades, for Maine and Smoker in the sky. After eliminating Berserker, these 2 contestants from the Archer group cast malevolent glances at the nearby Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, before they could make their move, Doflamingo's figure suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself teleported directly beside Kabutsuji Musen. Doflamingo, have you grasped the capabilities of the Archer? As Doflamingo narrowly escaped danger, Kabutsuji Musen cautiously opened the entrance to the infinity castle beneath his feet, while swiftly ushering his master into the sanctuary. Upon hearing Musen's inquiry, Doflamingo paused momentarily before a signature sinister smile spread across his face. Just before Berserker's final strike, that little girl mentioned that this formidable threat arrived just in time. Her sniper rifle should enhance its power when the wielder is in peril. The greater the threat, the stronger the power. That truly poses a dilemma. Upon hearing his master's response, Musen, now within the Infinity Castle, displayed a grave expression. The crimson-eyed Demon King then twisted his neck and posed an enigmatic question. Has everything been set in place? Musen's cryptic inquiry was met with Doflamingo's nonchalant reply. Everything is prepared. As long as your abilities are indeed reliable, it will be a decisive blow. While Kabutsuji Musen and Doflamingo conspired within the Infinity Castle, several heroic spirits on the previous battlefield remained alert, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Moments later, as the towering Whitebeard prudently departed the scene, the other heroic spirits collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the chat group for the Holy Grail War erupted once more into fervent discussion. Akainu, Ha ha! That despicable killer was taken down by our Navy's commander, Smoker, avenging the fallen innocents. Fire-burning mountain. Indeed, our Navy is the most qualified to uphold justice. The outcome of the first group elimination in the Holy Grail War attests to this. With Berserker Deishou Yagamo dispatched by Smoker's spirit, the Navy's high-ranking members in the chat group rejoiced. Previously, the world government and the Navy had suffered immense embarrassment due to Spandam and Deishou Yagamo's disgraceful actions. Now, with the Navy's Vice Admiral Smoker executing the criminal, they felt a renewed sense of pride that in an instant. The Navy members in the chat group became exceedingly boastful, while members of the Revolutionary Army, who had previously clamored for war against the Celestial Dragons, fell silent. This was the most opportune moment for the Navy to steer public opinion in their favor. Any misstep could easily provoke the populace's ire. The Revolutionary Army remained cautious of the public sentiment, while the ruthless pirates showed no such restraint. Observing the boastful Navy members in the chat group, several notorious pirates in the Grand Line began to voice their dissent. Charlotte Linlin. Mama, mama, mama. Though Berserker was executed by your Navy's spirit, was not the true culprit behind that massacre also a figure from the world government? Shiki. Linlin speaks the truth. And the facts are clear. It was the pirates who first rushed to save lives among the contestants. Without Rayleigh and the Straw Hat Lad, how many innocent lives would have perished at the hands of the world government? Sengoku. Those despicable words from Shiki. Do not speak nonsense. Spandam and his spirit's actions were personal, unrelated to our Navy or the world government. You pirates should not cast your blame upon us. Kaido. Whenever a scandal involving the Navy surfaces, it's suddenly personal actions and unrelated to you. Such excuses are getting old. Eustace Kid. Though we pirates may have a notorious reputation, we take responsibility for our actions. As the rulers of this world, your hypocrisy is truly astounding. Apu. Exactly. Without the supervisor's rewards, would your Navy's spirit even have rushed to partake in this operation? The Straw Hat Boy took it upon himself to intervene and thwart the nefarious deeds of the Berserker group without any prior notification. Merely a few casual remarks and suggestions were sufficient to alter the tide of conversation within the Holy Grail War chat group once again. Observing the indifferent pirates and the somewhat flustered high-ranking Navy officials, the onlookers in the chat group fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on the condition previously stated by Charlotte Lingling, wherein one could exchange 1/6 of their lifespan for a lifetime of peace and happiness. A peculiar glimmer began to flicker in the eyes of certain residents from non-affiliated nations of the world government on the 53rd island of the Saber archipelago, designated as a temporary safe haven. The masters and servants of the 6 groups participating in the encirclement of the Berserker team had all gathered here. Once all were present, Lin Hao offered a slight smile and shifted his full attention to the 6 participants before him. At this moment, the members of the 6 groups had already become acquainted with one another's appearances and identities as masters. Thus, they no longer resorted to the various methods of concealing their identities as they had previously when summoned. However, despite having fought alongside one another not long ago, a considerable distance now separated them. Were it not for the war's regulations prohibiting combat at the supervisory office, it is likely that these masters and servants would have already engaged in battle. What perplexed Lin Hao was the fact that the previously allied Lancer and Rider groups were not congregated together at this juncture. Between them stood the servants and masters of the caster and assassin groups. It was evident that the earlier indifference displayed by Whitebeard towards Naz's predicament had directly fractured their alliance. If not for the need to collect their rewards, it was likely that the first clash would have erupted between Naz and Whitebeard. The 2 allied servants. Hey, supervisor, we have fulfilled your request by eliminating that ogre. Shouldn't you also honor your end of the bargain and grant us the promised command seals? After a suffocating silence, the discontented archer, Main, who had previously taken down both Spandam and the formidable Yagamo in the encirclement battle, directed her inquiry at Lin Hao. Although she found Lin Hao's handsome visage somewhat appealing, sacrificing a command seal merely to eliminate Yagamo meant that she had essentially walked away from this battle with no reward. Upon hearing Archer's question, the other participating servants grew tense, like Main. Naz had also demanded that his master utilize a command seal to enhance his abilities in order to obliterate Yagamo's head. While the effect was indeed achieved, the head was claimed by Archer, a result that left him quite disgruntled. As for Sasaki Kojiro, having trained in the afterlife for over 4 centuries, his temperament was considerably mature. despite expending a command seal to restore his body. He remained relatively unfazed by the situation where rewards equated to no loss. After all, they all possessed 3 command seals. A fair duel could be held later. Among the contestants, the one who appeared most displeased was Whitebeard. To deliver a fatal blow to the Berserker, he had directly instructed Rayleigh to use a command seal to enhance himself. Although Yagumo's lower half was utterly shattered, this swift attack was not fatal. Instead, it resulted in Whitebeard suffering significant injuries during Yagumo's subsequent powerful self-detonation. Reluctantly, he had to compel Rayleigh to expend another command seal, making him the most unfortunate of all, having used 2 command seals. He was left with a mere 50% of the reward he had anticipated, a significant loss indeed that in stark contrast. The caster group's Musen and the Saber group's death were quite enviable. One had cunningly orchestrated an opportunity for Archer to deliver a killing blow, while the other had come prepared, expending only a modicum of stamina amidst the explosion. Neither of their masters had utilized command seals to restore their servants. Thus they both gained an extra command seal from this encounter. Sensing the envious and covetous gazes from other servants, Isdeath and Musen could not help but display smug smiles. Rest assured, as the supervisor, I shall certainly fulfill my promise. Before Main's words could fully resonate, a brilliant luminescence emanated from Lin Hao's arm in the next moment. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the masters, peculiar symbols adorned their hands. Marking the presence of command seals, some regained their losses, while others remained at a deficit. However, the expressions on Doflamingo and Bonnie's faces were filled with satisfaction, albeit in starkly contrasting manners. Bonnie's smile radiated pure innocence, while Doflamingo's bore a more sinister undertone. Now, esteemed participants, the command seals have been granted as rewards, and there is no need for you to linger here any longer. Once you depart, you may immediately commence your battles. Alternatively, since all identities are now laid bare, why not sit down together and discuss your desires? Observing the bewildered expressions on the masters and servants, a peculiar smirk played upon Lin Hao's lips. Upon hearing the supervisor's proposition, all present were momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon noticing Lin Hao's seemingly harmless smile, which suggested that he would not impose upon them, those who had intended to leave suddenly found themselves reconsidering. The masters were natives of this world, and regardless of their relationships or positions, they at least shared knowledge of one another's names and experiences. However, the servants were different. They hailed from various realms. Such a rare opportunity to gather sparked their curiosity about the worlds from which their fellow contestants originated. Let me go first, as I had previously made an agreement with a participant from the caster group to leave with him. Time is of the essence. Upon hearing Main speak up first, all the other servants and masters, save for his death, directed curious glances at the slender girl. Among all the participating servants, she was the most physically fragile. Yet, it was this seemingly delicate figure that had executed 2 critical sniper shots during the encirclement of the Berserker. Naturally, such a servant would pique interest. After witnessing Isdeath's enigmatic smile, Main could not help but swallow hard. As 2 individuals from opposing factions within the same world, there was an inherent awkwardness between them, particularly since they were fully aware of each other's capabilities. As you can see, I am a sniper, and I am part of the revolutionary army in my world. My wish is to assist the revolutionaries in achieving ultimate victory, liberating the world from the grasp of those vile ministers, and ensuring that no one is unfairly treated because of their origins. Despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of the strongest adversary from the opposing faction, Main boldly expressed her wish. Upon witnessing Isdeath's mockingly sinister smile, Main suddenly found the courage to continue. And then, I wish to marry my beloved Tasmi and live joyfully for the rest of my days, raising several children. Upon hearing Main's response, all the servants present nodded in agreement. Musen Kabutsuji remarked, "To change the world, you say? That aligns closely with my own wish, though I seek not to change it, but to dominate it." Edward Newgate added, "Furara, what an ambitious young girl you are. However, when compared to the rather impractical notion of changing the world, I find myself more in agreement with your desire for a family. Naz, how wonderful it is to have a clear goal. In contrast, my wish is far simpler. I merely wish to find my missing father." Sasaki Kojiru. Yet another troublesome ward in my world. The deities are devising plans to annihilate humanity due to the excessive conflicts. Watanuki. Hey, assassin, do gods truly exist in your world? Joel Bonnie. Rider, are you also seeking your father? I was engaged in the same endeavor not long ago. After Main expressed her wish, the other heroic spirits and their masters began to open up as well that moment. Those participating in the Holy Grail War bore no semblance of imminent mortal combatants. Rather, they appeared as long-lost friends reuniting after many years. Just as the heroic spirits were curiously inquiring about each other's desires, the smile on Esdethe's face froze upon hearing the name Tazumi from Main's lips. However, as the strongest being in the entire empire, she quickly regained her composure. What a delightful little girl you are, but alas, your wish is doomed to remain unfulfilled at this point. A profound glimmer flickered in Esdethe's eyes. For the revolutionary army shall inevitably confront me one day, and my desire is to live in eternal happiness with Tazumi. Your aspirations are destined to fail. Just wait and see. Here, I might very well employ some unconventional means to eliminate you. Observing Esdethe's expression gradually morph into one of madness, Main instinctively recoiled slightly. Yet, upon recalling that battles could not transpire within the supervision site, her tone became considerably more resolute. Subsequently, she stood up, hoisting the massive sniper rifle. Romantic artillery, onto her back and briskly striding towards the entrance of the manor. It has been truly delightful to converse with you all. Of course, if that madwoman weren't here, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be even more pleasant. As Main spoke, her pace quickened, keenly aware that lingering for even a moment longer might result in her being forced to reveal her embarrassment under Esdethe's unabashed murderous intent. Watching his heroic spirit depart, Smoker hastily followed suit, casting a meaningful glance at Watanuki as he passed by. So, you two are heroic spirits from the same world. What remarkable fate indeed. After Main and her master, Smoker, had left, the most cheerful among the heroic spirits, Sasaki Kojiru, couldn't help but express his thoughts that in contrast to his musings, Esdethe remained preoccupied with the previous battle. None of this is of any consequence. After all, that fellow will soon meet his demise at my hands. However, prior to that, I find myself more intrigued by the earlier confrontation, Esdethe remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Sasaki Kojiru. It has been quite some time since I've encountered someone capable of injuring me in close combat. Let us finish that unfinished battle when we find an opportunity. Ensure you do not perish before I have the chance to face you. Hearing Esdethe's persistent fixation on their last encounter, Sasaki Kojiru shook his head in resigned amusement. Well, let us hope for another meeting. Our next encounter will surely be one of life and death. However, if we do meet again, dying at the hands of a beauty such as yourself wouldn't be so bad. After concluding his statement, Sasaki Kojiru rested his long katana upon his shoulder. As he departed, he bid a final farewell to his adversaries. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Indeed, a rather splendid experience. Until we meet again in battle. Upon witnessing Sasaki Kojiru's departure, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, also rose from his cross-legged position. Noticing that Naz and Luffy had no intention of following suit, a hint of awkwardness crept onto Whitebeard's countenance. After offering a rather unnecessary explanation to Naz, he took his leave, addressing the assembled crowd. If you were in my world, you would undoubtedly be unimaginably powerful beings. Engaging in battle alongside you all is a fascinating experience in this lengthy journey. Until we meet again on the battlefield, as the heroic spirits and their masters departed one after another, Kabutsuji Musen, with his crimson eyes, also stood to bid farewell. Yet, just moments later, as he stepped out of the manor's entrance, a sudden gust of wind surged from an undetermined direction. In the next instant, before Musen's expression could shift from bewilderment to shock, his head was explosively shattered by an unexpected bullet. Bang! As Kabutsuji Musen's head burst open, a second gunshot echoed from an indistinct distance. Observing the lifeless body of Musen crumpled on the ground, his master, Don Quixote da Flamingo, instinctively tilted his head, only to narrowly evade a bullet that whizzed past his ear. Feeling the searing heat and the near rupture of his eardrum, Doflamingo's face broke into a sinister grin, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight with a single step. Was that not a teleportation? Watching Doflamingo vanish in an instant, Main's face revealed a trace of astonishment from within the distant fog. Just moments prior, after leaving the temporary safe haven of the manor, she and her master, Smoker, had chosen a secluded and inconspicuous spot to hide. Although they had just been sharing their dreams with other competitors, akin to a school reunion, That fleeting camaraderie was promptly forgotten upon leaving the manor. Main executed her assassination directive without hesitation. Smoker gazed at her in disbelief, for he perceived her as a rather sentimental individual. However, for Main, executing such orders posed no pressure whatsoever. After all, she was a sniper for the Revolutionary Army, whose primary duty was to eliminate opposing targets. Furthermore, during the Berserker's dying counterattack, the other 4 heroic spirits had looked on coldly, contemplating using Berserker to eliminate her. Consequently, she felt no psychological burden while targeting her opponents. As for her target, it was simple. Watanuki's master, Watanuki, belonged to the Navy faction, much like Smoker. The war was not yet over, and they still had the possibility of joining forces against others. Thus, Smoker directly intervened to prevent Main from taking action against Sasaki Kojiro. As for Whitebeard, who had exited the safe haven after Sasaki Kojiro, that fellow had previously dodged his lethal strike with ease, completely unprepared. Thus, lacking the assurance of a decisive strike, Main chose to allow the adversary to depart unscathed. This decision not only mitigated the risk of exposing her own position, but also served to bewilder the heroic spirits exiting the safe house through the front door, as the first 2 had emerged unscathed. The third heroic spirit would instinctively lower their guard. Therefore, the moment Kabutsuji Musen stepped out of the safe house, Main unhesitatingly pulled the trigger of her weapon. What left her astounded, however, was the demeanor of Don Quixote Doflamingo. The master displayed not a trace of panic at the assassination of his heroic spirit. Instead, before departing, he cast a meaningful glance towards their concealed location, grinning eerily. It was this glance that sent a chill down Main's spine, causing her to feel an unsettling dread. When she redirected her attention to Kabutsuji Musen, whose head she had just shattered, Main and Smoker were shocked to discover that the decapitated Musen had vanished without a trace while they were momentarily distracted. At that instant, not only was there no sign of Musen's body, but the ground bore not a single drop of blood. Dreadful. Had we fallen into their trap? Smoker, we must leave this place at once. Upon realizing their supposed operation had failed, Main, concealed within the white smoke, swiftly hoisted her romantic artillery and dashed into the dense forest behind her. However, the next moment, before Main could take more than 2 steps, a sudden distortion erupted from Smoker's smoke-formed body. Before he could react, the figures of Musen and Doflamingo appeared instantaneously within the fog where Main was hiding. Dreadful. What is happening? Gazing at the master and heroic spirit suddenly materializing within his smoke-enshrouded form, Smoker's face reflected utter shock. In the following moment, Doflamingo's arm was enveloped in a pitch-black armor like hockey. Before Smoker could mount any defense, Doflamingo's hockey-clad fist struck him with tremendous force. Puff! In an instant, the unprepared Smoker was sent flying by Doflamingo's punch. Consequently, Smoker's elemental form was abruptly dispelled. Before Main could rush to his aid, Doflamingo, laughing maniacally, pursued Smoker's for the heroic spirit Main. She found herself directly confronted by Kabutsuji Musen. After smashing through a sturdy tree trunk, Smoker's robust body finally came to a halt. Dreadful, my concealment should have had no flaws. How did you find us? After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Smoker, clutching his battered chest, rose to his feet, his complexion pale. Observing Smoker's ashen face, Doflamingo wore a sinister grin. Fufufu. If it were a normal concealment, neither I nor my heroic spirit would have detected anything. But you, my friend, were far too careless. Perhaps you should take a good look at what you have in your pocket. Upon hearing Doflamingo's reply, Smoker's expression turned bewildered. However, the next moment, as he reached into his pocket, his already pallid face grew even more ghastly. That moment, Smoker's hand grasped a red eyeball, no larger than a fingernail. Compared to the other scattered eyes of Kabutsuji Musen, this one was particularly exquisite. Even the highly vigilant Smoker had failed to notice such a small object being placed in his pocket. Dreadful. This must have been slipped in during the last assassination attempt on Berserker. Using this to pinpoint our location was truly careless. Fufufu. Smoker, this is war. Once I eliminate you, that little girl will be finished too. Your Holy Grail War ends now, Doflamingo declared, leaping at Smoker with a menacing laugh. Dreadful. I implore you, Main, let this strike decide our fate. Watching Doflamingo rapidly approach with claws formed from fists, Smoker's expression tightened as he forcibly swallowed the blood rising in his throat. He then began to evade, while raising his right hand, which had just replenished its command seals to in an instant. Brilliant azure light flickered between Smoker and Doflamingo. With the command seal, I order the heroic spirit archer to exert all efforts to eliminate Castor. With the command seal, I issue a second command to the heroic spirit. After defeating Castor, immediately return to my side. As Doflamingo closed in with alarming speed, Smoker stepped back, his body darting away at an incredible pace. While evading Doflamingo's attacks, Smoker activated both command seals on the back of his hand, sensing an unexpectedly potent heroic spirit aura behind him. Doflamingo's expression darkened ominously. Meanwhile, as Doflamingo pursued Smoker, Kabutsuji Muzan launched an assault on Archer Main. Suddenly left vulnerable without Smoker's protection, Main found herself facing the greatest crisis of this Holy Grail War. Just then, after narrowly dodging two of Muzan's tentacle-like strikes, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from within her. In stark contrast to her previous struggle, Main found herself composed as she engaged Muzan in close combat, deflecting his terrifying appendages with newfound strength that it seemed my master had utilized the command seal. Having allowed you to approach to this extent truly constitutes a grave crisis. After evading Muzan's lethal strike once more, a bloodthirsty smile adorned Main's face. Observing her wicked grin, Kabutsuji Muzan felt a chill run down his spine. He then accelerated to his utmost speed, launching himself towards Main, who was not far ahead as he advanced. His tentacles sprouted ghastly, menacing spikes. However, the next moment, a wave of even more terrifying energy surged forth from Main's romantic artillery. This truly presents a formidable threat. Castor, your failure to eliminate me at the first opportunity was a grave error. Now, you are finished. Before Main could finish her sentence, her romantic artillery unleashed a blinding beam of light, comparable to the sun. Witnessing this terrifying attack, Kabutsuji Muzan halted in his tracks. In the next instant, he swiftly formed seals with his hands as the sunlight beam bore down upon him, a colossal statue of a Buddha. Entirely composed of ice and towering like a mountain, manifested before him. Blood demon art. Ice lotus bodhisattva. Dreadful humans. Perish. Boom. In the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the area where Main and Kabutsuji Muzan were situated. As the terrifying sound spread, a colossal beam of laser, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction, swiftly traversed the dense forest where Main and Smoker had previously sought refuge, hurtling toward the direction of the sanctuary on the island. Within the temporary haven of the mansion, the remaining members of the Saber and Rider teams felt the dread of the impending assault emanating from outside. The palpable tremors beneath their feet prompted looks of concern on the faces of the masters. Joel Bonnie and Luffy. My Lord Supervisor, is it not warranted to impose some form of punishment upon those who dare attack your sanctuary? In contrast to the unease reflected in the master's expressions, the heroic spirits, Esther's and Natsu, remained notably composed. Upon hearing Esther's mock the war supervisor Lin Hao, Natsu shrugged his shoulders and promptly sprang to his feet. Hey, supervisor, that attack was quite formidable. Do you require my assistance in fending it off? Observing the varying expressions of the two heroic spirits, Lin Hao leisurely rose from his reclined position, stretching languidly. Archer's assault was merely an act of self-defense. It was never intended to target the sanctuary. So there is no need for intervention. As for the sanctuary's defense, allow me, the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, to handle that. While the conversation unfolded, Lin Hao casually sauntered to the entrance of his mansion, stretching his shoulders as he gazed upon the imminent, overwhelming laser beam. A slight smile crept upon his face as he snapped his fingers. Snap. Compared to the thunderous roar of the colossal laser, the sound of his fingers was barely audible. Yet, inexplicably, that singular sound instilled an overwhelming sense of dread and alienation in those within the mansion. Both masters and heroic spirits alike felt an urgent desire to vacate the premises, though the supervisor appeared harmless. The terrifying aura he exuded unsettled even Esther's and Natsu, who had previously jested, if we were to confront him, the outcome would likely be disastrous. He is a top-tier entity, far surpassing the level of this war. Both Esther's and Natsu shared this unsettling thought. In the next moment, with Lin Hao snap, the beam of ominous energy abruptly halted in mid-air. A second later, merely a few meters from the entrance of the Holy Grail War sanctuary. The massive beam disintegrated into countless luminous particles, swiftly vanishing into the atmosphere. Once the formidable laser dissipated, a vast area of devastated trees and earth was revealed ahead of the mansion, compared to the annihilation of the great guardian Yagumo. This strike was considerably less potent. It seemed this attack did not utilize command spells, or perhaps they were expended elsewhere. After reflecting on the sheer power of this formidable assault, Lin Hao returned to the sanctuary with a beaming smile. Minutes later, amidst the astonished gazes of the Saber and Rider teams, the caster team master, Doflamingo, entered the mansion with a grim expression. The disheveled appearance of Doflamingo left Natsu, Esther's, Luffy, and Joel Bonnie utterly bewildered. However, the next moment, Doflamingo's words caused everyone in the mansion, save for Lin Hao, to drop their jaws in disbelief. My Lord Supervisor, my heroic spirit, caster, has been slain, and I have completely withdrawn from this Holy Grail War. May I seek refuge here under your protection? What? Caster has been killed. By whom? The remaining masters and heroic spirits of the Saber and Rider groups, still present in the sanctuary, displayed expressions of shock upon hearing Doflamingo's revelation. In response to their inquiries, Doflamingo candidly replied, "The heroic spirit responsible for Caster's demise is Archer. His master, Smoker, utilized 2 command spells to eliminate my spirit. Archer's master has only 1 command spell remaining. Should they employ it again, that team will be eliminated. This presents a prime opportunity." While responding, Doflamingo's face bore a deep scowl. Yet, in Lin Hao's omniscient state, he perceptively noted a glint of cunning in Doflamingo's gaze that others failed to detect. "Ah, so you wish to divulge this information to incite us to aid you in revenge. Fear not. I have my own grievances with that individual. I shall gladly avenge Caster for you." Upon receiving such crucial intelligence, Esther stood up, adjusting her military cap, and strode purposefully towards the sanctuary's entrance alongside her master, Bonnie. Observing Bonnie's reluctance to depart, Natsu cheerfully greeted her. "Hey, Bonnie, you hail from this world, right? Though we are adversaries, our aspirations seem to align. I wish you success in bringing your father back after the Holy Grail War concludes. Thank you. However, I will never relinquish the Holy Grail, that I hope you find your father upon returning to your world." For 2 opponents sharing nearly identical desires, their impressions of one another were surprisingly amicable. Had Bonnie qualified sooner, she might indeed have become the master of this Dragon Slayer. Members of the Rider and Saber teams departed the sanctuary. Only Lin Hao and Caster's master, Doflamingo, remained within the expansive mansion. Observing Doflamingo's somewhat pallid complexion, Lin Hao's lips curled into a sly smile. "Mr. Doflamingo, according to the rules of the Holy Grail War, a master seeking refuge in the sanctuary while their heroic spirit is alive and without the supervisor's invitation is considered to have voluntarily forfeited their eligibility in the war. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Supervisor, what do you mean? My heroic spirit caster has been defeated by Archer." Doflamingo's face displayed a momentary panic upon hearing Lin Hao's teasing inquiry. However, after a brief hesitation, he quickly regained his composure. A seasoned player in the world of politics and the current king of Dressrosa, his exceptional acting skills were indispensable. He would never admit to his meticulously devised plan with Kibutsuji Musen unless completely exposed. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Hao's playful words made the renowned warlord of the sea break into a cold sweat. "Doflamingo, do you understand what it means to be the supervisor? I oversee the Holy Grail War itself. I possess omniscience regarding all events that transpire within this war. No detail can elude my scrutiny. After your previous rewards, you and your heroic spirit have 4 command spells remaining, correct? According to your plan with Kibutsuji Musen. After luring Archer's team into expending 2 command spells, you intended to remain in the sanctuary, observing the conflict until the ultimate victor arrived, at which point you would strike together with your heroic spirit." As Lin Hao leisurely uttered those mocking words, the expression on Doflamingo's face instantly turned a shade of ashen gray. However, Musen had yet to reveal himself. At this moment, he still had no intention of admitting his presence. Exploiting the loophole in this rule would inevitably incur a punishment from the overseer of the Holy Grail War. Continuing to join the battlefield while under duress would lead to the immediate dissolution of the advantage he had established with Kibutsuji Musen. Thus, Doflamingo steeled himself for one final gamble. "Dear overseer, you are gravely mistaken. My servant Caster has indeed perished, which is why I..." Yet, before Doflamingo could finish his sentence, Lin Hao's words caused the countenance of this warlord of the sea to darken ominously. Oh, if that is the case, you still have 4 command seals on the back of your hand, do you not? Use them all now, and command Caster to commit suicide on the spot, that if you do so, I shall believe you are truly defeated. Otherwise, you shall face unimaginable consequences. Before Lin Hao's words had fully settled, a bizarre writhing occurred within the depths of Doflamingo's coat pocket. In the next moment, a piece of flesh the size of a palm sprang forth from his pocket and landed upon the ground of the safe house. After a brief writhing, that bloody mass instantaneously transformed into Kibutsuji Musen himself. Since you have seen through my ruse, there is little I can do. Given the circumstances, we shall not engage in a fair Holy Grail war. Let us simply eliminate you here and seize the Grail. With Lin Hao having thoroughly exposed their deception and demanding proof through necessary means, Kibutsuji Musen and Doflamingo dropped all pretense, gazing upon the overseer, who possessed a normal human form and striking features. The servants and masters of the caster group immediately split to either side, launching a sudden assault on Lin Hao to by my command seal. I command you, eliminate the overseer of the Holy Grail War. By my command, seize the omnipotent wishing machine, the Grail. By my command, unleash the full power of the Demon King to conclude this Holy Grail War. As Doflamingo activated his 3 command seals, Kibutsuji Musen's body, which had just been in a normal state, abruptly swelled to 2 or 3 times its previous size. Physically, he was nearing a resemblance to Whitebeard. Empowered by the 3 command seals, an unprecedented and terrifying force erupted within Kibutsuji Musen's form. He looked at Lin Hao, who lounged casually upon his chair, his eyes gleaming with greed. It has been ages since I feasted upon a human. Today, I shall devour you, the overseer of the Holy Grail War, and then move on to consume other masters. As Kibutsuji Musen spoke, his arms, now resembling tentacles, lunged towards Lin Hao with ferocious intent. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the manic laughter on Kibutsuji Musen's face transformed into bewilderment, followed swiftly by terror and ashen pallor. Facing Kibutsuji Musen's assault, Lin Hao, the overseer of the Holy Grail War, calmly rose from his chair. You 2 sneaky individuals seem to have misunderstood the implications of being the overseer of the Holy Grail War. As Lin Hao spoke, he raised his right arm, adorned with command seals. Caster, by my command as overseer, you shall self-terminate and exit the stage. In an instant, a brilliant radiance emanated from Lin Hao's arm. The surging energy within Kibutsuji Musen's body vanished in an instant. Instead, every single cell within him descended into a state of brutal chaos. Under the influence of the overseer's command seals, Kibutsuji Musen's cells began to attack and devour one another in less than a minute. The once handsome Kibutsuji Musen tragically melted into a pool of blood-red viscera. Unlike when he had previously disintegrated to escape, before Lin Hao and Doflamingo now lay a gruesome puddle devoid of any vitality. Moments later, radiant specks of light began to seep from the viscous remains of Kibutsuji Musen. In the blink of an eye, the traces of this demon king, who had existed in this world for over a millennium, were utterly erased. Simultaneously, an ethereal electronic voice resonated within the minds of all participants in the Holy Grail War and the chat group. Ding! The caster group has been eliminated in this Holy Grail War. The remaining 5 groups are encouraged to continue striving to complete this Holy Grail War. Upon hearing the clear, ethereal electronic voice echoing in his mind, Doflamingo's previously grim expression was instantly replaced by panic. Before entering the Holy Grail War, he had not witnessed Lin Hao's might, and thus had no inkling of Lin Hao's capability to target servants. Now, he truly regretted his earlier choices, observing the remaining command seal on the back of his hand slowly dissipate. Doflamingo immediately knelt on one knee before Lin Hao that he would never relinquish the opportunity for eternal life. Overseer, I was wrong. We should not exploit the loopholes of the rules, according to the regulations of the Holy Grail War. As long as the master has not surrendered, they may seek out another servant to form a new contract and continue participating in the Holy Grail War, correct? I have decided to continue. This time, I shall not covet the safe house. Seeing the illustrious warlord of the sea, Doflamingo, kneeling before him, a hint of amusement crossed Lin Hao's countenance. Did I not offer you an opportunity before? Yet, you were obstinate. As punishment for your violation of the rules, your eligibility to participate in the Holy Grail War has been irrevocably revoked. Not only are you disqualified this time, but you shall also never again possess the status of a master in future Holy Grail Wars. Should you wish to witness the outcome of this conflict, I shall not impede you that if you wish to depart. I assure you that the other participants will not act against you. Your Holy Grail War has concluded. Lin Hao's tone was unyielding but not harsh. Yet, to the warlord Doflamingo, each word struck like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Not only was he barred from continuing in this Holy Grail War, but he would also be ineligible for future ones. Such a punishment was far too severe. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Doflamingo's face became a mask of unrestrained malice. If I cannot participate in the Holy Grail War, then there is no need for this war to continue. Your methods are solely aimed at the servants, are they not? I shall eliminate you here and now. Before Doflamingo could finish his declaration, he propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he had already lunged directly before Lin Hao. Gazing at the composed Lin Hao, Doflamingo, now intoxicated by rage, swung his fist, enveloped in haki, towards Lin Hao's head with unrestrained ferocity. Sensing the terrifying force of the approaching punch, Lin Hao's expression grew cold. That it seems you still do not comprehend your predicament. As his words fell, the temperature around them plummeted at an alarming rate. Is this the freezing fruit of the former Marine Admiral Akiji? How is this possible? Before Doflamingo could recover from his shock, his body was instantly encased in ice. Observing Doflamingo's stunned visage trapped within the ice, Lin Hao smirked slightly. He then extended his right hand, lightly resting it upon the massive block of ice. In that instant, the enormous ice block trembled violently, crack, with a crisp sound of shattering ice. The massive form of Doflamingo was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut, trailing a disturbing column of blood. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Doflamingo's right arm had been utterly shattered. Could this be the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit? How could this be possible? Who exactly are you? After weakly uttering his final inquiry, Doflamingo's head tilted, and he completely lost consciousness. Thus, it seems you will no longer be able to participate in the Holy Grail War. Does it? Perhaps not, but a brief explanation within the system should suffice. Observing the unconscious Doflamingo on the ground, Lin Hao smiled slightly, then snapped his fingers, causing several sea prism stone chains to materialize out of thin air, binding Doflamingo's colossal body securely. After all, when the Straw Hats arrive in Dressrosa, you would have met the same fate. Why not expedite your journey there? As Lin Hao's words faded, the chained Doflamingo gradually vanished from sight. With the troublesome foe dealt with, Lin Hao redirected his attention to the other contestants. Meanwhile, in the chat group of the Holy Grail War, nearly everyone fell into a stunned silence, their minds momentarily blank. After a few minutes of this oppressive quiet, the deceased elder pirates began to swallow hard and voice their astonishment in the group. Rox D. Zebek. Although I do not know the fellow named Doflamingo, it is clear that his skills are formidable. To take down a master so effortlessly speaks volumes about the supervisor's strength. Shiki. Just a single command seal forced a servant to commit suicide. If that Whitebeard fellow were to attempt something similar, it would surely cause quite the upheaval. Diamante. That despicable supervisor. Young master. Trafalgar Law. Doflamingo has been defeated just like that. All my meticulously planned revenge is for naught. Sakazuki. Humph. It has been confirmed that Doflamingo is guilty of numerous crimes. I will dispatch someone to Dressrosa to rescue the innocent populace immediately. Borsellino. Leave that matter to me, now that Doflamingo has been vanquished. There is no need to be cautious of the remaining underlings in his family. Monkey Dita Dragon. Humph. A bunch of opportunistic scoundrels. Have you only just now come into possession of evidence regarding those misdeeds? Hypocrites. Sakazuki. Dragon, do not be so arrogant. The righteous Navy will soon find you. In an instant, a fierce argument erupted among the Navy and pirates in the Holy Grail War chat group. After all the servants and masters departed the sanctuary of the manor, no further conflicts erupted among the contestants that day. In a luxurious room at a bubble hotel on Sabedi Archipelago, Saber Death regarded her master, Bonnie, with a serious expression. Bonnie, today marks the final period for rest. Tomorrow, all decisive battles will commence. To secure the Holy Grail and fulfill our wishes, I need you to perform a challenging task once the fighting begins. Seeing Death's solemn demeanor, Jolie Bonnie nodded gravely in response. That night, on a remote island of Sabedi Archipelago, Navy Vice Admiral Smoker sat on a rock, idly puffing on his cigar. Meanwhile, his servant, Maine, was meticulously maintaining her imperial romantic canon. Unlike before, after the complete elimination of the caster group, they ceased utilizing Smoker's smoke fruit ability for disguise. Noticing Smoker's sullen expression, Maine could not help but inquire. "Hey, cigar-smoking uncle, we used 2 command seals to prevent your elimination last time. We no longer have the opportunity for enhancement. You actually divulged such precious intelligence to that fatso. Even though you share the same faction in this world, we are currently engaged in the Holy Grail War. After all, do you truly believe he will accept your offer of cooperation?" Upon hearing Maine's question, Smoker leisurely removed one of the 2 cigars from his mouth. After exhaling a long puff of smoke, he displayed an assured expression. "That fellow is a vice admiral like me. And he has a good heart that I trust him. After all, having a reliable partner in such a conflict increases our chances of victory, and besides myself, he likely won't trust anyone else." "Huh, if you think that way. My master should be pleased as well." Before Smoker could finish his thought, a teasing voice suddenly interrupted them. This unexpected mockery caught both Smoker and Maine, who had been on high alert, completely off guard. In an instant, the once relaxed atmosphere shifted, and both Smoker and Maine leaned closer together, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Despite their vigilance, the 2 participants from the Archer group failed to detect each other's presence. Moments later, an eerie disturbance broke through the darkness of night that a slender old man, wielding a sword longer than his own height, and a burly man with a large axe materialized before them. They were none other than assassin Sasaki Koger and his master, Watanuki Maru. "Your stealth abilities are truly formidable. This is quite frightening." Smoker exhaled a sigh of relief upon recognizing Watanuki Maru and his servant. However, Maine remained on guard, her grip on the massive sniper rifle unwavering. Sasaki Koger smiled slightly and voluntarily distanced himself from Smoker. Subsequently, Watanuki Maru casually placed his axe on the ground and approached Smoker without hesitation. Seeing this, Maine's tension eased considerably. Had the opposing side chosen to launch a surprise attack at that moment, it would have posed a significant dilemma for them if we are to join forces. "It would certainly be safer with you. So, what shall we do together?" Smoker asked. Observing the earnest expression on Watanuki Maru's face, in response, Smoker retrieved a sizable cigar from his coat pocket. After lighting it, a smile crept across his face. "With your servant around, our actions will be much easier. Tomorrow marks the decisive battle. Let us first take down the one who poses the least threat among the remaining opponents." At the bar in the Knockin' on Heaven Tavern on Saber Archipelago's 13th island, the pirate king Rayleigh was casually drinking with his servant, Whitebeard, to alleviate their boredom that moment. The participants from the rider group, with whom they had formed an alliance, had all departed. The once lively bar now seemed considerably quieter. Noticing the empty bar counter beside him, Whitebeard displayed a hint of embarrassment. "I sincerely apologize, Rayleigh, due to my cautiousness and some ulterior motives. Your disciple seems to harbor some discontent towards you." Upon hearing Whitebeard's somewhat guilty apology, Rayleigh promptly grabbed the bottle in front of him and took a hearty swig. After downing the fine wine, he flashed a hearty smile, unbothered, and patted Whitebeard on the shoulder. "Huh, that lad doesn't truly resent me. It's mainly his servant who has reservations about you. Luffy is simply being considerate of his friend's feelings. However, your approach is not without merit. This Holy Grail War is no child's play, and being cautious is wise. Newgate, what are your plans for the upcoming battles?" Seeing that Rayleigh bore no grudge against himself for his selfish thoughts during the previous siege of the formidable Yagura, Whitebeard's expression lightened considerably. Gazing at the starry night sky outside the bar, he rested his head to one side, propping his chin up, as memories of his youthful days as a budding pirate flooded his mind. Though fraught with peril, those times were filled with unadulterated joy, carefree and devoid of scheming, unlike the exhausting intrigues of the present. Thus, let us hasten to conclude this war, akin to last time, and see which group of contestants dares to challenge us. Ha ha ha. That military-clad beauty certainly seems like a fierce warrior. I wager she will come to confront you tomorrow. Wahaha. Not necessarily. It could be Natsu. Considering my previous actions could be deemed treachery, he might seek vengeance. Excellent. Let us wager. The loser must treat everyone to drinks upon their next visit. Upon hearing the wager from the pirate king Rayleigh, Whitebeard, uncertain of his own revival, felt a pang of melancholy. However, after exchanging glances These former adversaries who had once been locked in a bitter rivalry burst into hearty laughter. On the 44th island of the Saber archipelago, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin stood at the port, gazing contemplatively at the sea. Moments later, to their astonishment, the figurehead of the ship, shaped like a lion, the Thousand Sunny, slowly emerged on the distant waters. A few minutes later, the Straw Hat crew reunited. "Hey, you lot, didn't I tell you to stay away from here? This Holy Grail War is perilous," Luffy exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration as he watched his crewmates disembark from the Sunny. However, before he could finish his complaint, he received a sharp rap on the head from the cunning Nami. "You fool, you have no idea of the situation outside. The Navy has dozens of warships waiting out there. If we don't escape the battlefield now, we won't have time to assist you when they come in. That fleet is led by the Admiral Kizaru." Upon hearing Nami's furious retort, the remaining crew members who stayed behind to participate in the Holy Grail War were instantly struck with shock. After a moment of silence, Luffy solemnly addressed Zoro and Sanji, who remained to assist him. "Zoro, Sanji, you should leave on the ship first. Protect the others. Natsu and I will bring this Holy Grail War to a swift conclusion. Those guys are itching for a fight." With that, Luffy tightened his grip on his straw hat. Yet, the moment the crew spotted Natsu beside them, a wave of anxiety washed over them, manifesting as dark lines on their foreheads. "Ugh, I'm so sorry. I have no resistance to vehicles. Can you steer the ship further away?" They heard Natsu, a pale shade of himself, clutching a tree, retching uncontrollably. The following morning, the powerful figures in the Holy Grail War chat group were all on edge. They observed, through the live broadcast of the Holy Grail War, the formidable presence of the heroic spirit Whitebeard and his master, Rayleigh, making a grand appearance on an uninhabited island in the Saber archipelago. In an instant, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire island, just as he had previously revealed his position and identity. This time, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, sought confrontation with other heroic spirits. That terrifying aura spread. Another equally formidable presence erupted from the opposite side of the island. Seconds later, the voluptuous and military-clad as death, wearing a sinister grin, appeared before Whitebeard and Rayleigh. "I've been longing for a chance to face you. Let us settle this here today," she declared, drawing her rapier with determination. Initially taken aback by his death's formidable stature, Whitebeard soon grasped his weapon, the Yoru no Kaze. "Rayleigh, it seems this wager is in your favor. Whether I can fulfill the bet depends on whether I survive this encounter." Upon hearing Whitebeard's musings, a grin spread across Rayleigh's face. "Ha! Aren't we comrades now? As comrades, I shall not merely stand by and watch," he exclaimed, extending his gnarled hand, where two conspicuous command seals glimmered. "This woman is no ordinary foe. I command you, with this seal, to vanquish her." As Rayleigh's command resonated, a brilliant light emanated from his hand, causing the seal to vanish in a flash. Simultaneously, an even greater force than before radiated from Edward Newgate. "Ha! With the amplification of the command seal, I shall not be defeated," he bellowed. "Hey, Saber, where's your master? Are you too cowardly to join the fray, hiding while your heroic spirit battles?" Following his hearty laughter, the empowered Whitebeard swung his Yoru no Kaze fiercely at his death. Observing this, Rayleigh, fully aware that the combat prowess of heroic spirits was beyond his own, was nonetheless resolute in joining the fight alongside his comrade. As Whitebeard initiated the assault, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward, following in Whitebeard's wake. "My master is formidable. You, old man, have no right to criticize her." Seeing the two elderly warriors rushing toward her, Isdeth smirked coldly. She then swung her rapier, causing the temperature around the battlefield to plummet at an alarming rate. Within less than a second, dozens of massive ice spikes, each several meters in diameter, rapidly formed in the sky. As Isdeth struck downwards with her sword, the colossal ice spikes cascaded like meteors towards Whitebeard and Rayleigh. "Gwahaha, child, such tricks won't be enough to defeat us," Whitebeard declared. As his Yoru no Kaze became enveloped in a brilliant white energy, he swung the renowned blade towards the sky, unleashing a devastating shockwave that shattered the enormous ice spikes into a flurry of ice shards. Divine evasion. Witnessing the massive ice chunks plummeting like rain, Rayleigh chuckled coldly. He then enveloped his sword in a layer of dark, impenetrable Hakite. In the next instant, a terrifying blade of energy, laced with black lightning, erupted from Rayleigh's weapon. Upon contact, The descending ice blocks disintegrated into countless tiny snowflakes. This moment, the Sabaody archipelago basked in clear skies, yet the battlefield between Death, Whitebeard, and Rayleigh bore witness to a strange phenomenon of snow falling beneath the bright sun. You two old fellows are quite capable, but this is merely the beginning. Prepare yourselves for the onslaught. As I gazed upon the colossal ice spear I had conjured, it was instantaneously neutralized by the formidable presence of Whitebeard and Rayleigh. A bloodthirsty smirk emerged on Death's visage. Following this, amidst the astonished gazes of Whitebeard and Rayleigh, countless frost knights, entirely composed of glacial ice, materialized around Death. In that moment, the battlefield where Saber and Lancer clashed reverberated with deafening explosions. On the distant side, as I sensed the pronounced tremors beneath my feet, Natsu, now fully restored to his usual self, was instantly filled with excitement. Having witnessed the capabilities of Saber and Lancer, the cacophony surely indicated that those two were engaged in battle. How could we possibly miss out on such exhilarating occurrences? I am heading over to send them flying. Hey, Natsu, Luffy, hold your horses. Although Saber and Lancer are already in combat, there are still assassin and archer yet to reveal themselves. We must wait a moment and not act rashly. Witnessing Natsu and Luffy, resolute in their intent to charge towards the battlefield, Robin, standing behind them, immediately activated her abilities with a serious expression. In an instant, an array of arms blossomed from Natsu and Luffy, entwined like flowers, effectively restraining these two brawlers who were solely focused on the impending fight. According to Luffy's understanding, Zoro and Sanji had departed from Sabaody archipelago aboard the Sunny the previous night. As for Robin, this astute woman seemed to have sensed something amiss. After assuring that she would be fine, she chose to remain behind. This pairing of master and servant was rather precarious. Her analytical prowess was crucial for navigating the unfolding situation. This lady speaks wisely. If we were to barge into that battlefield, it might very well benefit me at no cost, just as Natsu and Luffy were reluctantly attempting to break free from Robin's grasp. A voice, aged yet tinged with jest, suddenly echoed in their ears. The unexpected address caught them off guard. Prior to the utterance, none, including Robin, had noticed the presence that had crept so close to them. You are assassin. We have crossed paths before. Do you intend to settle our fates here? Upon seeing the diminutive figure of Sasaki Kojiro, both Luffy and Natsu donned expressions of caution, not only to settle our fates, but also to apprehend you on the spot. Straw Hat, you are currently a wanted criminal by the world government, and as a Marine Vice Admiral, I am obliged to arrest you here. As Luffy and Natsu maintained their serious vigilance against the sudden appearance of the servant. Besides Sasaki Kojiro, the heavily armed Wano warrior, Momonosuke, approached with heavy steps. Leave the Holy Grail War to the servants. We still have matters to comprehend. Observing the stern countenance of Momonosuke and the playful demeanor of Sasaki Kojiro, excitement flickered across Luffy and Natsu's faces. Then let us deal with you first. Fighting is the most exhilarating. I am fired up. As soon as they met, the two sides plunged directly into a heated confrontation. Under the combined efforts of Luffy and Robin, Vice Admiral Momonosuke was forced to retreat repeatedly, barely managing to envelop himself in haki to buy time for his servant. Meanwhile, not far off, the clash between Sasaki Kojiro and Natsu unfolded quite differently. Damn it, you old man, stop dodging and face me in a fair duel. At that moment, crimson flames enveloped Natsu's arms. With every punch he threw, the temperature around him noticeably escalated, facing the long-bladed Sasaki Kojiro. Natsu's fiery fists created afterimages as they struck. What a passionate young man. He is reminiscent of the valiant flying general. Yet boy, my class is assassin, specializing in striking from the shadows, is it not? Nestled within the fiery shadows of Natsu's fists, Sasaki Kojiro appeared as if adrift in a tempest, yet he executed perfect counterattacks against each of Natsu's blows with divine foresight and agility. Occasionally, seizing the brief intervals when Natsu withdrew, this man, once deemed the thousand-year defeat, precisely capitalized on the openings to retaliate. In less than 2 minutes of engagement, Sasaki Kojiro maintained his calm demeanor, while Natsu, the Dragon Slayer, bore several evident cuts. Though he seemed at a disadvantage, any discerning observer could tell that if this continued, Natsu, the hot-headed youth who only knew of frenzied assaults, would eventually be worn down by Sasaki Kojiro. On the other side, engaged in combat as a master, Momonosuke, reputed for having the strongest defense in the Navy, only needed to hold out until his servant finished fighting. In that scenario, the outcome between Rider and Assassin was bound to favor the Navy. Comparatively, the formidable figures within the Holy Grail War chat group were fixated on the duel between the Assassin and Rider, overshadowing the clash between Death and Whitebeard alongside Rayleigh. Hey, Shiki, among us, you are the most adept with a blade. If we equalize our powers, do you believe you could defeat him? After a moment of silence, Roxy Zebek could no longer contain his grave expression as he inquired of his former crewmate. If we consider the power balance of the Holy Grail War, this fellow's strength is absolutely outrageous. If I were to face him, he would likely see through my techniques in an instant. While my might may be slightly lacking, his swordsmanship transcends the pinnacle. Myhawk, although I have yet to clash with this individual, in under 2 minutes, this assassin has exhibited over 7 distinct swordsmanship styles. Seamlessly transitioning between techniques like flowing water, I am unable to reach such a level. If he were in our world, the title of the world's greatest swordsman would undoubtedly belong to him. Though somewhat begrudging, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Myhawk, sighed in resignation after witnessing the battle between Sasaki Kojiro and Natsu. Others might not discern the implications, but he was acutely aware that during his previous encounter with his death, Sasaki Kojiro had concealed his true capabilities, and to a significant extent, seeing Myhawk, the world's greatest swordsman, offer such an assessment of Sasaki Kojiro, the other formidable figures in the chat group adopted solemn expressions. The summoned servants were not merely balanced in power by the Holy Grail system. Even within their respective worlds, they were renowned for their might. Just as the chat group marveled at Sasaki Kojiro's unparalleled swordsmanship, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air abruptly pierced the battlefield where Assassin and Rider clashed. In the next moment, Sasaki Kojiro, with a smile, tilted his head slightly. A minuscule bullet, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, grazed the side of Sasaki Kojiro's face as it swiftly sped toward Natsu's head. Damn it, a sneak attack. What a despicable trick. Feeling the fierce wind rushing towards him, Naz instinctively leaned back, and his body naturally responded by executing a backflip, narrowly avoiding the incoming bullet. After completing the maneuver, Naz swiftly created a safe distance between himself and Sasaki Kojiro. At this moment, Naz was already marked by a multitude of bleeding wounds inflicted by Sasaki. Gazing at the smiling Sasaki Kojiro before him, Naz's previously fervent expression finally cooled. In such a predicament, even a fool could deduce that they were working in tandem, one possessing unparalleled skills, and the other excelling in ranged attacks. In a 1 versus 2 scenario like this, Naz had little to no chance of victory. Nearby, observing Naz's grave demeanor, Nico Robin, who had just been helping Captain Luffy launch an all-out assault on Warpeach Maru, couldn't help but frown. Captain, Naz is in a precarious position. Use a command seal to summon Archer. Upon hearing Robin's reminder and realizing Naz's dire circumstances, Luffy immediately distanced himself from Naz. He then extended his right hand, and the command seal on the back of his hand gleamed with brilliant light. Rider, I command you with this seal to reveal the hidden Archer and eliminate him. As Luffy's command fell, Naz's previously pallid countenance transformed into one of astonishment. The reason was simple. At the moment the command seal was activated, his already extraordinary sense of smell was further heightened. In an instant, a multitude of familiar scents flooded his nostrils. Within less than a second, a bright smile spread across Naz's face. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted beneath his feet. Before Sasaki Kojiro could intervene, Naz shot upward like a missile launched from its silo, charging in a specific direction. Archer, I can smell you. Your end is nigh. It's quite embarrassing to let you eliminate an ally like this. Seeing Naz soar into the sky enveloped in flames, a hint of dissatisfaction crossed Sasaki Kojiro's face. He then lightly pushed off the ground, surprisingly propelling his slender frame into the air. Sakazuki, is that the Marine 6 Styles moonwalk? How can he do that? Borsalino, perhaps Warpeach Maru taught him. His learning ability is truly astonishing. He has mastered it in such a short time. Witnessing Sasaki Kojiro's unusual agility, Marine Admiral Akainu could no longer remain seated. The Marine 6 Styles essentially delineates the line between the weak and the powerful within the Navy. Akainu himself had invested considerable effort to fully master the 6 Styles. Yet, Sasaki Kojiro had only been summoned to this world for a few days, and was already performing the moonwalk with such fluidity. Not just Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Akainu, but other high-ranking Navy officials in the chat group were equally astonished at that moment. They all shared a single thought. With such extraordinary swordsmanship and terrifying learning capabilities, if he had been born in their world, whether joining the Navy or the pirate faction, he would undoubtedly achieve something remarkable, just as the Navy's high-ranking officials marveled at Sasaki Kojuro's abilities. On the battlefield, Sasaki Kojuro took up a stance for a quick draw strike in midair, while Naz swiftly distanced himself. The next instant, a visibly terrifying blade wave surged toward Naz's rear, prior to Sasaki Kojuro unleashing that fearsome blade wave. Marine Vice Admiral War Peach Maru cooperatively activated his own command seal. Instantly, the massive blade wave, imbued with terrifying energy, swept toward Naz with relentless force. Sensing the overwhelming pressure behind him, Naz gritted his teeth and abruptly halted. Preparing to confront the impending blade wave, Fire Dragon's roar. In that moment, a colossal crimson magic circle rapidly coalesced before Naz. Before the blade wave could reach him, he unleashed a torrent of searing red flames from his mouth. The flames surged through the magic circle, transforming into a towering wave of fire. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted above Sabaody Archipelago. The colossal blade wave collided with the flames, resulting in a cataclysmic eruption of residual energy. After a brief standoff, the exhausted blade wave cleaved through the blazing flames, leaving a deep, bone-exposing wound on Naz's foot. The blade wave, augmented by the command seal, was indeed too potent for even a heroic spirit's magic to withstand. In an instant, the residual force sent Naz's robust body hurtling backward. However, upon closer inspection, Naz's expression bore no signs of distress. Instead, it was one of cunning triumph. In midair, Naz, utilizing his masterful fire control skills, managed to adjust his trajectory. Although one of his feet was severely injured, the force from the blade wave propelled him forward with even greater speed than before. Yet, compared to earlier, lacking a foot to control the flames. Naz's direction was somewhat skewed. Luffy, you still have 2 command seals, right? Watching the splendid fireworks in the sky, Nico Robin displayed a worried expression. Hearing Robin's prompt, Luffy quickly extended his right hand once more. With a command seal, restore all of Naz's injuries. In an instant, a peculiar light emanated from Naz's body, and as the glow dissipated, his wounds were instantly healed. Huh? Luffy. That was timely. This time, I will ensure that archer, that coward who only strikes from the shadows, is completely taken out. Feeling the surge of strength within him, Naz's face radiated with a confident and fervent smile once again. The next moment, 2 streams of blazing flames entwined around Naz's hands. As he elevated his own aura, the very surface of Sabaody Archipelago felt the oppressive heat. This truly is a remarkable crisis. I have never been this close to death before. Observing the approaching fire dragon Naz and the increasingly distinct massive dragon silhouette behind him, the ever-patient Maine swallowed hard. Beside Maine, Marine Vice Admiral Smoker dispelled his smoke fruit disguised at eye in the sky. Naz, whose hands had transformed into dragon wings, closed in rapidly. Yet, Smoker showed no intention of fleeing. Hey, cigar uncle, this will be my strongest strike. Aren't you going to dodge? Hearing Maine's teasing inquiry, Smoker exhaled a long plume of smoke. What nonsense are you spouting? We are partners. If I abandon a comrade in danger to flee alone, how can I call myself a righteous marine? At this moment, you truly look quite dashing. It is indeed fortunate to have someone like you summoned to participate in the Holy Grail War. As their conversation unfolded, the energy of the romantic cannon in Maine's hands surged dramatically. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura radiated outwards from Maine, enveloping the surroundings. Above in the sky, one could already see Maine and Smog S. Natsu without hesitation. Having stabilized his stance, he swung his enormous dragon wings, entirely composed of flames, down towards the island with tremendous force. Fire Dragon, Wing Strike. Boom! The 2 colossal flaming wings swept towards Maine and Smog on the ground with devastating might. On the ground, at the moment the threat peaked, Maine decisively pulled the trigger of the romantic cannon. I intend to use the Holy Grail to save our world. How could I possibly lose here to you, a hot-headed fool? Boom! In an instant, the air surrounding Maine and Smog came to an abrupt halt. Yet, in the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy coalesced. Under Maine's control, the romantic cannon unleashed an unfathomable surge of energy, firing towards the sky where Natsu had transformed into a fiery dragon phantom. At the moment when the two forces collided, it seemed as if the world fell into an eerie silence that a second later, a cataclysmic explosion akin to a nuclear blast erupted above the Sabaody archipelago. Centered around the point of detonation, several nearby islands were forcefully overturned by the terrifying shockwave of the explosion, but on the other side of the battlefield, the combatants, Isteth, Whitebeard, and the Dark King Rayleigh, also sensed this overwhelming wave. Witnessing the terrifying inferno approaching them, the three, who had just been engaged in battle, instantly halted their actions, each beginning to shield their respective areas of combat, in the outer regions of the Sabaody archipelago. The violent explosion triggered a monstrous tsunami. Originally planning to wait nearby to assist Luffy aboard the Thousand Sunny after the conclusion of the Holy Grail War, the Straw Hat crew swiftly maneuvered their ship to unleash a blast of wind. Escaping before the tsunami could consume them, as for the 5 naval warships that had gathered here, poised to execute the demon-slaying order, aside from the one desperately protected by Admiral Kizaru, the other 4 fully armed vessels were almost instantly engulfed by the tsunami. Rapidly sinking beneath the waves, this horrifying explosion persisted for nearly half a minute as the blinding flames gradually dissipated. A figure, transforming into shimmering light, was violently hurled away by the residual shockwaves of the explosion. My sincerest apologies, Luffy. Your companions here are simply too formidable. Just before completely vanishing into points of light, Natsu, witnessing Luffy and Robin being fiercely protected by Sasaki Kojir, couldn't he help but wear a bitter smile of resignation. In the next moment, Natsu's form fragmented into countless brilliant points of light, utterly disappearing from this realm. Observing Natsu's body slowly dissolving into specks of light before vanishing into the air. Luffy, as the master, could not contain his anguish, crying out in torment the moment Natsu vanished entirely. A system notification echoed in everyone's minds, announcing the elimination of the Rider Group's heroic spirit. Ultimately, was there still a slight deficiency in intelligence? It appears that severing ties with the Lancer Group in advance was not the wisest choice. Seeing Luffy's face filled with pain, Nico Robin, who remained on the island as the strategist, let out a soft sigh. Just then, Sasaki Kojir gracefully returned to his master, Matu Sakura, gliding through the air. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, do you still intend to continue fighting? At this moment, Matu Sakura bore some wounds from the earlier combined attack by Luffy and Robin. However, upon seeing the heroic spirit Sasaki Kojir return, the previously disheveled Matu Sakura immediately regained his confidence. You despicable scoundrel, you are the one responsible for Natsu's demise. I shall avenge my friend. At this juncture, even the slow-witted Luffy could discern that Natsu's elimination was the result of a cunning plot orchestrated by assassins Sasaki Kojir and Archer Mane. After spending several days together, Luffy and Natsu had forged an incredibly deep friendship. Now, with the instigator of Natsu's departure right before him, Luffy rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward. Yet before he could take more than 2 steps towards Matu Sakura, dozens of delicate arms suddenly sprouted from his body, pinning him firmly in place like a blooming flower. Hey, Robin, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me? I need to avenge Natsu. He is my friend. Bound and immobilized, Luffy anxiously turned to Robin, shouting in desperation. But in the next moment, Robin's words brought him to an immediate calm. Luffy, do not act impulsively. Our Holy Grail War has already concluded that we know the strength of the heroic spirits. We cannot simultaneously defeat both Matu Sakura and Assassin. But Natsu, Robin's words caused Luffy to regain his composure. However, recalling the scene of Natsu being struck down by Archer, Luffy's eyes still brimmed with frustration. Luffy, listen to me. Heroic spirits do not truly die. They merely return to their own world as it stands. We have lost our heroic spirit, and the other spirits still have their masters that we cannot recklessly eliminate someone protected by a heroic spirit. Can we? Moreover, at this point, Robin retracted her ability and paused briefly. This is merely the first Holy Grail War. There will be future opportunities. We are comrades. Surely, everyone will lend a hand, right? In an instant, the atmosphere between both parties fell into a suffocating silence. After a few seconds, Luffy, having fully calmed down, finally shed the anger that had previously marked his face. He adjusted his straw hat and cast a reluctant glance at Matu Sakura and Sasaki Kojir. After a long, deep breath, He turned to head towards the temporary safe haven for the Holy Grail War located on Island 44. Robin, let us go to the safe haven. After such a commotion, our companions should have already escaped the battlefield. We can wait there until this war concludes, and I also wish to see who will emerge victorious in this conflict. Observing Luffy, who was surprisingly receptive to her counsel. A relieved expression graced Robin's face. It's all right. We will have more opportunities in the future. If the captain is concerned about Natsu, there will still be a chance to summon him again. Watching Luffy and Robin depart hastily, Matu Sakura and Sasaki Kojiro also let out a sigh of relief. Although Sasaki Kojiro maintained his nonchalant demeanor, his body bore more than a dozen painful wounds, while Natsu's fire magic had not been able to subdue him. Their skirmish had certainly taken its toll. Master, after that last strike, Archer is now extremely weakened and poses little threat for the time being. Listening to the distant echoes of another massive explosion, Sasaki Kojiro smiled faintly, shouldering his long blade. That must be the battlefield where Saber and Lancer are engaged. The prowess of those two individuals is formidable. Let us proceed to lay an ambush. And when one side has vanquished the other, we shall seize the opportunity to strike. As Sasaki Kojiro formulated his strategy, Matoi Maru discerned the unmistakable and peculiar aroma of grilled meat emanating from his servant. He recognized it as the consequence of the flames that had inflicted damage upon Assassin during their previous encounter with Rider. Observing the two command spells remaining in his possession, Matoi Maru resolved to employ one to heal his servant's injuries. However, just as he extended his right hand, Sasaki Kojiro promptly intervened. My master, do not squander our precious command spells in such unnecessary circumstances. Allow me to strike when the time is ripe. Then, let me return to my prime. Upon hearing Sasaki Kojiro's suggestion, Matoi Maru nodded solemnly in agreement. Subsequently, the two of them stepped forward and their figures vanished instantaneously from the spot. Meanwhile, in the dense foliage of an island that was gradually recovering, the master smoker and his servant Main sat in a state of utter disarray upon the ground. Having just eliminated Natsu with a single blow, Main's romantic artillery unleashed its most potent output since the commencement of the Holy Grail War. Although victorious over Natsu, the immense power expended took a severe toll on Main's mental faculties, and the romantic artillery itself had entered a state of overload due to the recent discharge. At that moment, Main appeared exceedingly frail, as if on the verge of fainting. Witnessing this, Smoker tenderly supported Main's diminutive form against the trunk of a grand tree, enabling her to rest against its sturdy base. I have only one command spell left. I am sorry that I cannot use it to heal your wounds. According to the rules of this Holy Grail War, the utilization of the final command spell would result in both Main and Smoker being eliminated. Despite his profound concern for Main, Smoker knew he could not use the command spell. Observing Smoker's remorseful visage, which had ceased its habitual smoking, Main managed a bittersweet smile of understanding. I realize now that I have underestimated the complexities of the Holy Grail War. Had I known, I would not have agreed to Assassin's proposal to jointly eliminate Rider. Yet, even if we had declined his invitation to act independently, we likely would not remain in this war for long. As the remaining participants are all monstrous beings, as she spoke, Main gently placed her hand upon Smoker's, offering solace. Her thoughts drifted to the formidable general of the Empire, Esteth, and the one who had successfully evaded her assassination. Whitebeard, was it too naive to hope that the Holy Grail could fulfill her desire for the Revolutionary Army's victory? It appeared that collective effort was essential. Upon hearing Main's lamentation, a look of contemplation crossed Smoker's face. Although they found themselves on opposing sides, both yearned for a world where justice could truly prevail. Collaborating with a like-minded servant such as Main was indeed a remarkable experience. Gazing at Main's weary countenance, Smoker expressed his agreement. Main, it is my honor to work alongside you. Oh dear, quickly revert to your usual demeanor. You have tarnished the image of the dashing gentleman I held in my heart. Main playfully chided, observing Smoker's softened expression. However, in the next moment, before they could express their mutual gratitude, the trunk of the tree against which Main leaned suddenly shattered explosively, before either she or her master, Smoker, could react. A stunningly voluptuous woman with cascading blue hair kicked the thick trunk cleanly in half. Before the weakened Main could assume a defensive posture, the blue-haired beauty seized her by the throat. Lifting the Archer-class servant effortlessly, Esteth, are you not currently engaged in battle with the Lancer-class servant and their master? If you are here, Then who occupies the battlefield on the other side? As the long-haired beauty appeared and grasped her neck. Main's expression turned ashen. You vile creature, release her at once. Upon witnessing his summoned servant, Main, being choked by the sudden appearance of his death, Smoker disregarded the physical repercussions from the earlier explosion and transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Racing towards Death to AS, Smoker charged. Death hurled Main violently to the ground, the moment of impact. Main was shocked to notice the peculiar command spells etched upon the back of the assailant's right hand. You are not Death. You are her master, Boney. But why do you resemble her so closely? As Main crashed heavily to the ground, a torrent of blood erupted from her mouth, just as Smoker reached her side. Boney, now resembling Death, raised her hand, causing the previously warm air to plummet in temperature at an alarming rate. In an instant, the verdant forest, which had begun to flourish, was enveloped in a thick frost. Due to the overwhelming frost, Smoker's previously swift movements became visibly sluggish. Countless futures where figures akin to Death loomed before him flashed through his mind at that moment, taking advantage of Smoker's significantly slowed pace. Boney, now transformed into Death, conjured a long sword forged entirely of ice. Before Smoker could draw his sea-stone weapon to defend himself, Boney's icy blade pierced into his shoulder. Instantly, Smoker reverted from his vaporous state to his corporeal form, blood gushing from the wound, only for the ice sword to swiftly envelop half of his body in frost. Gazing at Boney, whose appearance and demeanor mirrored that of the servant Death, Smoker's expression turned ghastly. Just as Boney prepared to turn and eliminate the previously ambushed Main, her voice suddenly resonated from behind Boney. Cigar Uncle, our Holy Grail War has come to an end. However, I cannot simply withdraw. I shall expend the final command spell to confront Death as master. Hearing the furious declaration from Servant Main, Boney hurriedly stepped forward, intent on preventing Smoker from using the command spell, yet in the next instant. Without a hint of hesitation, Smoker clenched his teeth and extended his right hand. Servant Archer, I command you by this command spell to defeat and eliminate Saber's master, Boney, as a radiant glow flickered upon the back of Smoker's hand. The previously weakened and injured Main erupted in a brilliant, pure light. In an instant, both Main and the exhausted romantic artillery were restored to their peak condition. Gazing at Main, whose face was now devoid of any pretense and filled with killing intent, Boney recalled the events of the previous night spent with Death at the inn. What? You want me to eliminate Archer? The opponent is indeed a heroic spirit, and moreover, she is under the protection of the Vice Admiral Smoker. I fear, upon hearing that Death intends to enlist her assistance in eliminating the heroic spirit Main, a flicker of astonishment crossed the face of Boney. Observing Boney's shocked expression, Death affectionately ruffled her hair. Boney, at present, we possess 4 command spells. These spells are not merely tools to command and enhance heroic spirits. They can also be employed to bolster the master. At that moment, Death's countenance radiated warmth. Devoid of the terrifying aura she exhibited as the Imperial General on the battlefield, after spending time together, she had wholly embraced this girl, who yearned to save her father, as her sister. Your ability is truly remarkable. When combined with the command spells, it will undoubtedly manifest my peak strength if all goes as planned. I shall engage Lancer and Assassin in earnest combat tomorrow. Even I do not possess 100% assurance of eliminating them simultaneously. Should Archer, that marksman, interfere at this juncture, our Holy Grail War would be irrevocably concluded. For my Tasmi, and for your father, use all 3 command spells, Boney, and retain 1 for our final battle. Death, believe that the master I recognize can undoubtedly achieve this. Gazing into Death's earnest eyes, Boney nodded gravely. But Death, how can I ascertain Archer's location? Upon hearing Boney's query, a more enchanting smile graced Death's already exquisite visage. That day at the safe house, I memorized everyone's body temperatures. Pinpointing their locations will be straightforward. Boney, remember, you must strike when Main unleashes her most potent attack. Just as Death and Boney were strategizing their ambush against Archer, unbeknownst to all other heroic spirits, a legion of ice knights, nearly invisible to the naked eye and no larger than ants, meticulously monitored their every movement. Returning to the present, Boney stood before Main, who had regained her peak form, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Having utilized 1 command spell to perfectly mimic Death, Boney felt no feared. In an instant, She concentrated the chill in her hands, manifesting two icy long swords anew. Once she ascertained that Smoker had utterly lost his combat capability, Bonnie took a decisive step, her body vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, she surged forth with the speed of teleportation, directly confronting Main.'s death as master. I bear the hopes of my comrades to alter this corrupt world as I partake in this Holy Grail War. You have now ruined everything, so perish, Main declared, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger of her romantic artillery aimed at the approaching Bonnie. Witnessing Main's wrathful expression, a spark of anger ignited on Bonnie's beautiful face. Your aspiration to change the world is noble, yet you have failed to in your world. There are still comrades who can strive alongside you. However, if we do not prevail in this Holy Grail War, I will lose my father. In an instant, accompanied by the furious roars of the two combatants, a deafening explosion erupted once more within the recently restored dense forest. At that moment, a terrifying shockwave emanated from Main and Bonnie, radiating outward to the surrounding islands. Compared to the previous strike that had felled Natsu, the power of Main's desperate blow was equally formidable. As the dreadful shockwave spread, not only did the island where Bonnie and Main stood vanish from the live feed of the Holy Grail War chat group, but several nearby islands were also violently uprooted. However, in contrast to the last occasion, the miraculous restorative power of the Holy Grail War swiftly took effect, before the terrifying explosion could engulf the entire island. The force of restoration began effectively counteracting the catastrophic output unleashed by Main's romantic cannonade. As the colossal explosion gradually subsided, the islands surrounding the Saber archipelago began to mend themselves, even through the live broadcast screen. The array of powerful figures in the chat group felt an uncontrollable dryness in their throats. Moments later, as the shocking explosion dissipated completely, all the islands that had been overturned were fully restored. Turning to the location where Main and Bonnie had engaged in their deadly struggle, Smoker found himself severely injured and in a dire state. Just before the explosion reached him, he had exerted every ounce of strength to escape from the icy grip of his previous predicament. In the fraction of a second before the shockwave was less than a meter away, he had finally activated the power of the smoke fruit, achieving elemental transformation. Yet, despite this, his body bore no unscathed skin. Although his injuries were grievous, the peculiar scent of charred flesh in the air made it clear to Smoker, the Navy Vice Admiral, what had transpired. Nevertheless, he struggled to open his eyes, eager to ascertain the condition of his heroic spirit. Mained at in the next moment, Smoker's pupils dilated in shock. There, in the very spot where Main and Bonnie had unleashed their fatal strikes, the two still stood, locked in an unwavering stare. Main's body was tattered, with numerous gaping wounds exposing her bones, rendering her presence utterly feeble. Yet, overshadowing her horrific injuries was the most grievous wound, a slender ice blade half embedded in her chest. Meanwhile, Main's cherished romantic cannonade had succumbed to complete overload, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Opposite her, Bonnie had reverted from her voluptuous beauty to the appearance of a mere 12-year-old girl. However, the current Bonnie bore no resemblance to the adorable figure depicted in the comics. Her frail form teetered on the brink of collapse, with not a single intact patch of skin remaining. Despite having invoked a protective command spell during their fierce clash, the romantic cannonade's power had far exceeded Bonnie's expectations. In stark contrast to Main, who was now shimmering with faint light, Bonnie appeared as nothing more than a blood-red mass resembling a human form. Witnessing the tragic states of his heroic spirit, Main and his opponent, Bonnie, even the battle-hardened Vice Admiral Smoker could not help but gasp and avert his gaze in distress. This time, I nearly met my demise here, but my father has yet to return to his former self. How could I possibly fall here? Feeling the searing pain coursing through her body, Bonnie extended her right hand in anguish. If there was any part of her that appeared somewhat normal, it was undoubtedly her right hand. Though her palm was a bloody mess, inexplicably, the skin on the back of her hand, where the second command spell resided, remained relatively intact. As vitality continued to drain from her body, Bonnie clenched her teeth in reluctant determination. I am sorry, Sister Esteth. The third command spell cannot be used on you. I must see my father. With that, Bonnie raised the back of her right hand in an instant. The second command spell on her hand erupted in a dazzling glow before vanishing, leaving behind a faint trace. The brilliant light from the spell faded, Bonnie felt an extraordinary warmth surge through her body, bringing her immense comfort. Moments later, the disfigured Bonnie finally reverted to her normal 12-year-old self. Yuri, still just a child, seeing Bonnie, rejuvenated by the command spell, Main, whose form was gradually becoming ethereal in the glow, displayed a look of astonishment. During a previous gathering at the temporary refuge of the Holy Grail War, Bonnie had presented herself as a woman in her prime, appearing to be over 20. Thus, Main was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this girl, merely 12 years old, was the master of his death. Reflecting on Bonnie's resolute charge towards her, braving the onslaught of the romantic cannonade, a smile of relief spread across Main's face, dispelling her earlier reluctance. You truly are reckless. With such resolve, it's no wonder that even his death acknowledged you as her master. After expressing her admiration, Main's form completely transformed into a cascade of gentle light, vanishing entirely from existence. In that fleeting moment, Main's consciousness slipped into the void. Yet, the next second, when Main regained her awareness, she was astonished to find herself within the imperial palace of the capital city. Surrounding her were the ecstatic and frenzied cheers of countless revolutionary comrades. Beside her stood Kleber and Chelsea, both of whom had previously perished, now joyfully celebrating with the surrounding revolutionary soldiers. In the center of the gathered soldiers stood a peculiar execution platform, an enormous wooden table resembling an operating table. Upon it lay a condemned minister, bound and awaiting his fate. As soldiers wielding sharp blades delivered the sentence, the minister shrieked in agony, akin to the wails of a slaughtered pig. The architect of the empire's downfall. The revolutionary leadership had sentenced this scoundrel to death by 1,000 cuts, allowing everyone a chance for revenge. While not everyone could achieve their vengeance, this method of execution was undoubtedly the most just approach conceivable. Main, from this day forth, the world we have longed for has truly arrived. Just as Main, recently restored to consciousness, gazed in bewilderment at the inexplicable scene around her, a mechanical arm gently tapped her shoulder. Turning, she beheld a stunning woman, clad in a revealing outfit, wearing an eye patch, and possessing a fully mechanical right arm. Smiling down at her, it was none other than Najida, the leader of the night raid assassination squad to which Main belonged. Listening to her superior's words and observing the jubilant revolutionary soldiers and the minister's cries for mercy, shock etched itself across Main's face. Najida, have we truly succeeded in our revolution? Are Chelsea and Kleber safe? In an instant, tears streamed down Main's astonished cheeks. Hey, Main, what nonsense are you spouting? We have fought tooth and nail to reach this point. Do you truly wish for us to perish along the way? Ha ha, I never imagined I would live to see the day the revolutionary army stormed this place. I wonder which deity has bestowed such fortune upon me. Just as Main stood there, bewildered and tearful, Kleber and Chelsea, who had been celebrating fervently with other revolutionary soldiers, approached her and gave her a hearty pat on the shoulder. Gazing at Chelsea and Kleber, who should have perished, yet were miraculously alive before her eyes and had survived to witness this day of revolutionary triumph, Main could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward to embrace her comrades from Night Raid. How wonderful! What was once a foregone conclusion had been altered. Could it be that the Holy Grail has granted my wish? Feeling the warmth of Kleber and Chelsea's bodies and the unmistakably real rhythm of their heartbeats, tears of joy cascaded down Main's face. No one knew of her past tribulations, but what did it matter? The revolutionary army had triumphed, and the nation they had longed for had finally been established. From now on, those who had lived in the shadows could proudly bask in the light of day. Main, I can understand your excitement, but have you not always held grievances against me? When did our relationship become so amicable? Chelsea, with a lollipop in her mouth, looked utterly perplexed as she felt the strength of Main's embrace. Suddenly, while tightly hugging Chelsea and Kleber, Main recalled something and released her comrades, eagerly scanning her surroundings. Upon failing to spot the person she sought, she immediately inquired with impatience, "Where is Tasmi? There is so much I have yet to say to him." Observing Main's blend of excitement and anxiety, her companions from Night Raid, Najida, Chelsea, Kleber, and Leonai, first exchanged glances of surprise, which soon shifted to discomfort. Main, we achieved this victory with minimal losses, and Tasmi's contributions were paramount. He single-handedly defeated the Imperial General as death. Those two are no longer in this world. Have you forgotten? Upon seeing the grave expression on her superior Najida's face, Main froze in place like a statue, her heart sinking as she realized the implications. Sensing Main's sorrow, Najida sighed softly and placed a specially crafted dagger into her hand. This is all the fault of that wretched minister. Main, you are entitled to partake in the minister's execution. As your commander, I grant you permission to strike one extra blow. Just don't be too heavy-handed. Everyone is eagerly awaiting this chance for revenge. Staring at the dagger Najida had given her, Main's tear-streaked face first showed surprise. Then resolute determination. Ah, I see. This is the price of victory, is it not? Given the circumstances of our previous defeat, this is a rather favorable outcome. After a moment of quiet reflection, her gaze sharpened with newfound resolve. Then, amidst the bewildered stares of her night raid comrades, Main strode purposefully towards the execution platform of the minister. The faces of the assembled naval and pirate elites were filled with shock. Moments later, Rox D. Zebek, a formidable figure from the bygone era who had nearly claimed the title of Pirate King, shattered the suffocating silence. Hey! Did you all see that? That classed archer spirit unleashed 2 terrifying attacks in succession. If it weren't for her miraculous regenerative abilities, each of her strikes could have obliterated the entire Saber archipelago, one blow capable of destroying an island. In my recollection, only the ancient weapon Pluton possessed such destructive power. Remarked Wang Ji. These humanoid ancient weapons. The spirits are truly fearsome. Is Whitebeard currently clashing with such beings? Exclaimed Charlotte Linlin. More than that, I am far more curious about that overseer of the Holy Grail War. Lin Hao. Without him, how could these spirits possibly manifest? Wasn't that Musen also vanquished by Lin Hao? Questioned Sakazuki. What a terrifying individual. His strength has reached such heights. Lin Hao poses a threat to the world government that is on par with the ancient weapons. Said Borsellino. Hey! Akainu. Can you hear me? Due to the recent explosion, our ships executing the extermination order have already sunk 4. We only have this one left to rescue the wounded. Should we return immediately? Sakazuki, you fool. Such news should have been reported directly via Den Mushi. Why are you discussing it here, where everyone can hear? As Admiral Kazuru's somewhat humorous message lightened the previously tense atmosphere within the Holy Grail War chat group. The pirates and revolutionary forces seized the opportunity to vocally deride the Navy and the world government, in the Panga city of Mariawa. 5 men standing at the pinnacle of global power knelt reverently beneath a lofty throne. Above them, a shadow of no great size exuded an imposing aura that rendered the Gorosei unable to lift their heads. The Holy Grail War is indeed an intriguing affair. The moment Lord M began to speak, the 5 men kneeling below could not help but tremble. After a brief silence, Satan, the scientific defense warrior among the Gorosei, stepped forward respectfully and tentatively inquired, Lord M, if the victor of this Holy Grail War is not one of our navy, then we must prepare that contingency. Should our navy fail, we will immediately annihilate the Saber archipelago. Before Satan could finish, Lord M issued a decisive command. Hearing M's lethal decree, the 5 venerable figures kneeling in reverence quaked with trepidation. They dared not utter another word, bowing their heads as they exited the secret chamber. Understood. We shall make the preparations at once. How about it, uncle? Your spirit has already exited the stage. Do you wish to continue? After the heroic spirit archer transformed into a multitude of radiant particles and vanished entirely, the resolute Bonnie, having restored her body with a command seal, turned her piercing gaze towards Smoker, who was now wearing a grim expression. Observing the unwavering determination on Bonnie's face, Smoker, despite being battered and bruised, hesitated momentarily before reluctantly succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing onto the ground. My heroic spirit has exited the stage. This battle is yours. And I see no reason to continue this conflict. Upon hearing Smoker's response, Joelle Bonnie retracted her intention to eliminate him. Earlier, Esther's had specifically cautioned her that after Archer's exit, if circumstances permitted, she should strive to eliminate Archer's master to prevent any lingering resentment that might lead to contracts with other heroic spirits or further summoning. However, at merely 12 years of age, Bonnie lacked the decisiveness of Esther's. Thus, upon noticing that Smoker's hand bore no command seal, she hastily advanced towards the battlefield where Esther's was engaged. Meanwhile, on the island serving as the battleground for Esther's, Whitebeard and the Dark King Rayleigh, an immense ice wall loomed like a mountain, completely encircling the island. Within the confines of this colossal barrier, The battlefield had become a secluded realm, isolated from the outside world. Gazing at the towering ice walls, both Whitebeard and Rayleigh displayed expressions of awe. The clash between Saber Esters and Lancer Whitebeard had been interrupted several times prior, but with the emergence of these enormous ice walls, their battle had finally reached its current intensity. At this moment, Esther stood with her characteristic poise, though, in contrast to before, the absence of command seal support and the tremendous energy expended to create this battlefield rendered her breathing noticeably erratic. On the opposing side, Whitebeard and Rayleigh, bolstered by the command seal, had endured a lengthy confrontation. Yet, Whitebeard remained in near-peak condition, seemingly unaffected as for Rayleigh, while he was undoubtedly a top-tier combatant in the pirate world. His advanced age and forced involvement in the clash between heroic spirits had taken a toll on him. Despite his apparent ability to continue fighting, the ghastly wounds he bore were a testament to the severity of the situation. It was clear even to the most oblivious observer that if the battle persisted, Esters could easily target Rayleigh, leading to the inevitable exit of Lancer from the fray. "Hey, Rayleigh. I understand." Though Whitebeard's words were not yet fully articulated. Rayleigh, an old acquaintance, instantly grasped his intent. After a reluctant acknowledgement, the legendary figure of the Grand Line stepped forward, swiftly creating distance between himself and the heroic spirit Esters, once assured of his master Rayleigh's safety. Whitebeard let out his signature laugh. "Gurara, you truly are formidable. Had it not been for the enhancement from the command seal, I would have found myself in quite a predicament against you." Whitebeard raised his immense blade with an appreciative expression. Esters revealed a bloodthirsty smile. "You wish to settle this quickly and then deal with the lurking assassin, do you? Frankly, I do not dislike those who speak plainly. Let us resolve this with a single decisive blow." As she spoke, Esters too raised her western longsword. Just moments ago, all of them received a special notification from the Holy Grail War system that a few minutes prior, the heroic spirit of the archer class, Maine, had been defeated and eliminated from the contest. Presently, only 3 teams of contestants remained on the battlefield. Aside from the fierce confrontation between Whitebeard and Esters, the whereabouts and actions of assassin Sasaki Kojuru remained a mystery. Although their presence was undetected, both Esters and Whitebeard understood that he was likely concealed in the shadows, quietly observing them with his exceptional stealth abilities. Once the outcome of this battle was determined, the adept assassin would undoubtedly emerge to clean up the aftermath. Thus, the longer the battle between Esters and Whitebeard dragged on, the greater their exhaustion would become. Regardless of who emerged victorious, it was improbable that they would possess the strength to confront the waiting assassin lurking in the shadows. Therefore, a swift resolution was the most prudent course of action. "Your name is Esters, is it not? You are indeed an extraordinarily powerful individual. If one such as you existed in our world, you would undoubtedly hold a place among the 4 emperors of the Grand Line." Whitebeard spoke, raising high the Tsongyun Xie in his hand. In an instant, a sphere of white energy rapidly coiled around the sharp blade of the Tsongyun Qi. The light on the blade flickered incessantly. The ground around Whitebeard trembled violently, with noticeable intensity. Even the focused and prepared Esters felt the terrifying energy beneath her feet, akin to that of an ancient behemoth on the verge of erupting. Observing Whitebeard ready to strike, Esters' bloodthirsty smile remained unyielding. She sheathed her western sword and bent her body into a stance for a Iato strike. "You are indeed remarkably strong, though enhanced by a command seal. It has been a long time since I experienced such a thrilling battle. Were you in our world, even General Zord would be compelled to bow before you." Despite the praise in her words, an indescribable and terrifying aura erupted from Esters. That moment, both parties elevated their presence to its zenith. Although Whitebeard was fortified by a command seal, Esters' aura was surprisingly on par with that of the man dubbed the world's strongest pirate in this realm. The tension between the combatants reached its peak, and even the powerful observers in the Holy Grail War chat group, watching the live broadcast, were intensely focused, afraid to utter a word lest they miss the decisive moment of this spectacular battle. In the next instant, both prepared combatants sprang into action. Facing Esters, who stood as diminutive as an infant, Whitebeard's muscles bulged, and he brought the Tsongyun Xie, empowered by the abilities of the Tremor fruit, crashing down towards the ground. In that moment, the battlefield quaked violently, transforming into a scene of chaos. The tremendous tremor erupted instantaneously, shattering the massive ice walls previously erected by Esther's to shield against external disturbances into a flurry of ice shards. Feeling the terrifying waves beneath her feet and before her, Esther's bloodthirsty smile grew even more radiant. Before the shockwave could reach her, Esther stepped forward, instantly vanishing from her position. Yet the next second, something astonishing occurred, leaving the powerful observers in the chat group utterly astounded. In an instant, the once tumultuous island fell eerily silent. Whitebeard, who had just swung that Songyun Xie downward, found his attack inexplicably suspended in midair. Everything had come to an abrupt halt. Strangely, even though the powerful participants in the chat group knew they were not on the battlefield, they felt an uncontrollable chill creeping through their bodies as they watched the live stream. In the midst of this stillness, Esther's lithe figure reappeared. While everything remained motionless, she approached Whitebeard with a smile, step by step. Upon reaching him, Esther's leaped gracefully into the air, her lithe form soaring to the height of Whitebeard's neck. Under the astonished gazes of the observers, her western sword swiftly drew from its sheath, leaving a horrifying gash upon Whitebeard's robust neck in the blink of an eye. Observing Whitebeard's face, still adorned with an expression of dominance, Esther's performed a graceful leap and landed elegantly on the ground. You are indeed strong. However, regrettably, I emerged victorious in this battle. The moment Esther sheathed her sword, the miraculous stillness surrounding them abruptly returned to normal. Facing the sudden appearance of Esther's, who stood with her back to him, Whitebeard wore a bewildered expression. Yet, in the next moment, as he attempted to unleash a furious roar, he instead coughed up copious amounts of blood. Instantly, the vigor that had once filled his body dissipated rapidly. Not only the strength granted by the command seal, but even the vitality within him drained at an alarming rate as he watched Esther's gradually retreat. Whitebeard found himself bereft of any strength. Simultaneously, the terrifying energy coiling around the blade of the Songyun Xie vanished in an instant. With a thunderous crash, before Whitebeard could muster the last of his strength to strike Esther's, his massive form was drained of all energy, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. Hey, Whitebeard, what has happened to you? Witnessing Whitebeard, who had been in full offensive just moments ago, now grievously injured and collapsing, even his body emanating a brilliant glow signaling the imminent departure of a heroic spirit, Rayleigh, the king of hell, rushed to his side, disregarding his own injuries, looking at the worried and unwilling expression on his master's face. Whitebeard managed a bittersweet smile. That you've actually frozen time with your ice abilities? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Though Whitebeard could no longer speak, the bond of understanding between master and spirit remained intact. Upon grasping the nature of Esther's abilities from Whitebeard, a flicker of despair crossed Rayleigh's face. Is this the strength of a heroic spirit? Such power. Even if Captain Roger were to join the fray, victory would likely elude us. As he gazed at Whitebeard, whose form was beginning to fade in the light, Rayleigh felt himself age in that moment. Hey, Rayleigh, this is merely the first Holy Grail War. There will be more opportunities in the future. Should you participate again, ensure you summon an even more formidable heroic spirit. In the instant that Whitebeard's form completely vanished, Rayleigh recalled the final words Whitebeard left in this world. Watching as Whitebeard's body entirely dissipated, Rayleigh, who had moments ago been engulfed in despair, rose to his feet. After hastily tending to his grievous wounds inflicted by Esther's in battle, he stumbled toward the outskirts of the battlefield. Ah, comrade, it has been a remarkable experience to fight alongside you. If I am granted another chance, I shall include your revival in my wishes. Under the gaze of the powerful observers in the Holy Grail War chat group, Rayleigh, the undeniably strongest master, returned to the Korizumi bar on Saber Archipelago Island 44, feeling a profound sense of solitude. Old man, as Lancer's departure marked the end of an era, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates in the Holy Grail War chat group let out mournful cries. Witnessing this scene, the formidable figures on the pirate side unusually refrained from mocking one of the four emperors of the previous age. Whitebeard commanded profound respect as a great pirate on the naval front. Upon seeing the heroic spirit of Whitebeard depart, a heavy burden was finally lifted from their hearts. As long as Whitebeard did not return, their efforts in the war that had reshaped the New World 2 years prior were not in vain. Amidst the wailing in the Holy Grail War chat group, Blackbeard, who had previously been silenced by the possibility of Whitebeard's revival, began to boast once more. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha. The heroic spirits participating in the Holy Grail War are indeed terrifyingly powerful. Even that old man Whitebeard was defeated in such a humiliating manner. Bagus. Hee hee hee. The Pirate King will undoubtedly be our captain. It is destiny, Shiryu. It appears that fate has decreed we shall not disband. Remnants of the old era, you have been thoroughly eliminated. With Blackbeard leading the charge, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates began to follow in their captain's footsteps, reveling in their newfound arrogance within the chat group. Observing the brazen behavior of Blackbeard's crew, not only the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, but even some members of the Navy found it difficult to tolerate Blackbeard's gloating demeanor following his narrow escape from death. For a moment, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy found themselves on the same side, a rare occurrence. Marco, Teach, don't get too carried away. We will have our chance to face off against you in the future. When Dad returns, it will be your turn to pay your debts in blood. Garp. Humph. Whitebeard was indeed formidable, but how could he be so short-sighted as to let a scoundrel like you aboard? Sengoku. Teach, do you think your only enemy is Whitebeard? The world government has long had its eye on you. Your days of ease are numbered. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha. You can keep shouting. If you have the guts, come find me on Hakanosta Island. Do you dare? Observing the sardonic exchanges in the chat group between the Navy and the pirates, Blackbeard Teach remained unfazed. Yet, in the next moment, a familiar name silenced this once arrogant new emperor, Edward Newgate. Gura. Teach, did you think you could act so boldly, just because I stepped away for a moment? I was merely scouting the way for the children. But your doom approaches swiftly. Seeing Whitebeard reappear in the chat group, Blackbeard, who had just been boasting moments ago, suddenly found his legs trembling with fear. After forcibly steadying his shaking limbs, the hedonistic Blackbeard turned to his sniper, Van Augur, who was maintaining his rifle beside him. Hey, Van Augur, what are your thoughts on this Holy Grail War? Hearing his captain's inquiry, the calm Van Augur adjusted his glasses and replied nonchalantly, Captain, to be honest, I am not overly concerned about the outcome of this Holy Grail War. After all, no matter how powerful the heroic spirits may be, they can only engage in combat within certain confines. What intrigues me more is the Holy Grail that all participants are desperately vying for. Can it truly grant any wish? Ha ha ha, truly worthy of my old crewmate. Your thoughts align with mine. Clearly pleased with Van Augur's response, Blackbeard's demeanor shifted as he became increasingly serious. Then, Captain, if that Holy Grail can indeed fulfill any wish, what do you intend to wish for? Before Van Augur could finish his question, a glimmer of greed flashed across Blackbeard's face. Of course, I shall directly participate in the next war to seize it. With your capabilities, no matter how distant the battlefield, you will get me there in an instant. Right? In response to Blackbeard's arrogant declaration, a rare smile graced Van Augur's face. Absolutely. A wish-granting machine that can fulfill any desire is rightfully ours, belonging to the Blackbeard pirates. In that moment, as Van Augur's icy words echoed, the pirates on Hakanosu Island erupted with raucous laughter. As long as Blackbeard secured victory and laid claim to the Holy Grail, he had no reason to fear the revival of Whitebeard. In due time, he would remain the sovereign of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at the temporary sanctuary in the Saber archipelago, Lin Hao, who had been observing the Holy Grail War live in an omniscient state, couldn't help but exclaimed Mo Kabot. That technique developed to prevent Tasmi's escape has been employed at this moment. Thus, Esther's final trump card is rendered null. Can she truly handle this ultimate battle? As he gazed at Esther's, who was already exhausted after defeating Whitebeard, curiosity flickered across Lin Hao's face at this very moment. Within the Holy Grail War chat group, nearly everyone held their breath in anticipation of the final showdown. For in the divine perspective of the live broadcast, the ghostly figure of Sasaki Kojir was rapidly closing in from behind the fatigued Esther's, who had just emerged from a fierce battle. At this point, Esther's was utterly drained. Having forcibly utilized Mo Kabot without the support of command spells, she had exhausted nearly all her energy, although she could pinpoint her master, Bonnie's location through their special bond. In an effort to conserve energy for the imminent ambush from Sasaki Kojir, Esther's gritted her teeth and chose to rest on a nearby rock. Having eliminated 5 groups of competitors, only the assassin remained. After adjusting her military cap, Esther's closed her eyes to recuperate. Suddenly, at the very moment she relaxed her body and mind, 3 subtle sounds of slicing wind surged towards her from 3 different directions. In an instant, Esther's previously weary expression transformed into one of vigilance. Faced with the three simultaneous attacks from different angles, Esther did not choose to confront them head-on. Instead, she deftly sidestepped, her agile form evading the oncoming threats. The next moment, just 1 second after Esther vacated her resting spot, the stone she had been sitting on shattered cleanly into 4 pieces. Observing the smooth surface of the stone revealed by the sudden fracture, Esther let out a cold chuckle, swiftly drawing her sword from its sheath. "Oh my, what an extraordinary woman you are. If given the choice, I would prefer to face that formidable giant with the vibration ability as my final opponent." As Esther brandished her weapon, a slender figure materialized in the very spot she had occupied moments prior. Not another, but assassin Sasaki Kojiro. At that moment, Sasaki Kojiro emanated a peculiar burnt scent. Despite the evident burns, he had rested long enough to find himself in an advantageous position. "Humph, you possess top-tier skills yet only hide and seek. You are indeed a remarkable strategist. Speaking of our last encounter, you clearly did not unleash your full potential, did you?" Gazing at the helpless expression of Sasaki Kojiro across from her, Isteth maintained her bloodthirsty grin. However, deep within her heart, this battle-hungry general of the Empire was brimming with an acute sense of vigilance. Setting aside the memory of her previous encounter, where she had suffered a cut to her neck from his exquisite technique, she found herself taken aback by the recent attack he executed from 3 different directions. A maneuver she had never witnessed before. Had he employed such a technique during their last confrontation, it would surely have caught her off guard. Yet, the circumstances had changed. After eliminating Lancer, Whitebeard, Isteth's stamina had been nearly depleted. Observing Isteth's malevolent smile, Sasaki Kojiro gracefully twirled his blades before adopting a combat stance. He had just witnessed the swift elimination of Lancer, a feat so rapid that even he had struggled to comprehend the action. Was it akin to the ability of time pausing? Had he unleashed such a move against me in our previous duel, he might have emerged as the victor of the Holy Grail War by now, although his opponent was clearly nearing their limits. Sasaki Kojiro, known for his 1,000-year defeat, understood well that even when facing a rabbit, one must exert full effort. Moreover, Isteth was no mere rabbit. She was a terrifying monstrosity, 1,000 times more formidable than a lion. With this thought, a chilling smile crept across Sasaki Kojiro's face. "That I am burdened with a weight you cannot fathom. Thus, the victory of this Holy Grail War must not be relinquished to you." As his words echoed in his mind, he immediately utilized the unique connection between master and servant to contact his master, Watanuki Tamamura. "Hey, big guy, you should still have 2 command seals left, right?" At that moment, Watanuki was vigilantly on guard at the periphery of the final battlefield. Although he could not watch the live stream via the Holy Grail War chat group, he was acutely aware of the news regarding the elimination of the servant. Main.at that time, Sasaki Kojiro had been lurking in anticipation of his final opponent, while Saber and Lancer were engaged in a fierce battle. How had the archer, who was resting, been eliminated, and where had Isteth's master? Bonnie gone? With all impossibilities eliminated, regardless of how outrageous the outcome might be, it would undoubtedly be the truth. Watanuki understood that Main, who was likely in a state of rest, had probably been ambushed and dispatched by Isteth's master. Bonnie.it was noteworthy that Main had been under the protection of the Vice Admiral, Smoker. The existence capable of eliminating a servant even under the guard of a Vice Admiral was someone Watanuki would never allow onto the battlefield to disrupt Sasaki Kojiro's fight. While Watanuki remained on high alert, Sasaki Kojiro's voice suddenly resonated in her mind. "Yes, I still have 2 command seals, but I can only use 1. After that, we will be completely out of the game." Upon hearing Sasaki Kojiro's inquiry, Watanuki promptly provided her answer. After receiving the expected response, Sasaki Kojiro's expression transformed into one of newfound confidence. "Now is the time. I will use the last available command seal to enhance my abilities. The woman before me is far too dangerous. If I do not engage in peak condition, I could falter at any moment." Acknowledging Sasaki Kojiro's concerns, Watanuki nodded gravely. Subsequently, he extended his right hand toward the direction of the final battlefield. In an instant, a brilliant light radiated from the back of his hand. "Assassin, I command you with this command seal. Unleash your full potential and obliterate the opponent's servant." With a resounding boom, as Watanuki's command concluded, a terrifying and domineering wave of energy emanated from Sasaki Kojiro at the center, swiftly spreading outward. Under the influence of this overwhelming force, Sasaki Kojuro's burns began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, he felt an immense surge of power flooding through his body that he had reached the pinnacle of his condition for this Holy Grail War. Damn it, he has enhanced his body with a command seal? Observing Sasaki Kojuro's sudden surge in momentum, Istetha's face, which had been nearly exhausted, finally displayed a tinge of grimness. Witnessing Sasaki Kojuro achieve peak condition, the high-ranking naval officers in the Holy Grail War chat group erupted with excitement. Akiji, this is wonderful. The Navy stands an excellent chance of winning this battle. Once it concludes, we must contact Watanuki immediately. That omnipotent wishing machine, the Holy Grail, belongs to us, too. Hey, Akainu. That artifact was brought to the Holy Grail War by them. We should at least consult Watanuki before making any decisions. Borsellino. On that note, I concur with the old boss. Even if he's retired, the naval officers in the chat group reveled in their anticipation of victory. Legendary pirates, who had long awaited this final clash, began to chime in with their derision. Edward Newgate. Gura, celebrating too soon. Be cautious lest the outcome leaves you with egg on your faces. That woman is incredibly strong. Even without the support of command seals. Shiki. Ultimately, that kid's participation came about because you fabricated news of that little girl targeting Vegapunk, right? I can only imagine the look on his face when he discovers he was deceived. Moria. I have a premonition that events will unfold in a way that takes everyone by surprise. Popping champagne prematurely is hardly wise. Tsuru. Moria, your 7 Warlords title has already been revoked by the world government. You have no right to speak here. Moria, the world government? You backstabbed me after achieving your goals. I will not let you off the hook as long as you fail to capture me. I will strive to turn the world upside down. Just pray that the battlefield of the next Holy Grail War is not too close to me. In a flash, the Holy Grail War chat group erupted into chaos between the naval officers and the legendary pirates. Ironically, the crucial final battle garnered less attention than one might expect. Meanwhile, on the island of Sabaody, in the manor serving as a temporary sanctuary, Supervisor Lin Hao was eagerly preparing to witness the final battle in its entirety. Suddenly, the door to the sanctuary echoed with a knock. Before Lin Hao could approach and welcome the anticipated guest, the manor door was casually pushed open from the outside. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow with a teasing expression. I sent that Luffy from the rider group. I thought you had already left this battleground. I didn't expect you to come here. As the straw-hatted youth entered, Lin Hao's face bore a hint of playful amusement. After hearing Lin Hao's teasing, Luffy helplessly adjusted his hat. However, it was Robin, the daughter of the devil, standing behind him, who responded that I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this moment, Supervisor. However, according to the rules of the Holy Grail War, those who have been eliminated should be able to seek refuge here, correct? Observing Robin's stunning smile, Lin Hao stretched lazily. Indeed, before the conclusion of the Holy Grail War, you shall receive the protection of the supervisor within the manor. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Nico Robin's eyes. Therefore, until this war reaches its definitive end, we shall rely on the esteemed supervisor. What a clever woman you are. You have thoroughly studied the rules of the Holy Grail War, even anticipating potential unforeseen circumstances. I am indeed looking forward to the day you participate in the Holy Grail War at this moment. Lin Hao was omniscient and omnipotent within the confines of the Sabaody archipelago, fully aware of the other party's subtle intentions. However, he bore no ill will, as everything remained within the realm of the rules. Contestants have the right to maximize their utilization of the Holy Grail War's regulations, even though Luffy was a contestant already eliminated. Just as the group was engaged in idle chatter, a tall yet rather disheveled figure appeared at the entrance. Upon catching sight of Luffy and Robin, the imposing figure instantly transformed into a swirl of smoke and swiftly advanced toward them. Seeing an imminent attack, Luffy wasted no time and enveloped his arm with a robust layer of haki, prepared to confront the unexpected intruder. Yet, in the next moment, before either party could make a move, a terrifying aura, imbued with black lightning, erupted from Lin Hao, encompassing the entire area at an exaggerated speed. This overwhelming presence washed over them. Both Luffy and the suddenly appearing smoker retracted their abilities, helplessly collapsing to the ground. Observing the two who had been so swiftly subdued, a smirk of mockery played on Lin Hao's lips. Hey, I mentioned before that it is forbidden to attack contestants who have relinquished the competition within the safe zone. Unless you wish to end up like this fellow. After uttering these words, he snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, a tall figure clad in a pink flamingo coat, bearing numerous grievous wounds, and utterly unconscious, materialized before Luffy and Smoker like a lifeless dog. Upon seeing this individual, both Luffy and Smoker wore expressions of utter shock. What? Is that really Don Quixote da Flamingo? Luffy exclaimed that I encountered him 2 years ago at the Navy headquarters. Supervisor, did you take him down? The figure before them, dressed in the flamingo coat, was none other than the current warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had been thoroughly beaten by Lin Hao for violating the rules of the Holy Grail War. In the presence of the nearly lifeless warlord, both Luffy and Smoker, former adversaries in the first half of the Grand Line, no longer dared to entertain thoughts of engaging in battle within the safe zone. This fellow violated the rules of the Holy Grail War and received my discipline, Lin Hao remarked casually. Yet, both Luffy and Smoker were profoundly shaken. How could someone so nonchalantly bring a warlord to the brink of death? What terrifying power was this? Why had they never heard of him during their time in the Grand Line? Gazing at the faintly breathing Doflamingo sprawled on the ground, Smoker, who had just considered attacking Luffy, found his temper dissipated. After a brief moment, he glanced at Doflamingo and then at Lin Hao, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Tentatively, he inquired, Supervisor, how do you intend to deal with this fellow? How to deal with him? Lin Hao responded, scratching his head in confusion. I've already handled it. This fellow is no longer my concern. That if you are interested, feel free to settle your grievances as you see fit. In an instant, upon hearing Lin Hao's reply, Smoker's mind went blank, standing there in stunned silence. Yet, moments later, an expression of uncontainable joy spread across his face. Ha! At last, the warlord who has been a thorn in the side of the world government has been captured. Curious about Smoker's exuberance, Luffy chimed in. Hey, Supervisor, can I kick him a few times? Not within the safe zone. If you wish, you may do so outside the safe zone, Lin Hao replied. Immediately, Luffy began to wriggle his shoulders, eager to take action. However, in the next moment, Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke, enveloping the unconscious Doflamingo entirely. Hey, Smoke Guy, what are you doing? Luffy demanded. Humph. This fellow is now a prisoner of the city government. Only we, the world government, have the right to deal with him. Observing Luffy's frustrated expression, Smoker felt a sense of relief. Yet, upon encountering Lin Hao's curious gaze, and realizing he was still on another's territory, Smoker instinctively shrank back slightly. Of course, the esteemed supervisor also holds that authority. You pirates should stand aside. Observing the standoff between Luffy and Smoker, which seemed futile yet had solidified into a confrontation, Lin Hao could only manage a resigned smile. He then redirected his focus to the battlefield of the final clash in the Holy Grail War. The arena echoed with the sounds of combat, clashing swords, and piercing strikes. Two figures darted across the battlefield at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, each teleportation rendering their forms momentarily absent from sight. With each successful maneuver, the resounding clang of metal reverberated through the air. In terms of skill, neither Death nor Sasaki Kojir could gain the upper hand in such a brief encounter. However, with the support of a command spell, the equilibrium was swiftly shattered, within barely a minute of continuous assault. Death's stamina was gradually depleted. Though she could still barely keep pace with her opponent, numerous gruesome cuts marked her body, testament to the fierce exchanges that had transpired. In contrast, Sasaki Kojir maintained a relentless attack, his energy seemingly inexhaustible, buoyed by the command spell. Despite sustaining minor wounds from Death's desperate tactics, it was evident to any keen observer that if this pattern continued, the last servant to be eliminated in this Holy Grail War would undoubtedly be Death. The Saber class, after barely managing to deflect another of Sasaki's acute strikes, a pallor washed over Death's face. Gritting her teeth, she hastily conjured a nightly puppet entirely composed of ice. Yet, before she could command it to strike, Sasaki Kojir unleashed a flurry of rapid, lethal blows upon the newly formed construct. In an instant, the icy puppet shattered into a multitude of frosty shards. Remarkably, instead of cascading to the ground, the airborne ice fragments pivoted sharply, their sharp edges directed at Sasaki Kojir. In that fleeting moment, A cacophony akin to a machine gun erupted as the shards, under Estetha's manipulation, hurtled towards him. Although her assault was thwarted, this maneuver afforded Estetha a fleeting opportunity to create some distance between herself and Sasaki Kojiro. Attempting to regain her breath, alas, as a swordsman, I shall not grant you such an opportunity. Estetha distanced herself. A wicked grin crept across Sasaki Kojiro's aged visage. Estetha was no longer at her peak. And with the command spell bolstering Sasaki, their combat prowess had tilted dramatically in the blink of an eye. He closed the gap, his agile form swiftly catching up to the recovering Estetha. Noticing her pallid complexion, Sasaki Kojiro quickened the tempo of his strikes, and once again, the air was filled with the thunderous clash of blades. Amidst the clamor of combat, faint, almost imperceptible sounds of flesh being rent echoed ominously. In less than 2 seconds, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, following this exchange, Estetha's once resplendent military attire was now thoroughly stained a ghastly crimson with her own blood. You wretched bastard, do not underestimate me. At last, as Sasaki's blade pierced her shoulder, Estetha gritted her teeth and defiantly reached out with her delicate hand. Before Sasaki could withdraw his sword, she summoned her strength, gripping the blade's edge with fierce determination. In that moment, Sasaki found himself unable to extricate his weapon from her shoulder. Seizing this precarious opportunity, a manic smile spread across Estetha's face as she raised her long leg and delivered a brutal kick to Sasaki's frail abdomen. Thud! The impact struck home, forcing Sasaki to expel a pained gasp as agony contorted his features. He had considered relinquishing his weapon to escape, but he knew that without it, facing this deranged woman would leave him utterly defenseless. Thus, despite the searing pain in his abdomen, he endeavored to retrieve his sword from her shoulder. Yet, to his astonishment, Estetha's kick possessed a terrifying force. Even fully braced for impact, the blow sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. You old fool! Witness the resolve of an imperial soldier. Perish! Amidst Sasaki's struggle to withdraw his blade, a frenzied joy began to blossom upon Estetha's countenance. Sasaki Kojiro felt a chill creep over him as he beheld the madness in her eyes. At that moment, Estetha's rapier had been knocked to the ground during their recent exchange, leaving her devoid of a weapon. Yet, she refused to relinquish the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Fixating on the thin, wrinkled neck of Sasaki Kojiro, she adjusted her stance and summoned her remaining strength, opening her mouth wide in a fierce attempt to bite down on his throat. You vile creature, you are truly insane. Gazing at the maniacally laughing Estetha, who lunged at him like a rabid dog, Sasaki Kojiro was overwhelmed by a wave of uncontrollable fear. Despite his prolonged training in self-cultivation, in an instant, with all his might, he twisted his long blade, desperately attempting to free it from Estetha's shoulder. Yet, her assault only faltered for a brief moment, barely a second, before she resumed her relentless attack at that critical juncture, gritting his teeth. Sasaki Kojiro finally extricated his blade from Estetha's grasp. With a resounding snap, the long sword in his hand shattered into 2 pieces, one fragment reduced to a short dagger, scarcely a third of its original length, while the other remained embedded in Estetha's shoulder. Observing the disheveled Sasaki Kojiro before her, Estetha, now utterly drained of strength, slumped to the ground. Ignoring the excruciating pain radiating from her shoulder, she resolutely yanked the shattered blade from her flesh. In an instant, a spray of crimson blood erupted from the wound, resembling a geyser. From a distance, the sight of Estetha, still wearing a frenzied grin, evoked an image of a demonic deity, although aware of her near exhaustion. Sasaki Kojiro, clutching the short dagger, hesitated to deliver the final blow. Thus, an eerie standoff ensued between the 2 once fierce combatants. Estetha, hold on, I'm coming to help you. At that moment, after dealing with Maine, Jolie Bonnie finally reached the outskirts of the battlefield. Upon witnessing Estetha's harrowing state, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. She glanced at Estetha with concern before directing an indignant gaze toward the hesitant Sasaki Kojiro. With determination, she took a step forward, intent on joining the fray. However, before she could advance 2 paces, a towering figure wielding a massive axe swiftly blocked her path. Wataru Temimura, although I am unaware of your motives in pursuing the Holy Grail, we were once comrades, were we not? Step aside. I have no desire to harm you. As Jolie Bonnie spoke, her form rapidly transformed into that of Estetha, a feat achieved through the power of the fruit of years. This transformation, resembling Isthetha's future, required immense effort, draining Bonnie's energy significantly as she completed her metamorphosis. A wave of fatigue washed over her, nearly sapping her strength. Yet, faced with Isthetha's current plight, Jolie Bonnie, filled with righteous fury, chose to fight to the bitter end. Even if her opponent were her former ally, Wataru Tamamura, she would not yield an inch. Upon witnessing Bonnie's astonishing transformation, a pallor crept over Wataru Tamamura's face. Yet, the next moment, his response left Bonnie momentarily speechless. "Friends, if we were truly friends, why would you use that omnipotent wishing machine against Mr. Vegapunk? You know he is my benefactor, as long as I exist. I cannot allow anyone to harm Mr. Vegapunk. Bonnie, relinquish your ambitions. I will protect Mr. Vegapunk until the very end." With Wataru Tamamura's thunderous declaration, an oppressive silence enveloped the battlefield. Observing the tense standoff, the powerful figures in the Holy Grail War chat group collectively held their breath, unwilling to utter a word. Meanwhile, at Eggtip Island's port, Vegapunk, having witnessed Tamamura's response through the live stream, was initially taken aback, only to be consumed by rage as he grasped the situation. "Damn it, I saw Bonnie's wish in the stream. She merely wished for her father to return to normal. She never intended to harm me. It must be the world government. They deceived Tamamura into entering this conflict under the pretense of protecting me. How despicable!" Beside the furious Vegapunk, his clone Shaka trembled with rage. Such treachery is utterly vile. How could they stoop so low? On the periphery of the final battlefield, observing Wataru Tamamura's wrath, Bonnie, having taken on Isthetha's form, felt her own expression turn grave. "Tamamura, who told you that I intended to use the Holy Grail against Vegapunk? My purpose in obtaining the Grail is solely to restore my father, Kuma, to his former self, so he may remain by my side always. As for Vegapunk, I would seek him out regardless of the Grail, not to harm him, but to understand why my father has become this way." As Bonnie shouted her indignation, her appearance reverted to that of a 12-year-old girl. Although she had managed to emulate his death without using a command spell, the tremendous energy expenditure rendered such a form unsustainable for long. At that moment, Jolie Bonnie had irrevocably forfeited the support of her once-allied spirit. Witnessing this, the naval officers in the Holy Grail War chat erupted with excitement, while Vegapunk, far away on Eggtip Island, closed his eyes in anguish. Wataru Tamamura and Bonnie, both of immense significance to him, found themselves embroiled in this brutal conflict, deepening his already profound guilt regarding Kuma. However, the ensuing events at the battlefield's periphery left the chat group's powerful members utterly flabbergasted. As they beheld the incensed Jolie Bonnie, Wataru Tamamura's face shifted from shock to a myriad of emotions.